Black Mountain Stories presents The World of Eldara, Volume 3, The Deathcaller, written by Black Mountain Stories, in conjunction with OpenAI's ChatGPT, narrated with voice synthesis by Kokoro TTS. If you enjoy long-form fantasy stories like this one, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to Black Mountain Stories. Your support helps us continue building and sharing content such as this. And now, Prologue.
Prologue Tiberius VI. The report trembled once between Tiberius's fingers. Bartholomew pretended not to notice. The old servant had perfected that particular courtesy over several decades. He stood behind Tiberius with the imperial mantle folded across one arm while the emperor read the final page of the Eastern dispatch. Morning light entered the private map chamber through tall windows overlooking the roofs of Aurellion. Beyond the glass, bells were already sounding across the capital. The square below the palace would be filling. Tiberius placed the report on the table before the tremor could shake the parchment again. The Ravelonian crossings are confirmed, Lord General. The Lord General stood opposite him, both hands planted beside a map weighted at its corners with bronze blocks. All three were confirmed before dawn, Your Majesty. Their central formation crossed in strength, and the southern force has war hawks above it. High Magi have been identified with both columns. Tiberius studied the red marks along the eastern frontier. Thaler Aranth had finally convinced himself that caution was cowardice. That was useful. And General Varros still requests his reserve. He believes he can drive the central formation back before Ravelon establishes permanent depots on our side of the frontier. Then General Varros is thinking too small. Deny him. The Lord General's eyes lifted from the map. Majesty, he may lose the first defensive line without those cohorts. He is going to lose considerably more than that. Tiberius reached across the map and set one finger on the Grand Euros River. For several seconds the Lord General said nothing. The Euros lies nearly 200 miles inside the Ravelonian border. I am aware. Make them fight for every mile. The Lord General's attention moved slowly along the roads, crossings, towns, and fortified stations between the frontier and the river. You want a controlled withdrawal to the Euros. I want Thaler to believe he forced one. Tiberius moved an imperial marker back from the frontier. Fight where resistance can be made convincing. Hold crossings long enough to cost them men and mana. Save the reserves. Withdraw before pride turns into encirclement. Let them take real ground and make certain every acre feels purchased. The Lord General's expression sharpened. You want their support structure crossing behind them. I want their confidence crossing first. The rest will follow. He tapped the eastern road. Engineers, healers, constructs, replacement mounts, mana stores. Ancient warriors who have spent 2 centuries learning not to gamble with their lives. Let every victory convince Ravelon that the next one is worth another commitment. The Lord General stared at the river, and once they reach the Grand Euros, they do not cross it. Preserve enough strength to make that statement true. Tiberius shifted his attention to the Grimstone map. The Orcish advance was broader and less delicate. Clan markers crowded the approaches. Supply routes had already appeared behind them in the newest reports. Drazen has committed more than we expected, the Lord General said. Wagons, herd animals, mobile smiths, shamans, and additional clan banners are moving behind the first formations. Then the warchief has come to wage war rather than perform one. Good. Tiberius placed his finger on Castle Rockwall. Give Grimstone the same education. They stop here. The Lord General measured the distance. Rockwall stands nearly 100 miles behind the present frontier. Then Drazen requires fewer victories than Thaler. Make each one believable. Understanding settled across the Lord General's face. You intend to draw both armies inward. I intend to let ambition do the drawing. We merely provide suitable encouragement. A bell sounded again beyond the windows. Closer this time, or perhaps merely louder as the city answered it. The Lord General glanced toward the balcony doors. The crowd will expect reassurance this morning. They will receive considerably more than reassurance. The Lord General looked back to the maps. The Forest Command has requested another 4 legions. Rava Ashfang's coalition appears larger than our original estimate. Tiberius gave the green-painted marches only a passing glance. They already have legions enough to hold the major settlements. Send the available wolf packs and reinforce the important roads. The roads are exactly what Ashfang is attacking. Then perhaps the commanders responsible for them will finally learn why roads require guarding. I will not empty the eastern reserves because forest tribes discovered cooperation. The Lord General did not agree. He was wise enough not to pretend otherwise. Tiberius preferred that to enthusiasm purchased with fear. Anything else before I address the city? Nothing that cannot wait until afterward, Your Majesty. Good, send the orders before the speech ends. The Lord General bowed and gathered the marked dispatches. Bartholomew waited until the door closed behind him before stepping forward with the mantle. Your left hand has worsened since yesterday, Your Majesty. Tiberius looked down at it. The fingers had begun trembling again. Your powers of observation remain unmatched, Bartholomew. I have had a great deal of practice observing you. Tiberius almost smiled. Bartholomew settled the mantle across his shoulders and fastened the heavy clasp at his throat. His hands remained steady while Tiberius's did not. The physicians asked me to remind you that the address can be delayed. And how long would the capital require to decide why? Perhaps an hour if the taverns are unusually slow. Then the physicians have offered poor political advice. Bartholomew reached for the imperial ring lying beside the reports. Tiberius extended his right hand instead of the left. The servant noticed that too. Of course he did. He slid the ring into place and adjusted the mantle once at the shoulder. You are ready to address them, Your Majesty. Tiberius looked toward the balcony doors. Thousands waited beyond them because 3 enemies had crossed imperial borders. Fear had brought many of them there. Fear was useful, provided one told it where to look. Then we should not keep mankind waiting. The herald's staff struck marble outside, once, twice. A third time, the bronze doors opened. His Imperial Majesty Tiberius VI, Emperor of Aurellion, ruler of mankind, the Incinerus. The sound that answered from beyond the palace rolled through the chamber like distant thunder. Tiberius walked into it. The balcony overlooked a broad ceremonial square packed from the palace steps to the far colonnades. Imperial banners hung from every facade. Legion standards rose among the crowd in ordered clusters where soldiers had been placed near the front. First citizens occupied raised galleries beneath the palace walls. Merchants, craftsmen, servants, laborers, apprentices, veterans, pilgrims, farmers who had reached the capital before the roads tightened, and children sitting on their parents' shoulders filled nearly every space between. The roar grew when they saw him. Tiberius stopped behind the stone balustrade and waited. He did not raise his hands for silence. He simply stood there. The first voices quieted, then the galleries, then the soldiers. The hush moved outward until the remaining noise sounded almost embarrassed to exist. Tiberius let the last echoes die. People of Aurellion, I will not insult you this morning with comforting lies. The square became utterly still. Aurelian blood has already been shed. Imperial soldiers have fallen upon our borders. Fortifications that flew our banners only days ago now hear foreign voices within their walls. Ravelon has crossed against us. Grimstone has crossed against us. And from the endless forest, tribes that have tested our patience for generations have chosen this moment to strike our roads and settlements. A murmur passed through the crowd. Tiberius allowed it. Some of you came here hoping I would tell you these reports were exaggerated. Others hoped I would promise that the legion would drive every enemy back across his border before another sunset. I will promise neither. That quieted them again. War is not made harmless because an emperor chooses pleasant words. Men will die, families will grieve. Grain will be taken from fields and sent toward armies. Horses will leave farms that need them. Smiths will work beyond exhaustion. Roads will carry wounded men home and younger men in the other direction. Tiberius watched their faces change. That was exactly what he wanted. A crowd prepared only for triumph broke when coffins arrived. A crowd taught that sacrifice proved the danger could endure much more. You deserve to know that before I ask anything of you. He rested both hands upon the balustrade, the left one steadied beneath his weight. "Now I ask you to consider who has chosen this war." His voice carried cleanly across the waiting square. "The elves of Ravelon do not love the orcs of Grimstone. Grimstone shares neither law nor custom with the tribes beneath the endless forest. Their gods are not the same. Their blood is not the same. Their histories are filled with grievances against one another older than some human kingdoms." He paused. "Yet they have discovered common purpose." Another pause. "They found their common purpose in us." The sentence struck the square harder than shouting would have. Tiberius continued before the crowd could answer it. "They looked upon Aurellion, and they concluded that whatever divides them matters less than the opportunity to decide what becomes of mankind. They gathered beyond our borders and convinced themselves that human lands may be divided, human roads may be taken, human cities may be threatened, and human children may inherit whatever future foreign hands are generous enough to leave them." Anger moved through the crowd now. Not yet a roar. Tiberius had no need to hurry it. "Now look around you and understand why." Heads turned despite themselves. "Among you stand first citizens whose houses have served this empire for centuries. Beside them stand farmers whose names may never travel farther than the villages where they were born. There are merchants and masons among you, smiths and priests. Teamsters, miners, healers, laborers, apprentices, soldiers, mothers, fathers, widows, and veterans whose scars were purchased in wars their grandchildren know only from stories." He let his gaze travel across them. "Your stations are not equal. Your fortunes are not equal. The burdens placed upon you are not equal." That truth mattered. A lie became stronger when truth held its hand. "But before those who have crossed our borders, there is an inheritance shared by every person beneath these banners. No title bestowed by an emperor can grant it. No foreign ruler can take it from you." Tiberius straightened. "Every one of you belongs to mankind." The first real cheer broke from the legionaries. It spread outward in a wave. Fists struck breastplates. Someone in the crowd shouted the emperor's name. Hundreds answered before the sound dissolved into a roar. Tiberius waded through all of it. Behind him, Bartholomew stood near the open doors where only those upon the balcony could see him. Tiberius's left thumb trembled against the stone. He curled the hand into a fist. The square saw only the emperor waiting for silence. When it came, he continued. "The poorest farmer beneath my banners possesses a greater claim upon mankind's future than the highest elven lord who believes centuries of life entitle him to decide it. The humblest human child born this morning possesses a birthright no orcish warchief can seize and no creature beneath the forest canopy can understand well enough to grant." The crowd answered more quickly this time. Tiberius raised one hand and the noise settled. "Ravelon has watched us for centuries. Its oldest lords remember human settlements where our cities stand today. They watched our roads stretch farther. They watched our walls rise. They watched generations of mankind inherit lands their scholars still prefer to remember as wilderness." His mouth hardened, and still they waited for us. The words carried farther in the silence. They waited not because they lacked contempt for us, but because they remembered the cost of challenging Aurellion at full strength. Now they believe age has finally accomplished what their armies could not. Ancient caution has dressed itself in armor and decided to call itself courage. Laughter and jeers rolled through the square. Tiberius let them enjoy it. "The orcs of Grimstone require a different answer. Do not insult yourselves by imagining them children playing with stolen swords. Drazen Ironroot has gathered clans, warriors, shamans, smiths, herds, and wagons because he means to conquer. Grimstone has crossed our frontier believing human land may be purchased with human blood." Tiberius leaned slightly toward the crowd. "They are welcome to discover the price." The legionaries answered first. This time the sound struck the palace walls and came back doubled. Tiberius waited until it weakened. Then he turned the crowd toward the forest. "And there remain those who will tell you the Beastkin fight only because mankind has somehow wronged them." The square soured immediately. That was useful too. 300 years ago, my generals urged me to burn the endless forest back from our borders. They had buried soldiers beneath those trees. They had watched raids vanish into ground no army could easily follow. They told me peace would never last while the forest gave every attacker a place to hide. Tiberius opened his hands upon the balustrade. I refused every one of those proposals. A ripple moved through the square. I believed victory had already taken enough. I believed restraint demonstrated from strength might teach even those peoples something about restraint in return. I left them their forests, their trails, their hunting grounds, their little councils beneath the branches. His voice remained calm. That made the contempt carry farther. I should have burned their precious forest back from my borders 300 years ago. Instead, I permitted them trees enough to convince themselves they possessed a country. The response was immediate and ugly. Tiberius did not smile. He had not finished. Nor did mankind's generosity end at the forest's edge. When Beastkin came into our keeping, we did not leave them to hunger beneath branches or scratch miserable lives from mud, snow, and whatever prey their claws could catch. We brought them within human walls. We fed them from human fields. We sheltered them beneath human roofs. We gave them honest work in farms, workshops, mines, estates, and households. Bartholomew's expression did not change. Tiberius could feel the crowd leaning toward him. We placed tools in their hands. We taught discipline where their tribes taught appetite. We showed them roads they had not built, laws they had not written, fields they had not cleared, crafts they had not mastered, and a prosperity greater than anything their scattered tribes had produced beneath those trees. Aurelians throughout the square were nodding now. Some had Beastkin servants in their homes. Others had seen chained laborers unloaded in market districts and never asked where the chains began. Tiberius gave them a better word for what they already accepted. We offered them instruction, discipline, and opportunity. He waited. They chose instead to name that oppression. The crowd jeered. We offered them work, shelter, food, and the chance to live within a civilization greater than their own. Their leaders taught them to call service humiliation, discipline cruelty, and mankind's patience tyranny. His voice hardened for the first time. And now they repay 3 centuries of restraint by murdering soldiers upon our roads and declaring that mankind trespasses upon land they possess only because mankind once chose not to take it from them. The square erupted. Tiberius led it. He knew exactly when anger had become pride and pride had become permission. The sound rolled beneath him while Bartholomew watched the emperor's left hand begin shaking again. Tiberius lowered it behind the balustrade. No one below saw. When the roar finally thinned, he resumed in a quieter voice. The crowd strained to hear him. I will not apologize for having shown mercy. Mercy offered from strength is virtue. Mercy mistaken for weakness becomes negligence. He allowed the words to settle. I will not make that mistake twice. A silence followed that was somehow louder than the cheering. Tiberius turned his gaze across the entire square. So I ask you now, are we to permit lesser peoples to gather in foreign councils, divide the works of human hands between them, and determine what portion of mankind's inheritance our children may retain? The answer struck him from thousands of throats. No, he waited until they quieted themselves. Shall an elven lord determine where your children are permitted to live? The denial came louder. Shall an orcish warchief determine which fields your sons may cultivate and which roads your merchants may travel? The crowd answered again. Tiberius raised his voice over them. Shall beasts beneath the trees determine where mankind may raise its walls, build its temples, bury its dead, and carry the works of civilization? The square shook with the answer. Tiberius lifted his right hand. Or shall mankind determine mankind's fate? The roar became physical. For several breaths Tiberius could feel it through the stone beneath his boots. He waited until the crowd had spent enough of itself to listen again. Do not mistake shouting for victory. The answer will not be given beneath this balcony. The legion will answer with steel, but soldiers cannot fight upon courage alone. He pointed into the crowd. Every farmer who fills an imperial granary answers. Every smith who keeps his forge burning after sunset answers. Every wagoner who carries grain toward the front answers. Every healer who binds a legionary's wounds answers. Every miner who raises iron from the earth answers. Every merchant who keeps supplies moving instead of hiding them for a higher price answers. His gaze moved toward the legion standards. Every veteran who discovers his old armor still fits answers. Every recruit who learns to stand beside frightened men and remain in formation answers. Every family that endures an empty chair while someone they love serves the Empire answers. The mood had changed again, less frenzy now, something heavier. Tiberius wanted that too. I do not ask you to feel no fear, only fools feel nothing when war approaches their homes. I ask that fear remind you what deserves defending, and that anger give you strength enough to defend it without forgetting your duty. A woman near the front was crying. A legionary beside her held his helmet beneath one arm and stared upward without blinking. Tiberius knew neither of them, he did not need to. They believe this is their moment, his voice lowered. They believe Aurellion has finally grown old. The square quieted by itself. Behind Tiberius, Bartholomew shifted half a step closer. I have heard that prediction before. Tiberius looked beyond the square toward the city he had ruled longer than any living human memory. I heard it when your grandfather's grandfathers were children. I heard it from kings whose kingdoms no longer exist. I heard it from rebels whose names survive only because imperial clerks recorded the date of their executions. I heard it from enemies who swore Aurellion could not survive another winter, another famine, another rebellion, another war. The crowd listened without movement. For 6 centuries they have waited. Tiberius let one breath pass. They waited for famine, they waited for rebellion, they waited for defeat. His left hand shook behind the stone. Bartholomew saw it, no one else did. Tiberius looked over mankind and gave them the line they had feared hearing from anyone else's mouth. They waited for me to die. Silence. Not a cough, not a shifting boot, nothing. The tremor climbed from his fingers into his wrist. Tiberius curled the hand harder behind the balustrade. Then he smiled. They are still waiting for that day. The square broke. The sound was enormous. People shouted his name. Legionaries hammered fists against breastplates. Standards swung above the crowd. Somewhere below, thousands began repeating Tiberius, Tiberius, Tiberius until the name became less a name than a rhythm beaten against the palace itself. Bartholomew watched the emperor breathe once through his nose. Tiberius raised his right hand. It took time for the crowd to surrender the chant. When they finally did, his voice carried into the waiting quiet. There has always been a Tiberius upon the throne. There has always been an Aurellion beneath our banners. And so long as mankind possesses the courage to defend what mankind has built, no coalition of frightened elves, ambitious orcs, or beasts beneath the trees will decide when that history ends. He pointed east. Let Ravelon come. Let its ancient lords spend the lives they guarded so carefully while human generations fought and died beneath their gaze. He turned his hand toward the Grimstone frontier. Let Grimstone bring its clans, its shamans, its wagons, and every warchief arrogant enough to believe our soil is waiting for another master. Then toward the forest. Let the endless forest empty itself against our roads and walls if its tribes truly believe mankind has forgotten how to answer tooth and claw. Tiberius lowered his hand. They crossed our borders because they believed they had found mankind weakened. We will teach them the difference between patience and weakness. The crowd was already beginning to answer. He did not let them yet. Our fathers determined their own fate. We will determine ours. Our children will inherit the right to determine theirs. No elf, no orc, and no Beastkin chieftain will take that inheritance from them while Aurellion still possesses blood enough to defend it. Tiberius drew himself upright. The shaking hand remained hidden. Mankind will determine mankind's fate. The square repeated it. Once again, the words multiplied until individuals disappeared inside them. Mankind will determine mankind's fate. Legionaries took it up in cadence. Mankind will determine mankind's fate. First citizens shouted beside craftsmen, merchants beside laborers. Parents lifted children higher. Veterans raised old swords and walking sticks. Thousands of people who would return home to different ranks, different taxes, different privileges, different hungers, and different futures shouted one identity until everything beneath it seemed temporarily smaller. Tiberius watched them become what he required. Then he gave them the final words. Go home to your families and remember what you promised them here. When Aurellion calls upon you, answer loudly enough that every lesser people beyond our borders learns the sound of mankind refusing to kneel." The roar followed him through the bronze doors. Bartholomew closed them. The sound became muffled stone and distant thunder. For 3 steps Tiberius remained exactly as the crowd had seen him. On the 4th, his left hand seized hard enough that the fingers curled against his will. He stopped. Bartholomew was beside him before he asked. Tiberius rested his right hand against the wall and waited for the spasm to pass. Outside, thousands continued chanting. "Mankind will determine mankind's fate." Bartholomew watched the emperor's left hand tremble beneath the imperial mantle. "Shall I send for the physicians now, your majesty?" Tiberius listened to the crowd for another moment. "Not yet. The Lord General will have answers from the Eastern commanders before noon." Bartholomew's mouth tightened. "Of course, your majesty. The war would hate to inconvenience your schedule." Tiberius pushed away from the wall. The tremor had not stopped. He tucked the hand behind his back and started toward the map chamber. "It already has, Bartholomew. That is why I intend to make it expensive." Chapter 1. Magnus woke hungry enough to be angry about it. For several seconds that was all he understood. His mouth was dry. His tongue felt too large. Every muscle in his body carried the dull heaviness of a week spent training without sleep, and somewhere beneath the hunger his heart beat with a slow, exhausted insistence. Then he breathed too deeply. Pain pulled tight beneath his left ribs and across his abdomen. Memory arrived with it. Marius Keld, the claymore, steel passing completely through him. Magnus opened his eyes. He was in his room at the Wolf Villa. The shutters had been pulled nearly closed, leaving one narrow bar of late sunlight across the opposite wall. His training clothes were gone. A clean linen sheet covered him to the waist and bandages wrapped most of his middle beneath it. His right hand moved toward them. "Keep your hand away from the bandage." Brother Corvin sat beside the window with a shallow basin between his boots. His sleeves were rolled above the elbows. A cloth lay over one knee, stained pink from washed blood, and 3 stoppered bottles stood on the floor beside him. Magnus let his hand fall back. "How long have I been asleep?" "Most of the day." "You were less troublesome that way." Corvin set the cloth into the basin and came over. Fatigue had drawn lines around the healer's eyes that had not been there that morning. Magnus noticed them. Was the damage really that bad? Corvin pulled the sheet down enough to inspect the bandage. "That depends upon whether you are asking about yourself or everyone who had to keep you alive." "I was asking about myself first." "I assumed you would ask about yourself first." Corvin pressed 2 fingers lightly along the edge of the wrapping. Magnus expected pain. What came instead was a deep pressure inside his abdomen and a sudden wave of nausea. He breathed through it. Corvin watched his face. "The blade crossed the left side of your abdomen and tore through considerably more than skin and muscle. We controlled the bleeding before the steel came out. After that, your regeneration did most of the work, while several healers made certain you survived long enough for it to matter." Magnus looked down at the bandage. The blade was gone. He knew that already. His body had known it before his mind caught up. There was no weight inside him now, no foreign steel shifting when he breathed. Still, he remembered flesh trying to close around it. How close was I to dying? Corvin did not soften the answer. "If you had been an ordinary man, you would be dead." "If your regeneration had stopped when you lost consciousness, I am not certain you would have survived either. You lost a great deal of blood, and whatever your body repaired afterward came from resources you had already spent fighting. That explained the hunger. Not ordinary hunger. Magnus had been hungry after training, after marches, after Blackreed, after nights when regeneration worked through injuries while he slept. This was different. His body seemed hollow from throat to hips. The emptiness had an edge to it. "Can I have some water first?" Corvin handed him a cup from the bedside table. Magnus drank. The water was warm and faintly salty. He did not care. He emptied half the cup before Corvin took it out of his hands. Magnus regarded him with disbelief. "I am fairly certain I still need that." "You need it to remain inside you. Drink more slowly." Corvin gave it back. Magnus obeyed because wrestling the pack's healer for water would probably be interpreted poorly. By the second cup, the dryness in his mouth eased. By the third, his stomach had begun making demands loud enough that Corvin glanced toward it. That noise from your stomach is encouraging. It has been encouraging me for some time. You are beginning with broth, not meat. Magnus stared at him. Corvin's expression remained professionally unmoved. I have survived a claymore through my abdomen. Yes, let us avoid killing you with supper. The door opened before Magnus could construct an argument. Sarah entered carrying a tray with both hands. Steam rose from a large bowl in the center. Magnus smelled beef fat, onion, and salt before she crossed half the room. There was bread on the tray, 2 boiled eggs, a smaller bowl of barley, and considerably more important, several thick slices of smoked beef. Magnus's attention settled on the meat. Sarah noticed immediately. You are not eating that until Corvin says your stomach can keep the broth down. Magnus looked from her to Corvin. The two of you arranged this together. We have discovered cooperation can be useful. Sarah placed the tray across his thighs. The broth was dark and rich enough that Magnus could see small beads of fat collecting along the surface. He picked up the spoon. Corvin caught his wrist before the first mouthful reached him. Eat the first bowl slowly, Magnus. Magnus looked at the hand around his wrist, then at Corvin. I am beginning to dislike that word. You may dislike it after you swallow. Corvin released him. Magnus ate slowly. The first spoonful made his stomach cramp hard enough that he stopped. The second remained where it belonged. By the sixth, his body seemed to remember what food was for. He finished the bowl. Sarah replaced it with another. Corvin allowed the bread after that. Then the barley, then 1 egg. Magnus reached toward the smoked beef. Corvin shook his head. Magnus withdrew his hand. Sarah's mouth twitched. You look as though I betrayed you. I have done a great deal for this pack. Sarah glanced at the tray. You have done enough to earn half the beef. Not the whole platter. She cut one of the slices and handed him the smaller piece. Magnus accepted the compromise without complaint. The meat tasted better than anything had a right to. Sarah left the rest of the tray within reach and carried the empty bowl away. Corvin stayed long enough to replace the outer bandage, working with the practical efficiency of a man who had already seen everything beneath it and had no interest in allowing Magnus to inspect the damage himself. When the clean wrapping was tied, Corvin leaned back. You are going to sleep again after you eat. Tomorrow, if nothing changes, you may stand with someone beside you. You are not training, you are not smithing. You are not testing whether the wound opens when you twist. Magnus had been considering the last one. Corvin's eyes narrowed. I know exactly what that expression means. I had not actually said anything yet. You did not need to say anything. Magnus ate the second egg. How long until I can train again? Corvin closed his medical case with more force than necessary. That question is the reason healers eventually become unpleasant people. He stood. When you can walk across this room without shaking, keep a full meal down, sleep through the night, and wake without fresh bleeding, I will consider allowing Holt to begin making poor decisions with you again. That actually seems fairly reasonable to me. What? Corvin paused at the door and looked back suspiciously. You agreed with me far too quickly. I am injured, Corvin. I am not dishonest. You are both when training is involved. The door shut behind him. Magnus continued eating. He had nearly reached the second half of the smoked beef when Holt entered. The War Master did not ask how Magnus felt. He looked at the empty broth bowl, the half-ruined loaf of bread, and the remaining beef. Good. At least you are eating again. Corvin has imposed several unnecessary restrictions. That means someone finally outranks your stomach. Holt pulled the room's other chair beside the bed and sat. His sword belt was looped over one shoulder. He set it across his knees, took a small cloth from one pouch and began working dried arena sand from the leather around the scabbard fittings. Magnus watched him for a moment. Holt had changed clothes since the arena. His hair was still damp near the temples. A faint brown stain remained beneath one thumbnail. Blood, Magnus knew whose. The food stopped tasting quite as good. Holt kept working. How much of the fight do you remember? I remember more than I expected to. That answer gives me very little. Magnus set the bread down. I remember the claymore going through me. I remember breaking it. I remember the first full shout after that, and I remember the crowd going quiet. Holt's hands continued moving. The crowd did not stay quiet. No, they started answering the chant. Magnus could hear it again if he let himself, hundreds of voices finding the rhythm behind him. Rathharn dur Keth Ren Varn, the words pressed at the edge of his memory without being spoken. I remember the crowd answering me. Holt drew the cloth through the buckle. Keep going from that point, Magnus. Magnus closed his eyes for a moment, not to hide from the memory, to separate it. Marius kicked the steel while it was still through me. That is where things change. He opened his eyes again. I remember everything after that, but not the same way. Holt finally stopped cleaning. Explain what you mean by different. Magnus searched for the right words. He remembered Marius moving. He remembered angles, weight, distance, the shortened blade, the bad arm, the wall behind him. He remembered changing hands because the right forearm had been cut nearly to bone. He remembered using the beard of the axe to trap steel. He remembered the exact instant Marius's heel slipped. He remembered taking the final thrust into his own side because the blade inside him meant Marius could not retreat quickly enough. All of it was there. Other parts were not. I remember how he fought better than I remember him. Holt's expression tightened. Magnus continued. I knew his injured arm. I knew which leg was carrying less weight. I knew how far he could move before the wall stopped him. I remember taking the shortened blade into my side because it left his wrist close enough to grab. His fingers closed slightly against the sheet. I remember where I put the axe. Holt said nothing. I do not remember deciding that Marius Keld needed to die. I do not remember the title, the money, the duke. I know those things were there because I knew them before, but once I went deep enough they stopped being part of the fight. Magnus looked toward Holt, and after Marius stopped moving I still had the same problem. Movement meant threat. Holt resumed cleaning the buckle, slower now. That matches what I saw from outside. Magnus waited. Holt worked the cloth beneath a leather fold before continuing. You were not flailing around like a drunk with an axe. I almost wish you had been. Your feet were still under you. You changed grips when you needed to. You kept the weapon between yourself and anything approaching. You were making decisions. Inside a world that had become very small. That is exactly what happened out there. Holt pulled the cloth free. Marius was the whole world until he died. Then the world became whatever moved next. Magnus remembered the marshal at the gate, a shape, movement, the red pressure thickening around him. Then Holt, I remember you walking onto the sand. Holt's attention lifted. I remember a man coming toward me. I did not understand that you being Holt should change what I did. The older man went still. Magnus had seen Holt angry, amused, irritated, proud, though Holt usually tried to hide that one. The expression on his face now was harder to place. You raised the axe at me. I remember raising it toward you. But you still listened when I spoke. Magnus frowned. Holt set the sword belt aside. I told you to enter defensive stance. Your foot moved. Magnus remembered rear foot, breath, structure. The stance had felt wrong. Everything inside him had demanded forward movement, but his body had still known what Holt meant. I did not know why I should listen. No, but we had spent enough mornings beating that stance into you that the movement survived whatever else you lost. Holt leaned forward, forearms resting across his thighs. That is the first fact from today I actually know what to do with. Magnus considered it. Training had remained. Not merely the broad instinct to fight, specific instruction, foot position, breathing, defensive structure. Holt's commands had reached a part of him that still understood pattern even after context had narrowed almost to nothing. What else did I respond to? Not much at first, your name reached you eventually. Marius being dead reached you a little. Telling you there was nobody left to fight did almost nothing. Holt's mouth tightened, the stance worked, breathing worked, once the chant broke, pain did the rest. Magnus remembered that too, not the pain during the fight, the return of it, every wound arriving at once after the rhythm failed. His remaining axe falling from his hand, Holt catching his wrist before he pulled the steel from his own abdomen, then faces becoming faces again. Magnus rubbed his thumb against the edge of the sheet. I don't think the rage itself is what scares me. Holt waited. Magnus tried again. That is not quite right. I know what it can do, and I know today could have ended badly for more people than Marius, but the rage was still mine. The distinction mattered. There had been no banshee inside him this time, no foreign will steering his arms. No other mind for Magnus to blame. He had wanted to survive. Then he had wanted to kill the thing still trying to kill him. Then his mind had become so narrow that those wants were almost all that remained. The part I do not like is that I still knew exactly how to fight after I stopped understanding what the fight was for. Holt considered him for several heartbeats. That is a better problem than believing some monster took your place. I know there was nobody else inside me. Good. Do not ever lose that distinction. Holt reached for the sword belt again but did not resume cleaning. If you decide blood rage is another person, you will spend the next 10 years blaming him for whatever you do. That will make you dangerous and stupid. Magnus looked at him. You have put considerable thought into that. I had most of the afternoon, while Corvin was elbow-deep in keeping you alive. The answer carried enough irritation that Magnus almost smiled. Almost, Holt saw it anyway. You are not allowed to look pleased about surviving long enough to annoy me. I was not pleased about that part specifically. That was a terrible lie, lad. Magnus picked up the bread again, the room eased by a fraction. Holt waited until Magnus had eaten several more bites. Do not misunderstand the lesson either. Today is not proof that you should start trying to reach blood rage every time we train. I had no intention of doing that. You had not planned to get a claymore through your guts this morning. That is a fair enough point. War has a habit of providing conditions we did not request. What? Holt's thumb ran once across the buckle he had been cleaning. If all you practice is going deeper, you will become very good at reaching the dangerous part and no better at carrying yourself through it. I would rather train what stays. Magnus looked toward him. Then we train the pieces that disappeared first. The objective, friend from enemy, stopping when the objective changes. Holt nodded, and we keep using the parts we already know can reach you. Stance, breath, repeated commands we build from what survived. Magnus thought about the arena. The crowd had disappeared from his mind before it disappeared from the stands. The Duke had ceased to exist. Money had ceased to exist. Even Holt had become movement. But the position of Magnus's rear foot had remained. That was almost insulting. Months of Holt striking him whenever his structure was wrong had apparently become more durable than friendship. Magnus said as much. Holt's mouth pulled into a tired grin. I have always maintained violence is an excellent teacher. That is not the lesson I was drawing. It is the one I prefer. Magnus finished the bread. For the first time since waking, the hunger had retreated from pain into something manageable. A problem was better than an emergency. How soon do you think we can start? Holt stared at him. Magnus lifted one hand before the older man could answer. After Corvin clears me. I heard him. At least you are finally learning. Not as quickly as you would prefer. Holt's expression turned dry. Nothing about you has ever been quick enough to spare me the pain. That still appears to be your preferred teaching method. Holt stood and settled the sword belt over one shoulder. At the door he paused. There is one more thing you need to remember. Magnus waited. Marius kept fighting until you killed him. The words landed differently from everything else they had discussed. Holt's expression had gone sober. Broken arm, broken sword, blood everywhere. He kept trying to kill you until you killed him. Whatever else happened in that arena, do not turn him into a fool because you survived. Magnus remembered Marius on one knee, trying to rise, trying to fight, champion, war master, knight. No. He was better than me for most of that fight. He was better than you for most of it. If the choice were put in front of me again, knowing what it cost, I would still enter the sand. Holt gave him a long, weary look. That is unfortunately the answer I expected. He left. Magnus remained in bed until the room grew darker. He ate everything Sarah had left. Then he slept again. When he woke, lamps burned in the corridor outside his door and the house had settled into the quieter sounds of evening. Someone crossed the courtyard below. A chair scraped in another room. The pack continued existing without requiring Magnus to participate in it. His body felt marginally less empty. That seemed enough reason to try standing. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. The movement pulled hard across his abdomen. Magnus stopped there until the pressure eased, then he stood. For perhaps 2 heartbeats, this seemed like an excellent decision. On the third, his knees weakened. Magnus caught the bedpost before he fell. The room tilted. He remained upright out of stubbornness until the dizziness passed, then took 1 step. Another. By the 5th, sweat had broken across his back. Magnus regarded the distance to the desk with increasing resentment. It was perhaps 8 feet away. He had crossed battlefields more comfortably. He reached it anyway. The letter sat exactly where he had left it that morning. 2 folded pages, twine around the middle, the small postage purse beside them. Magnus lowered himself into the chair. 16. He remembered thinking the number while Marius's sword stood through his body. Not because birthdays mattered much, because the letter had not been sent. Helena would receive a Legion notice instead. Edric would be beside her. The thought had lasted only seconds in the arena. Rage had erased it soon afterward. Here in the quiet room, it returned without the rage to burn it away. Magnus put 1 hand over his face. His palms smelled faintly of broth. That helped. Home was still there. Nothing had happened to Helena because Magnus nearly died. Edric had not been handed a notice. Bran had not had to stand in their kitchen trying to find a joke that would never come. Pell had not gone quiet beside the hearth. Magnus had simply come very close to making all of that happen. He untied the letter. The first page was still for Helena and Edric. The second had wandered into Bran, Pell, Abigail, and nearly everyone else he had missed while pretending he did not miss them as much as he did. He found a blank strip near the bottom. Then he stopped. 3 lines would not explain the arena. 10 pages probably would not explain the arena. Magnus reached for the pen anyway. He wrote that he had won the championship. He wrote that he had been hurt but was recovering. He wrote that the healers were satisfied enough to let him complain about the food, which was close enough to true. He did not write that a broken claymore had remained through his body while several hundred people chanted with him. Helena deserved the truth. She did not deserve to receive it without context from a piece of paper carried across half the empire. Magnus sanded the ink, retied the pages, and placed the letter near the edge of the desk where nobody could mistake it for scrap. A knock sounded against the open door. Holt stood there holding a small iron-bound chest. His eyebrows rose. "You were told you could stand tomorrow. I wanted to reach the letter myself. You could have asked someone to bring it. I decided I could manage 8 feet. That explanation becomes less impressive every time you use it." Holt entered and put the chest on the desk. The wood struck hard enough to make the inkpot jump. Magnus eyed it. What exactly is in that chest? The reason the arena's chief accountant spent half the afternoon surrounded by armed guards. Holt produced 2 folded receipts and laid them beside the chest. "Your championship purse, 20 gold and 45 large silver, your wager settled separately." Magnus picked up the second receipt. He read the amount once, then again, 84 gold. Holt watched his face. "You have become remarkably quiet all of a sudden. I am trying to add the total. I was afraid you were doing that." Magnus looked at the chest. 104 gold plus 45 large silver before whatever he already possessed. The amount was too large to think of as spending money. Magnus immediately began dividing it into work. Books had once been individual decisions measured against his remaining silver. Now he could buy shelves, better smithing texts, better tools, better materials. Copies of records someone did not want to lend, training from people who normally charged more than a soldier could justify, a guide's time, a researcher's time if Magnus reached a problem he could not solve himself. The important part was information. He could afford that now. Holt leaned one shoulder against the doorframe. There is that damned expression again. Magnus looked up. What expression are you talking about? The same face you made when I first told you the arena purse. I do not know what face that was. You looked as though someone had handed you permission to become troublesome in several new directions. Magnus considered the chest. That description is probably reasonably accurate. Holt snorted. Kasha has the arena seals and copies of both receipts. Keep those papers. Do not leave the chest sitting beside an open window. And if you decide to carry all of it in that damned pack, tell someone before we spend an hour searching the villa because we think 100 gold has vanished. I was going to put it in the pack. Of course that was your first idea. Magnus touched the edge of the receipt. The money could buy a great deal. It could not tell him what happened inside Blood Rage. It could not teach him to recognize Holt when every part of his body had narrowed toward threat. It could not undo Marius Keld. But it could remove obstacles Magnus had spent most of his life accepting because there had been no alternative. That mattered. Holt nodded toward the letter. Is that the one from this morning? Yes. I finished it before the fight. Then it should leave with the morning post. Magnus's legs chose that moment to tremble beneath the chair. Holt looked down, then back up. Magnus decided dignity had become difficult to defend. I was already going back to bed. Then for once we agree on something. Holt picked up the letter. I will see it goes with the morning post. Magnus hesitated before releasing it, then he did. Make certain the letter actually reaches Helena. I will make certain she gets it. Holt tucked the letter inside his coat. He pointed toward the bed. Now get back over there before Corvin discovers I watched you cross the room without stopping you. You did not watch me cross the room. I am preparing my defense in advance. Magnus pushed himself upright. The return journey was worse. Holt did not offer an arm immediately. He walked beside Magnus and let him manage the first 2 steps himself. On the third, Magnus's balance shifted. Holt's hand closed around his upper arm before he could fall. Holt did not comment. Magnus accepted the help without pretending he had not needed it. They reached the bed. Magnus sat. Holt released him only after he was steady. The iron-bound chest remained on the desk. Magnus would move it into the dimensional pack tomorrow, preferably after he could cross 8 feet without nearly collapsing. The letter was already on its way toward the morning post. Once Corvin stopped treating standing as an act of rebellion, Magnus could begin figuring out what parts of himself had survived the arena and how to carry more of them with him the next time a fight drove him that deep. His stomach growled again. Holt glanced toward the empty tray. Magnus followed his gaze. Before any of that, I need more food. That, Holt said, may be the most sensible plan you have had all day. Chapter 2. 4 days after becoming champion of Gerlin, Magnus discovered that winning had made it considerably harder to walk through the city unnoticed. Corvin had finally permitted him outside the Wolf Villa. Permitted was perhaps generous. The healer had inspected Magnus's abdomen that morning, made him bend forward, straighten, twist carefully in both directions, then walk the length of the common room twice while watching him with the concentration of a man waiting for stupidity to reveal itself. Magnus had passed. Corvin had then forbidden training for another day. Magnus considered the second decision poorly supported by the first. Corvin had disagreed. The result was that Magnus now walked through Gerlin wearing ordinary trousers, boots, and a dark tunic loose enough not to pull across the healing wound. His dimensional pack rested against one shoulder. A dagger rode at his belt. mostly because leaving the villa entirely unarmed had felt wrong. Velithar walked beside him. Corvin had apparently decided Magnus could enter the city but should not be trusted to remain upright without witnesses. Magnus had objected. Velithar had volunteered before the argument ended. At first, Magnus assumed the rogue merely wanted an excuse to leave the villa. Then they reached the first crowded street. A man carrying 2 sacks of flour slowed almost to a stop, his attention fixed on Magnus. Magnus kept walking. The man twisted around after they passed. Velithar noticed. The corner of his mouth began to rise. "Whatever you are preparing to say, don't. I haven't actually said anything objectionable yet. You were clearly working towards something. That accusation requires considerably more evidence." A woman outside a butcher's shop recognized Magnus next. Then 2 apprentices carrying a timber beam. One stared long enough that his companion had to jerk the beam aside before they struck a passing wagon. Magnus began regretting the decision to leave the villa. The championship had been 4 days ago. That seemed enough time for Gerlin to develop another interest. Apparently not. The streets around the arena were worse. Marius Keld's name had not disappeared from the bookmaker's boards, it had merely moved beneath Magnus's. Champion of Gerlin had been written outside 3 taverns. One bookmaker had already listed possible future opponents beneath it despite Magnus having agreed to fight none of them. Then Magnus saw the sign. Someone had painted a broad red title across a hanging board outside a drinking house. The Deathcaller. Below it, in considerably smaller letters, the proprietor advertised Champion's Ale at half price for the first cup. Magnus stopped. Velithar stopped beside him. For several seconds neither spoke. Magnus pointed toward the sign. What in the hell is that supposed to mean? Velithar studied the board with exaggerated seriousness. I believe they're using your reputation to sell cheap beer. I understood the beer, explain the other part. Velithar managed another heartbeat before amusement escaped him. You really haven't heard people calling you that. Magnus turned toward him. You knew this was happening already. I heard it yesterday. I considered warning you, but seeing your face now has justified my decision. Magnus returned his attention to the sign, Deathcaller. It sounded like something a 12-year-old boy would invent after hearing one story about a frightening warrior and deciding ordinary names lacked sufficient menace. 2 legionaries passed across the street. One recognized Magnus. The second followed his attention. Magnus heard the word before the crowd swallowed them. Deathcaller. He rubbed one hand over his face. Why that name of all things? Velithar's amusement settled enough for him to answer properly. You entered a death match against the Duke's champion, then the arena started chanting those words of yours while you killed him. I suspect champion sounded too ordinary afterward. Someone involved has terrible judgment. They painted it large enough to sell beer. Their judgment may be excellent. The tavern proprietor had noticed them. Recognition spread across the man's face. Magnus immediately resumed walking. Velithar fell in beside him. You do realize walking faster won't help. I'm not fleeing from a tavern sign. You have developed a remarkably purposeful stride. Magnus ignored him. The bookseller's shop lay several streets away from the arena quarter, where larger stone buildings gave way to narrow businesses crowded beneath overhanging upper floors. Magnus remembered the route easily. He had spent enough time there before the tournament buying smithing texts and whatever other useful books he could justify with the money he possessed at the time. That last limitation had changed rather dramatically. The proprietor recognized him before Magnus crossed the threshold. His attention went first to Magnus's face, dropped briefly toward the healing wound beneath his tunic, then returned. You look considerably better than the stories suggested. That depends upon which story reached you. The one where Marius Keld nearly cut you in half and you continued fighting. He didn't cut me in half. The bookseller considered this. Good, that sounded medically inconvenient. Behind Magnus, Velithar covered a cough with one fist. Magnus glanced over. The rogue discovered an urgent need to inspect a shelf. The shop smelled exactly as Magnus remembered it. Old leather, dust, lamp oil, binding glue, and paper. Shelves occupied nearly every wall. Books stood upright wherever possible and lay sideways wherever the proprietor had run out of room. Magnus liked the place. The bookseller came around the counter. I assume wealth has finally corrupted you and you are here for something entertaining. I need a bibliography. The man's disappointment appeared genuine. Apparently wealth has failed you completely. Magnus reached into his dimensional pack and withdrew a folded sheet. Castelline the Wise, I want as complete a list of his writings as you can build. The bookseller's amusement disappeared beneath professional interest. The military historian, that's the man. Any particular period? All of it, but I care most about the later work. I want the list arranged by date as closely as you can manage. That earned a longer pause. The bookseller returned behind the counter. You understand you're asking for more than a list of books sitting in this shop. I assumed that was why I'd have to pay you. The proprietor pulled a narrow ledger from beneath the counter. Castelline wrote for most of his life. Military history is what most people remember, but he wandered through several fields: languages, politics, old settlements, administrative histories, some regional studies that were obscure while he was alive and have not improved with age. Magnus kept his expression neutral. Years ago, beneath the temple in Brookshire, Flavian had found the copied folios that mattered to him. Castelline the Wise, scholar, military historian, berserker. Callista had known his public name immediately. Flavian had discovered what most people apparently had not. Castelline's later work almost stopped mentioning the root that had shaped his life. Magnus had been a child then. He had accepted the simple explanation. Castelline had studied Berserker until he had nothing more worth saying, then moved on to other things. The ancient warrior had given Magnus a reason to reconsider simple explanations, not to reject them, to test them. The bookseller turned several pages. What exactly are you hoping I find? Magnus had prepared for that question. I want to see how his interests changed over time. The bookseller waited. Magnus did not add anything. There was no reason to. Velithar knew Magnus had come here to investigate a dead historian. That was all Velithar needed to know. The bookseller tapped one finger against the ledger. So chronology matters more than subject. Exactly. If something survives only as a title, include the title. If you can find where a copy exists, include that too. And if 3 catalogs disagree, tell me they disagree. The proprietor's eyebrows rose slightly. Most customers prefer certainty. I prefer knowing when I don't have it. That seemed to please him. He pulled another ledger down from a shelf. A proper search will take time. I can check what I have here, contact 2 dealers I trust, and hire scribes to compare the larger catalogs. Anything outside Garland becomes slower. How much for the first pass? The bookseller named the price, silver, enough that Magnus would once have spent several minutes deciding whether the question deserved the expense. Now he reached into the dimensional pack. Coin appeared in his palm. There were more than 100 gold pieces inside the pack now, plus silver. The amount still felt absurd. Magnus had spent most of his Eldaran life measuring purchases against what Edric could spare, what Magnus had earned, or what the Legion would issue. Now he could purchase something far more valuable than another hammer: time. Someone else's. He counted the silver onto the counter. Start with that. If the first search gives me somewhere useful to go, I'll pay for the rest. The bookseller counted once and pushed several coins back. You've given me too much. You called the price an estimate. I also know exactly what the first letters will cost. Keep the difference until I've earned it. Magnus collected the coins. He liked the man more for that. The bookseller drew a clean page toward himself. I'll need somewhere to send whatever we find. The wolf quarters here in Garland. For how long? Magnus opened his mouth, then stopped. That was a good question. The wolves moved. Until now, Magnus had considered that one of their greatest advantages: cities, roads, military access, guildhouses, specialist contacts. Every assignment carried him somewhere new. A moving unit could find information a farm boy in Brookshire never could. A moving unit could also leave a city before the answer arrived. Send the first results there. If we move, I'll leave instructions. The bookseller dipped his pen. That sounds as though you're expecting orders. We're wolves during a 3-front war. I'd be surprised if nobody found work for us. The proprietor wrote down the address. Magnus watched the pen move. Nothing had been proven. Nothing had even been discovered. That was fine. The problem had become a task. Find Casteline's work, put it in order, see what changed. Then decide whether the change meant anything. That was enough for today. The bookseller sanded the page. I should warn you about private collections. Magnus shifted his attention back to him. What about them? Old first citizen houses collect books. Some actually read them. Others inherit rooms full of things nobody has opened in a century. A catalog may tell me a work survives without giving me any lawful way to put it in your hands. Can access usually be purchased? The proprietor smiled without much humor. Sometimes, wealthy men are often more interested in favors, introductions, or prestige than coin. Magnus considered that. I'll worry about that if we find something worth reading. A sensible answer. Try to preserve it when someone rich invites you to dinner. Velithar finally abandoned the shelves. I'd pay to watch Magnus survive a noble dinner. Magnus turned toward him. I've survived more dangerous things recently. That confidence is exactly why I would pay. The bookseller laughed and returned to his ledgers. Magnus and Velithar stepped back into the street. They made it nearly a block before Velithar spoke again. You won more gold than most men will see in their lives and immediately hired people to catalog a dead scholar. I wanted the catalog. I understand what you purchased. I'm questioning your priorities. Magnus adjusted the strap across his shoulder. I already have weapons. Velithar stared at him. That answer somehow made this worse. Magnus almost smiled. The ache beneath his ribs returned before they reached the villa. Not sharp pain. A deep pulling fatigue that reminded him the outside had healed faster than everything beneath it. He slowed slightly. Velithar noticed. For once, the rogue said nothing. Magnus considered that more irritating than mockery. The wolf villa had 3 unfamiliar horses tied outside. That drew both their attention. Inside, Kasia sat at the long table with a stack of opened letters spread before her. Corvin stood near the wall checking the contents of a medical case. A well-dressed man waited near the hearth wearing the discreet colors of a first citizen household Magnus did not recognize. The man's attention settled on Magnus immediately. Kasia noticed Magnus's reaction. You can turn around if you like, he already knows you're here. Magnus sighed and entered. The visitor bowed his head politely. Champion Magnus, my employer sends congratulations and asks that you consider a private invitation. He offered a sealed letter. Magnus accepted it. An invitation to what exactly? A dinner first. His lordship has followed your recent arena appearances with considerable interest. That alone was enough to make Magnus wary. The man continued. His household scholars are also interested in your unusual route. His lordship would be prepared to sponsor a formal reading by senior temple specialists entirely at his own expense. Magnus's attention sharpened. Who keeps the results from that reading? The representative hesitated just long enough to answer the question before he spoke. His lordship would naturally retain a scholarly copy. Magnus turned the sealed letter over in his fingers. No, I won't agree to that arrangement. The man's expression cooled by a fraction. I would encourage you to read the complete proposal before deciding. His lordship maintains an extensive private library and possesses relationships with several scholars who rarely accept outside commissions. Private library. There it was. The bookseller's warning had taken less than an hour to become relevant. Magnus disliked that. He also disliked that the offer interested him. Put every condition in writing. If the library access is tied to letting strangers examine my route, the answer will remain no. The representative relaxed slightly. He had apparently expected outright dismissal. I believe his lordship would appreciate your willingness to consider the proposal. Magnus had not said that. He saw no advantage in correcting the man. The representative departed soon afterward. Kasia waited until the door closed before pushing the remaining letters toward Magnus. He's merely the first one persistent enough to visit in person. Magnus eyed the stack. How many more people suddenly need something? 11 letters arrived since yesterday. Arenas, merchants, noble households, 1 military patron, and a woman whose intentions became increasingly unclear by the second page. Velithar's interest returned immediately. Please tell me somebody proposed marriage. Kasia's mouth shifted. I discarded that one before Magnus returned. Magnus looked at her, Thank you, that may be the kindest thing you've done for me. I considered it operational security. Magnus sat. His abdomen appreciated the decision. He opened several letters while Kasha returned to her own paperwork. Another arena wanted him for a future championship appearance. A weapons merchant offered payment if Magnus publicly used his axes. One household wanted him at a dinner attended by several young first citizens and officers. Another wanted confirmation that the stories about his complete lack of mana were true. Two addressed him as Magnus the Deathcaller. Magnus stopped at the second. This ridiculous name is already on correspondence. Kasha glanced toward the letter. You saw it in the city then. Someone painted it across a tavern sign. Velithar added, they have a beer now. Magnus looked at him. Kasha ignored the interruption. The name will spread whether you like it or not. The arena gave people a story simple enough to repeat. I already have a name and a championship title. I don't need another one. Reputation doesn't usually ask permission. Magnus folded the letter and placed it with the others. He was beginning to understand that. A knock sounded against the open door. A Legion courier entered carrying a narrow dispatch case. The shift in Kasha was immediate. The letters stopped mattering. She held out one hand. The courier gave her the case. This arrived from Regional Command less than an hour ago. They require acknowledgement before I return. Kasha broke the seal. Magnus watched her read. First page, second, back to the first. Her face settled into command. Did they give you any information beyond this packet? Nothing additional, Commander. I was told the movement schedule takes priority. Kasha reached for a pen. When do the attached forces begin assembling? Tonight, the first conventional elements leave before dawn. Kasha signed the acknowledgement. Tell Regional Command we've received the order and will meet the schedule. The courier accepted the page and left. Velithar waited until the outer door closed. Where are they sending us? Kasha stacked the dispatch pages. The Beastkin front. The words settled differently from every rumor Magnus had heard over the last several weeks. Ravelon had moved. Grimstone had moved. Beastkin attacks had widened through the forest marches. Until now, those things had existed in reports, tavern conversations, military notices, and troop columns moving along roads Magnus was not using. Now the war had an address. Kasha continued. We're joining specialist and conventional forces moving toward the verge. Final assignment comes after we report forward. We leave at first light. Corvin straightened from his medical case. He's fit to ride if the wound remains closed tonight. Magnus glanced toward him. This morning you said I couldn't train. I still say you can't train. Unfortunately, the Legion neglected to consult me before beginning a war. Kasha was already dividing tasks. Weapons inspected tonight, armor checked, medical stores topped off, water capacity filled, Dane handles route preparation. Velithar, take Magnus to the military stores and draw travel provisions. Velithar nodded. Magnus did too. Kasha's attention lingered on him. Reasonable travel provisions. Magnus found the clarification unnecessary. Velithar did not. His eyes narrowed immediately. Magnus ignored him. The military depot was busier than it had been during Magnus's original Wolf issue. Wagons waited in the yard. Teamsters shouted over one another. Quartermasters moved between ledgers while laborers carried sacks, crates, bundled arrows, replacement spear shafts, medical chests, lamp oil, rope, grain, and armor parts toward units preparing to move. War had converted inventory into motion. Magnus and Velithar presented Kasha's requisition. The quartermaster barely looked at Magnus until he read the name. Then recognition arrived. His gaze lifted. Magnus waited. The man looked down again. Professional discipline 1, travel issue for 10, 7 days initial movement, forward supply after that. He waved toward the ration stores. Take the marked allocation. Smithing stock is through the next door if you're still carrying the field forge. Magnus's mood improved considerably. Velithar noticed. That expression makes me nervous. I haven't done anything. That has never prevented future problems. They began with legitimate supplies, smoked beef, salt pork, hard cheese, barley, beans, flour, dried peas, dried apples, salt, rendered fat, hard bread, onions, garlic. The dimensional packs swallowed each bundle without complaint. Magnus had done this before. The sensation never became less satisfying. A week's provisions for 10 vanished into a leather bag that barely shifted against his shoulder. Then they reached the end of the marked allocation. Magnus looked at the remaining shelves. Velithar looked at Magnus. "No," Magnus turned toward him. "You don't even know what I was thinking. I have known you long enough to make an educated guess." Magnus placed one hand against another sack of barley. It disappeared. Velithar stared at the empty space. "That wasn't part of our issue. Calm down, buddy. I'm doing the Empire a service." Velithar glanced toward the quartermaster's desk. "By stealing another sack of grain, stealing is an unnecessarily hostile description." Magnus stored a second sack. "We are an Imperial specialist unit operating toward a front where supply lines are apparently important enough to move half this depot tonight." Velithar watched another bundle of smoked meat vanish. "You mean you are never going hungry? That is also operationally useful." Magnus added 2 wheels of hard cheese. Velithar lowered his voice. "How much food do you already have in that damned pack?" Magnus considered the question. A precise answer would require an inventory, enough to make this conversation unnecessary. That answer is deeply concerning. Magnus reached for dried fruit. Velithar caught his wrist. "Magnus." The rogue rarely used that tone with him. Magnus looked at the hand, then at Velithar. Velithar released him. "At what point does preparing for disrupted supply become robbing the fucking Legion?" Magnus considered this carefully. "The distinction depends heavily on whether we eventually eat it." Velithar closed his eyes. Magnus continued before he could object. "Holt explained this already. Wolves are the Empire's favorite children. I'm keeping the favorite children fed." Velithar opened his eyes again. "You mean you are keeping yourself fed? I am part of the pack. You eat enough for a small formation. Then the Empire should be grateful I'm planning ahead." Velithar stared at him. Magnus stored another sack of flour. "You understand none of this becomes legal because you say it confidently. I never claimed confidence creates legality. That may be the first sensible thing you've said since we entered this room." Magnus pointed toward the ration shelves. "Think about it properly. If the road gets cut, those supplies become valuable. If the road doesn't get cut, we eat them later. There is no losing outcome." Velithar's expression became openly incredulous. "The losing outcome is somebody audits the warehouse." Magnus stopped. That was a legitimate concern. He looked toward the disappearing food, then toward the busy depot, then back toward Velithar. "We should probably stop before this becomes unreasonable." Velithar stared at the shelves. "You passed unreasonable 3 sacks ago." Magnus decided that was subjective. The smithing stores were next. His existing field forge was already well supplied with tools, iron, wire, rivets, repair plates, and enough specialized equipment to make an ordinary village smith jealous. Fuel was another matter. Magnus had burned through a considerable amount of his original coal allotment. Apparently repeatedly practicing smithing consumed coal. Nobody had warned him of this astonishing fact. The quartermaster at the adjoining stores checked Cash's requisition. "Top off what you've expended. You don't need another forge." "I wasn't asking for another forge." The man looked at Magnus's pack. "I was informed about the first one." Magnus could not tell whether Holt had been complaining or warning people, probably both. The issued coal disappeared sack by sack. Magnus counted, not enough. He looked toward the remaining pile. Velithar saw it happen. "Don't." Magnus touched another sack. It vanished. Velithar made a quiet sound of suffering. "Are you expecting to repair the entire Legion?" "No, that would require considerably more coal. That was not permission to take more." Magnus added one final sack, then stopped voluntarily. Velithar watched him with deep suspicion. "Why did that make me less comfortable? Because you don't trust me." "Correct. Around unattended supplies, I absolutely do not trust you." Magnus adjusted the pack. He could feel none of the added weight. Food for weeks, forge fuel, tools, weapons, armor, books, money, an entire field workshop. The Empire had issued him a magical storage space large enough to carry the practical foundation of an independent life, and then repeatedly placed him near warehouses. At some point, responsibility had to fall on both parties. Velithar started toward the door. "Come on before you decide. We require furniture." Magnus followed. They were halfway across the depot yard when Velithar slowed. His face changed. Magnus recognized the realization before the rogue spoke. "Wait, is this where all that food at the villa came from?" Magnus kept walking. "I don't know what food you're referring to," Velithar caught up. "You absolute bastard, Holt knew about this." "Holt has consistently maintained that he knows nothing. That means he knew. I don't see how you've reached that conclusion." "Because that is exactly what people say when they know and don't want paperwork." Magnus considered denying it. There was little point. Velithar laughed under his breath. "For months I've been eating stolen Imperial cheese. Requisition-adjacent cheese. That is not a real phrase. It describes the situation accurately." Velithar shook his head. "I cannot believe Kasha sent me with you." Magnus looked back toward the depot. "She said to draw provisions. She also said reasonable provisions." Magnus touched the dimensional pack. "Reasonable is affected by available storage." Velithar stared at him for several steps, then he started laughing again. Magnus decided the argument was over. By the time they returned to the villa, preparations had consumed the house. Armor lay open for inspection. Weapons had been cleaned and laid out. Corvin's medical stores occupied one end of the long table. Dane had maps spread across the other. Nobody asked exactly how many provisions Magnus had drawn. Magnus appreciated the trust. Velithar opened his mouth once. Magnus handed him a piece of dried apple from the pack. Velithar took it. That settled the matter for the moment. Magnus climbed the stairs to his room. The stack of invitations waited where he had left it. He stored those too. Then the letters from the arenas. Then the first citizen proposal. The bookseller's receipt went into a separate pouch inside the dimensional pack. That one mattered. Somewhere in Garland, a bookseller would spend the next several weeks putting a dead scholar's life into chronological order. Magnus finally possessed enough money to pay people to search questions he could not answer himself. He possessed tools, food, armor, weapons, field capability, enough gold to reach places that had once been closed to him. For a few hours that morning, the possibilities had seemed almost endless. Then Kasha received a piece of paper. Tomorrow the Empire decided where he went. Magnus stood beside the bed and felt the healing pull beneath his ribs. The war had not taken anything from him yet. It had simply chosen his road, for now. At first light, the wolves rode for the Beastkin front. Chapter 3. Garland disappeared behind them one roof at a time. Magnus watched the city recede until the outer wall became a pale line beneath the morning haze. The road beyond the gate was already crowded despite the hour. Wagons loaded with grain and arrow bundles rolled beneath Legion escort. Replacement horses moved in strings behind mounted handlers. A company of infantry marched toward Garland while another column moved away from it, shields slung across their backs and packs riding high against their shoulders. War had apparently decided the roads belonged to soldiers. Magnus faced forward again. His abdomen objected when his horse changed gait. He shifted carefully in the saddle until the pressure beneath his ribs eased. Corvin noticed from 3 horses away. Magnus pretended otherwise. That lasted perhaps 10 seconds. "You're already protecting the left side. I'm adjusting the saddle, there's a difference. You've ridden that saddle for weeks without needing to lean around it. It may have developed a problem overnight." Corvin gave him the silence that usually preceded medical violence. Magnus kept riding. Holt traveled near the front with Kasha and Dane. Sarah had positioned herself close enough to the pack horse carrying the pack's ordinary provisions to supervise it, despite Magnus carrying enough additional food in his dimensional pack to make those supplies almost insulting. Velithar rode beside him. The rogue waited until Corvin had dropped several lengths behind. "How long before he orders you off the horse? I'm perfectly capable of staying in the saddle." "That still wasn't what I asked." Magnus adjusted his reins. "Kasha said nearly 3 weeks, didn't she?" 3 weeks if the roads cooperate and nobody decides our orders are suddenly more urgent than our horses." Velithar nodded toward the military traffic ahead. "Considering all this, I wouldn't become attached to the estimate. 3 weeks. Magnus had known the number the night before. It felt different beyond Garland's walls. The villa had become familiar without his noticing. So had the forge, the arena quarter, the bookseller, and the streets where he knew which baker sold decent bread before sunrise. Now all of that sat behind him. Ahead waited a front Magnus knew mostly through maps, reports, and soldiers who tended to become noticeably less talkative when someone mentioned the forest. He reached beneath his cloak and touched the bandage through his tunic. Corvin made an irritated sound behind him. Magnus dropped his hand. Velithar smiled. If you tell him I saw that, I'll deny everything. I wouldn't need to tell him. He watches you like a mother watching a child near an open fire. Magnus considered that. That seems insulting to both of us. It was meant to be. They passed another supply wagon. The driver glanced toward Magnus. Recognition followed. Magnus turned away before the man could decide whether to say anything. He had managed to leave Gerlin without hearing Deathcaller once that morning. There was no reason to ruin the achievement. The road narrowed as the cultivated land around the city gave way to pasture, wooded hills, and scattered estates. The column ahead stretched across a low rise, men and wagons bending with the road until the last cart disappeared beyond it. 3 weeks of riding, eating, sleeping, healing, moving toward a war already underway without them. Magnus settled carefully into the saddle. There were worse ways to spend 3 weeks. Corvin moved closer again. Don't get comfortable. I'm checking that wound when we stop at midday. Magnus sighed. Velithar laughed. The road carried them farther from Gerlin. 6 days into the wolves' journey, Ilaria Valoran was beginning to understand what Beastkin success looked like when measured in missing men. Rava Ashfang's report had arrived before breakfast. Ilaria had been trying to finish it ever since. The attempt had become increasingly optimistic. Every few minutes another clerk entered Thalier's strategy chamber carrying something that apparently could not survive another hour without the High Arbiter's attention. A casualty returned from Ravelon's advancing formations, a request for additional healers, a revised estimate for grain consumption, 2 complaints from noble houses ordered to surrender draft animals, a report from Grimstone, a dispute over river transport. 3 messages from one field command, each modifying some part of the one before it. War had transformed the administrative wing into a place where parchment went to breed. Ilaria sat near the end of a long table beneath 3 hanging lamps. Maps covered most of the surface. Wooden markers showed armies, supply points, fortified positions, crossings, and the broadest reliable coalition routes. Thin cords joined several of them where messengers had confirmed movement remained practical. The Beastkin theater required fewer markers than Ravelon's own front. The spaces between them were beginning to bother her. Thalier stood opposite her reading a dispatch with one hand braced against the table. War Magus Vareth sat nearby with a cup that had gone cold long ago. Ilaria returned to Rava's report. The Wolfkin leader had not written it personally. A Ravelonian liaison attached to the coalition had compiled reports from several warbands and added clarifying notes where Beastkin descriptions failed to match Ravelonian maps. Ilaria had already found 4 places where the clarifications were worse than the original descriptions. She drew a line beneath one. The liaison has confused a wet season trail with a permanent route again. If someone follows this notation literally, they'll put wagons into a marsh. Vareth shifted his cup aside. Are you certain enough to change a military map? The crossing described here cannot connect those valleys during the wet season. Sarah Dustdale corrected the same mistake during the call. You remember the argument that clearly. I remember being told not to join it. Thalier made a quiet sound that might have been amusement. Vareth pushed the map toward her. Then correct it before somebody discovers you're right from the axle of a stuck wagon. Ilaria reached for her pen. I'll preserve the Beastkin description beside the correction. If the liaison disagrees, Field Command can compare both instead of trusting me blindly. She heard herself after the sentence ended, too precise, too formal. Vareth had asked her to fix the map, not defend a dissertation. Ilaria lowered her head and started writing. Thalier set his dispatch aside. Enough roads for the moment. Tell me what Ashfang is actually accomplishing. Ilaria pulled Rava's report closer. The Imperial forts and settlements are still holding. She isn't claiming otherwise. What she's breaking is the movement between them. Thalier came around the table. That was easier. A real question. Ilaria pointed toward the principal Imperial positions identified in the report. The roads remain open in the strictest sense. Wagons still move. messengers still get through. But the Empire is spending more men every week to make those things possible. She moved one marker slightly away from the road. Small patrols have almost disappeared from this stretch. Messages are being grouped with larger movements. Several road stations have doubled their night watches, and the Legion has started clearing vegetation farther from permanent positions. Vareth leaned forward. They're adapting quickly enough. They have to. Ashfang isn't giving them the same problem twice when she can avoid it. Ilaria traced one of the routes. Her warbands hit what they can isolate, then disappear before the Legion can concentrate. When the Imperials do pursue, the Beastkin keep withdrawing until the ground becomes favorable. Thaler tapped the report. Withdrawing or inviting pursuit. That appears to be the important distinction. Ilaria found the casualty account. 11 days ago, a Legion column followed one Wolfkin band after a supply attack. The Imperials believed they were breaking contact. They weren't. Vareth abandoned the cold cup. Ilaria spread another map over the first. The pursuit entered denser forest here. The liaison confirms at least 2 Grove Wardens ahead of the retreating warband, though the coalition may have had more wild practitioners supporting them. She followed the route with the end of her pen. The forest didn't suddenly swallow the column. The report is careful about that. Roots broke the ground under the first ranks and forced men around trees and exposed stone. New growth narrowed several paths behind them enough to slow withdrawal without making them impassable. Better, Vareth said. Ilaria glanced at him. He gestured for her to continue. Wolfkin hit the edges whenever the formation stretched. Coyotekin worried the rear. The coalition never stayed in front of the full column once the Legion managed to reform. They broke contact, forced another movement, and attacked again when the terrain separated somebody. Thaler studied the marked route. They never needed to defeat the formation. No, they only needed the formation to keep moving. Ilaria turned to the casualty estimate. The Legion commander eventually stopped pursuing and ordered a withdrawal. Ashfang's people followed until the column reached prepared ground. Vareth nodded slowly. That officer probably saved what was left of his command. The casualties were significant but not catastrophic. Which may cost Aurellion more, Ilaria frowned. Vareth noticed. He pointed toward the road network. Kill the whole column and the next commander learns that the Beastkin can kill a column. Let enough men crawl back with the story, and the next commander asks for more scouts, more hunters, another mage, twice the escort, and an extra hour every time he leaves a wall. He shifted his finger to the nearest fortified marker. Then every sack of grain needs protection from the farm to the gate. Every message waits for company. Every replacement soldier needs soldiers to protect him while he's still becoming useful. Ilaria considered the empty spaces between the forts again. So the procedure becomes part of the cost. Exactly. Aurellion will adapt because Aurellion isn't stupid. Ashfang's advantage is that every sensible adaptation consumes something. That made more sense than a clever saying would have. The Empire did not need to lose a fortress to lose strength. It only needed to spend increasing numbers of men defending the act of possessing one. Thaler picked up Rava's report. Does Ashfang understand that her advantage will narrow? She seems to. Ilaria turned several pages. She repeatedly warns the coalition not to confuse current success with Imperial incapacity. She specifically orders smaller warbands not to attack larger movements merely because previous convoy strikes worked. Vareth grunted approval. Good. Success kills more commanders than failure ever gets the chance to. Ilaria nearly responded. Then she thought better of it. Some habits apparently survived for thousands of years. Thaler continued through the report. What is Ashfang asking from Ravelon? Less than I expected. Healing supplies, better intelligence on incoming formations, 2 specialists capable of countering fire-clearing spells if the Legion begins burning approaches more aggressively. Ilaria turned one final page, and she wants confirmation concerning wolf pack redeployments. Vareth straightened. Does she know how many are coming? No, the coalition intercepted references to specialist movement, nothing more precise. Ilaria pointed toward the report. Ashfang assumes wolf packs are the likely response because conventional formations are already costing Aurellion too much to use aggressively between the forts. She's right, Vareth said. Thalia moved toward the larger campaign map. They won't send wolves wandering through the forest after every raiding band. No commander with functioning judgment would, Vareth said. They'll wait for Ashfang to commit enough people to an objective worth disrupting. Ellaria followed the logic. The Beastkin advantage depended upon dispersion, but they could not remain dispersed forever. A bridge had to be taken by someone. A major convoy required enough fighters to overwhelm its escort. A grove-ridden shaping ground for a large operation could not work from 20 miles away. The coalition had moments when it needed to gather. A wolf pack did not have to find the entire army. It only needed to strike one of those moments. Has Ashfang been told how the Empire normally uses them? Thalia folded the report. She will be. A clerk entered carrying several sealed documents before Ellaria could continue. High Arbiter, these require review before the afternoon council. Thalia extended his hand. The clerk gave him the stack, then hesitated. One of them is a temple petition. Vareth leaned back. That sounds promising. Thalia examined the seal. The Silver Mother. Vareth's expression flattened. Less promising. Ellaria put down her pen. Thalia opened the first page, then the second. He stopped long enough that Ellaria's curiosity became uncomfortable. What are they asking for? Thalia read another line. The Thrak-Shaltir are volunteering personnel for the war. The archive in Thalrendor returned to Ellaria with irritating clarity. Old parchment, 3 incomplete records, the Gerlin intelligence laid beside them. The priestess reading the same fragments Ellaria had read. Then the revulsion. His existence is blasphemy. The Silver Mother must be informed. Ellaria's fingers tightened around the pen. Are they offering healers or actual combat personnel? Both. Priests, mages, and several trained martial retainers. Vareth held out his hand. Thalia passed him the first page. Ellaria waited. Vareth read more quickly than she expected. They've been organizing this longer than a morning. That was my impression. Ellaria leaned forward. Which front are they asking to join? Thalia passed the remaining pages toward her. All 3. Ellaria stopped, then she read. The petition was carefully written. Of course it was. No mention of extermination. No declaration that humanity remained subject to an ancient divine sentence. No discussion of one unknown human boy. The language concerned service, duty, protection of elven lives, aid to those resisting Aurellion. The Shaltir offered personnel to Ravelon's main campaign, support for forces operating alongside Grimstone, and a larger contingent for the Beastkin coalition. Ellaria read the distribution again. They're sending the largest group toward Ashfang. Requesting to, Thalia corrected. Ashfang is not one of my subordinate commanders. Of course, Ellaria continued reading. The stated explanation made sense. The Beastkin theater had fewer Ravelonian specialists than the main campaign. The coalition lacked the depth of conventional mage support available elsewhere. Additional healers alone would be valuable. It was a reasonable request. That bothered her. What part of this aren't they saying? Vareth looked up from the first page. That is a dangerous question when the written answer is perfectly useful. I'm serious. So am I. Ellaria set the petition beside Rava's report. The priestess in Thalrendor wasn't interested in the Beastkin campaign when she saw those records. She barely cared about the wider war. She cared about the Berserker. Thalia's posture changed by a fraction. Ellaria, remember what we actually know. I am. She forced herself not to rush the next part. I don't think they know where he is. Their own deployment argues against it. If they had reliable intelligence placing him on one front, scattering people across all 3 would be an unnecessary expense. Vareth tapped the petition once. Unless scattering them is intended to hide what they're doing. Possible, but we don't need that assumption yet. Vareth said nothing. Ellaria realized she had corrected him again. She kept going before embarrassment could stop her. They know Aurellion is fighting on 3 fronts. They know the Berserker is connected somehow to the Empire's military. Beyond that, they may know no more than we do. Thalia rested both hands against the table. Then why wait Ashfang's front? Ellaria turned Rava's report around and laid it beside the petition. Wolf packs. Vareth's attention settled on the 2 documents. Ellaria continued. The Beastkin theater is the one where the Empire has the strongest reason to rely heavily on specialists. If the Shaltir believe the Berserker is being used in some unusual military role, then the forest is the best place to look without actually knowing where he was sent. That is not what their petition says, Thaler said. No, their petition says Ashfang needs magical support, which she does, I know. Ellaria hated how quickly that came out. She drew back slightly. Both things can be true. Thaler did not answer immediately. That was usually worse than disagreement. Ellaria looked down at the deployment request again. Ravelon, Grimstone, Beastkin, search 3 fronts because you did not know which one mattered. Put the largest group where the Empire was most likely to use strange specialists. The conclusion was circumstantial, nothing more, but the behavior fit. Vareth folded his copy of the petition. What do the Shaltir actually know about this Berserker? Ellaria considered the question. The priestess saw the Gerlin report and the same ancient accounts we examined. She knows he has no detectable mana. She knows about the red manifestation and the similarities to those older warriors. Did she know his name? I don't remember whether it mattered enough to her to ask. That realization unsettled Ellaria. The priestess had not reacted to Magnus as a person. Not really, she had reacted to a category, a violation. The deployed members may know even less, Ellaria said. A description, the root, perhaps only that an Aurellion Berserker exists. Vareth looked toward Thaler, enough to identify him if they stumble over the right man. Probably, Ellaria touched the edge of the petition. But that isn't the part I find strange. Thaler waited. She forced herself to slow down. We had incomplete records, 3 ancient accounts that never used the word Berserker, 1 modern report that happened to resemble them. We still couldn't say what the older phenomenon actually was. Her finger moved from the old campaign notes to the petition. That was enough for the priestess to declare his existence blasphemous. Vareth crossed his arms. Religious certainty has survived on less. That's exactly what bothers me. Thaler's expression remained unreadable. Ellaria continued. The Shaltir have existed for thousands of years. If they're willing to distribute useful people across an active war partly to increase the chance of finding one unknown human, either their theology has become remarkably specific around very little evidence. She stopped. Vareth finished for her. Or they have older evidence. Yes, silence settled across the table. Ellaria resisted the urge to fill it. Thaler picked up the petition. Thalrindor preserves silver mother archives older than most surviving Ravelonian collections. Ellaria felt the thought arrive before she wanted it. Thalrindor, again. Their first search had ended there because so much older material had been moved, preserved, or simply survived where Ravelon's wars had destroyed other collections. That does not mean the Shaltir possess a hidden explanation, Thaler continued. 3,000 years are more than enough time for doctrine to harden around a misunderstanding. I know, Thaler regarded her. Ellaria sighed. I do know. I am considering a possibility, not announcing a conclusion. Better, I was capable of that distinction before today. Vareth busied himself with the map. Ellaria heard the faint scrape that accompanied his attempt not to smile. Thaler spared him nothing. The petition itself is still useful. Ellaria stared at him. You intend to accept it. I intend to use people volunteering to fight Aurellion while we are fighting Aurellion. If their actual purpose is finding the Berserker, then they will learn that volunteering for military service includes obeying orders. Thaler placed the petition flat against the table. If they serve under Ravelonian coordination, they perform the task assigned. They do not abandon wounded allies because someone reports a red-eyed human beyond the next ridge. They do not begin private hunts inside coalition operations. They do not seize prisoners without authority. Vareth added, if they forget any of that, someone will remind them. The calm way he said it made the meaning considerably less gentle. Ellaria believed him. Thaler separated the papers by destination. The Beastkin contingent will be offered to Ashfang. Offered, she may refuse them. Ellaria could imagine Rava's response to discovering that a group of ancient elven religious extremists had volunteered to help her campaign while possibly pursuing an objective nobody had bothered explaining to her. I assume you'll tell her what we suspect. I will tell her what we know. Thaler tapped the Shaltir petition. that they volunteered personnel across all three fronts, that their largest proposed contingent is hers, that members of their order have shown unusual interest in the Berserker described in the Gerlin intelligence. He shifted his hand to Illyria's notes. I will not tell Ashfang we have proven a hidden hunt when we haven't. Illyria nodded. That was fair, more than fair. It was exactly the standard she had been demanding. What happens to the other contingents? The people assigned to our army go where the army needs them. Grimstone receives an offer. Drazen decides whether he wants them anywhere near his command. That also made sense. Thalir gathered Rava's report and handed it back to Illyria. Compare Ashfang's current needs against what the Shaltir claim they can provide. I want to know whether the Beastkin gain enough from accepting them to justify the trouble. Illyria accepted the report. Of course. And keep copies of anything in their petition that refers to the old mandate, the ancient accounts, or the Berserker. Her hands stopped. Vareth noticed. Thalir continued as though the instruction were ordinary. We don't have time to return to Thalrendor every time the past becomes inconvenient. Illyria placed Rava's report over the petition. Do you want me to compare this with what we brought back from the archives? Organize what we already possess first. The answer disappointed her faster than she could hide it. Thalir saw that too. Nothing more yet, Illyria. I understand. No, you understand the words. I'm asking whether you'll obey them. She almost answered too quickly, then stopped. That was probably his point. I'll organize the material we already have. If I find something that justifies going farther, I'll bring it to you before I go farther. Thalir nodded. Good. It was not permission to return to Thalrendor. It was not an independent investigation. It was barely the beginning of one. But Thalir had not handed the work to one of his archivists. He had handed it to her. Vareth pushed the disputed map back across the table. Now fix the road before your imaginary investigation sends a real wagon into a marsh. Illyria drew the map toward herself. The road is not imaginary. The liaison's competence may be. Vareth gave her a patient expression. She corrected herself. The liaison's notation may be. Much safer. Illyria dipped her pen. Outside the tall windows, a warhawk banked over the city and disappeared beyond the rooftops. Below it, Ravelon was moving toward war. Grimstone was moving. Aurellion was moving. Rava Ashfang was making the forest between Imperial strongpoints more expensive every day. And somewhere among Aurelion's roads, armies, forts, and specialist formations, one young Berserker was being sent somewhere. The Shaltir did not know where. Neither did Illyria. For the moment, uncertainty was the only reason all of them had not arrived at the same place. Chapter 4. 19 days after leaving Gerlin, the forest swallowed the road. It did not happen at a border marker. There was no gate, no ditch cut across the earth, no weathered sign announcing that the Beastkin front began beyond this point. The farms simply became smaller. Then farther apart, pastures gave way to woodlots, woodlots joined one another, and by mid-morning the last cultivated field had disappeared behind trees large enough that Magnus could not have wrapped both arms halfway around some of the trunks. The road continued because the Empire had apparently decided it would. Everything else belonged to the forest. Wet sleet hissed through the branches overhead. Most of it melted before reaching the ground, but enough struck Magnus's helmet to make a faint, irregular tapping against the steel. He lifted the visor. Cold air entered immediately. The road ahead had once been broad enough for 2 wagons to pass comfortably. Now roots had lifted portions of the packed earth, and autumn rain had worked the wheel ruts into dark trenches. Fresh gravel filled the worst sections. In other places, Legion engineers had laid split logs across stretches where mud would otherwise swallow a wheel to the axle. The trees stood close beyond the cleared shoulders. Too close. Some were ancient enough that their lowest living branches began 30 feet above the ground. Others grew in crowded layers beneath them, young trunks and brush fighting for the little light that reached the forest floor. Ferns had begun browning with the cold. Dead leaves lay wet between roots thick enough to trip a horse. Fog hung beneath everything. Not enough to hide the road, enough to hide what stood beyond it. Magnus could see perhaps 40 yards into the forest on one side, less on the other, then trunks, brush, gray air, nothing moved. that had stopped being reassuring several miles ago. Velithar rode beside him with his hood drawn over his head. "I understand why the trees appeal to rogues," Magnus said. "I am less convinced they appeal to anyone with sensible eyesight." Velithar glanced into the woods. "They appeal considerably less once you realize half the people hiding in them can smell you." Magnus considered that. "That does complicate things. It complicates my things specifically." The rogue shifted beneath his cloak and scanned the tree line again. Magnus had never seen Velithar unhappy about having places to disappear. The change was informative. Ahead, Kasha raised one hand. The pack slowed. They had joined the convoy shortly after sunrise, not because Kasha believed 10 wolves required protection from ordinary road travel. The decision had come at the final fortified station, where a mud-covered Legion officer had listened to Kasha identify their destination, and then pointed toward nearly 60 soldiers assembling around 14 wagons. That convoy leaves within the hour. Nothing smaller travels the next section unless someone has an urgent reason to lose it. Kasha had asked how recent the rule was. 9 days. That had ended the discussion. Now the wolves rode distributed near the front third of the column, while infantry marched alongside the wagons in loose files. Mounted scouts moved ahead and behind. 2 hunters traveled nearer the front with their bows already strung despite the wet air, each bow protected beneath an oiled cover until needed. Nobody wandered, nobody stopped alone. When one teamster climbed from his wagon to piss, a legionary waited beside him with spear and shield until he finished. Magnus had noticed that too. The forest appeared no different because of it. A horn sounded ahead, one long note, the entire column stopped. Magnus's horse shifted beneath him. The soldiers beside the road did not begin asking questions. They closed toward the wagons instead. Shields came down from shoulders. Spears moved into hands. A second horn sounded, short, then another. Kasha turned in the saddle. "Wolves off the horses, stay with the convoy until we know what's wrong." Magnus dismounted. His abdomen did not protest. That alone was satisfying. Corvin had cleared him completely 3 days earlier after making Magnus twist, bend, run, eat, sleep, run again, and finally endure several minutes of the healer pressing around the old wound while looking for pain Magnus could no longer provide. The scar remained. The weakness did not. Magnus touched the dimensional pack. He considered his axes, then the forest. The nearest trees stood perhaps 30 yards from the wagon line. One hand went into the pack. A heavy shield appeared. The next thought brought a javelin. Then another, then a third. He kept one in his right hand, set the other 2 against the rear wheel of the nearest wagon and slid his left arm through the shield straps. Holt stopped beside him. His attention moved from the javelins to the tree line. Good choice. "Keep an axe where you can reach it." Magnus touched the pack again. A bearded axe appeared at his belt. Holt moved on. No lesson, no correction. That was somehow more satisfying than either. Magnus settled beside the wagon. The sleet continued. Men breathed white into the cold air. Nothing happened. That became worse with every passing minute. A mounted legionary came back along the column at a trot. "Forward patrol missed the marker. Convoy holds here until the scouts clear the road." The nearest infantry sergeant caught his arm. "How far ahead?" "Less than half a mile." The sergeant released him. "Any signal?" "Nothing." The rider continued toward the rear. Magnus watched the infantry react. No panic, no complaints. Men shifted closer together. One soldier moved from the outside edge of the road toward the wagon without being told. Another checked the ties, holding several bundles of arrows beneath a canvas sheet. The teamster beside Magnus climbed down from his bench. He started toward the lead horse. The infantryman guarding that side stopped him. "Stay behind the wagon until the scouts return. My lead mare has thrown the same shoe twice this week, if she stands crooked much longer." "Then she stands crooked where I can see you." The teamster's mouth tightened. He obeyed. Magnus understood more from that exchange than the man probably intended. The convoy had practiced this, not once. Enough. Dane and Bristle moved toward Kasha near the front. One of the convoy hunters joined them. The 3 spoke briefly. Kasha turned back. "Dane is going forward with their hunter. Nobody else leaves this road." Holt folded his arms across his chest. "That includes you, Magnus. I wasn't moving. You were thinking. Magnus adjusted the javelin against his shoulder. I had not realized that violated orders. It becomes suspicious around you. Velithar came up on Magnus's right and crouched near the wagon wheel. For once he offered nothing. Magnus returned his attention to the woods. Water ran somewhere beyond the road. He could hear it between the sleet and the occasional creak of wagon harness. A bird called once. Another answered farther away, then nothing. Magnus had spent enough time hunting with Pell to know forests were rarely silent. This one seemed determined to prove the point in intervals. A quarter-hour passed, then another. The soldiers did not relax. One of the mages near the front finally began working. Magnus felt nothing as usual. He saw the result. A pale shimmer moved above the road ahead, not bright enough to illuminate the trees, but enough to catch against branches and wet leaves as it traveled. It passed out of sight. The mage lowered one hand. No one cheered. 10 minutes later the horn sounded again, 2 short notes. Movement behind Magnus loosened by a fraction, not enough to resume the march. A horse appeared first. It came around the bend without a rider. Blood darkened one side of the saddle. The animal's reins had been cut. The infantry sergeant swore under his breath. 2 men caught the horse before it passed the first wagon. Magnus watched one of them touch the blood. He rubbed it between finger and thumb. Still wet, the sergeant did not answer. The forest to Magnus's left rustled. Every shield on that side came up. Magnus turned with them, javelin already forward. Nothing emerged. The brush moved again. A man stumbled through it. Human, Legion armor. No helmet, half his face was covered in blood. He made 3 steps toward the road before his legs failed. Another soldier came behind him with one arm around his middle. The second man had lost his spear. Claw marks had opened the mail across his left shoulder and the cloth beneath was almost black. Neither came alone. Dane appeared several paces behind them. Bristle moved beside him with his head low. The convoy hunter followed last, bow in hand. Clear them through, Dane called. There may be more behind us. The infantry line opened only enough to admit the group, then closed. Corvin was already moving. He reached the first wounded man while the soldier was still trying to rise. Stay down. You can explain what happened after I know you're not leaking to death. The man grabbed Corvin's sleeve. There are 7 still out there. Corvin pulled his hand free without violence, and you will be remarkably useless to them if you bleed out while giving me directions. That apparently penetrated. The soldier stayed down. Kasha came over as Corvin began cutting the damaged clothing away. The station patrol had numbered 11. 2 had returned. Dane had found one dead near the road. Another trail led deeper into the trees. 7 remained unaccounted for. The patrolman with the clawed shoulder spoke through clenched teeth while Corvin cleaned the wound. They hit the rear first. We turned, then the ground came up between us. Kasha crouched several feet away. The ground came up how? Roots, the soldier swallowed. Big ones broke through the trail behind the front 4, not fast enough to crush anyone, just enough to split us. We tried going around and the brush was suddenly twice as damned thick as it had been coming in. Dane wiped rain from his beard. Grovewarden or another druid who knows the same work, the patrolman nodded. Wolfkin came from both sides after that, maybe 6, maybe 10, I never saw all of them at once. How long did they stay engaged? Less than a minute each time. That drew Holt's attention. The soldier continued. They'd hit one side, pull back, then somebody else came from somewhere different. We kept trying to reform. Every time we did, the trail narrowed or another damned route forced us around it. Kasha gestured toward the wounded man beside him. How did the 2 of you get clear? We stopped following the others. No pride in the answer, no shame either, just exhaustion. We heard Sergeant Varon shouting farther east. Sounded like he still had 3 or 4 men with him. We tried reaching them. Couldn't, then we realized every time we followed the noise, we were moving farther from the road. Dane's expression hardened. They were hurting you. I figured that out eventually. The soldier closed his eyes while Corvin bound the shoulder. Eventually cost us. Kasha stood. Did you see enough to estimate whether they're still near the road? Dane answered before the wounded man could. No. Bristle caught several scents and lost all of them. Too much wet ground, too much movement, and whoever hit them knows exactly where to cross water. The convoy commander arrived from the front. He listened without interrupting. When Dane finished, the man turned toward the trees. "Can you recover the missing 7? Dane took several seconds before answering. Maybe. That was not what the commander wanted. Dane continued anyway. "If they're alive and still moving, maybe. If the Beastkin took them deeper, I could spend the rest of the day following a trail they chose for me. That's exactly what happened to the patrol." The commander worked his jaw. One of the nearby infantrymen spoke before he could stop himself. "Sir, Sergeant Varon is out there." The commander turned toward him. The legionary immediately straightened. Nobody rebuked him. The commander rubbed rain from his face. "I know who is out there." His voice was tired rather than angry. "That does not change what the enemy wants us to do." The soldier looked toward the forest. The commander followed his gaze. "If I send 40 men after 7, this convoy stays here. If I send 10, I may lose 10 more. If I take the entire column into those trees, whoever did this gets to choose the battlefield." No one answered. Magnus watched the man make the decision. It was ugly. It was also correct. The commander looked toward Dane. "Mark where you found the trail. When the convoy reaches the next station, I'll send the location back with the relief patrol. Hunters, mages, enough men to search properly." Dane's mouth tightened. "Understood." The infantryman who had spoken kept his face still. Magnus knew enough about soldiers to recognize effort when he saw it. The missing men might still be alive. Everyone on the road knew it. The convoy moved anyway, not immediately. First engineers went forward, then the hunters. Then infantry in enough strength that the scouts could not be cut off cheaply. When the horn finally gave the signal to advance, nearly an hour had passed. One missing patrol had stopped 14 wagons, 60 soldiers, 10 wolves, 4 teamsters, a pair of mages, and enough food and equipment to supply a forward position. Nobody had needed to capture the road. Nobody had even needed to remain near it. Magnus climbed back onto his horse. He kept the shield. The javelins went into the pack except one. That stayed across his thighs. Velithar mounted beside him. For several minutes they rode without speaking. Then Velithar said, "I believe I'm beginning to understand why nobody wanted to travel this section alone." Magnus watched the trees slide past. "I was thinking the same thing. That worries me considerably more than if you disagreed." Magnus almost smiled. The expression did not last. They passed the place where Dane had found the dead patrolman. Someone had moved the body to the edge of the road. A cloak covered most of him. One boot protruded. Thin ice had formed inside the print his heel left in the mud. The sleet began turning to snow before noon. Not real snow. Not yet. Small wet flakes mixed with the rain, caught briefly in moss and on the shaded sides of roots, then vanished. The forest darkened anyway. Several miles farther on, the road crossed a stretch where fresh roots had broken through the surface. Engineers were already there. Axes rose and fell. The roots were pale beneath the bark where they had been cut, thick as a man's thigh in places. One had lifted enough of the roadbed to leave a wagon wheel trapped between exposed stone and wood. The driver stood nearby swearing while 6 soldiers helped lever it free. Magnus glanced into the trees. No Beastkin watched from any place he could see. That meant very little. By mid-afternoon he understood something else. The forest could be beautiful. That almost made it worse. Cold water ran clear over dark stones beneath the trees, moss-covered fallen trunks in deep green. The largest trees rose so far overhead that Magnus occasionally caught shafts of gray-white daylight between branches before the canopy swallowed them again. Birds with copper-colored breasts moved through one clearing. Somewhere deeper inside, something large crashed through brush and never came close enough to identify. Nothing about the place looked evil. It simply had no reason to care whether a human road survived inside it. The forward station appeared so suddenly, Magnus almost missed the first tower. One moment there were trees. The next there were stumps, hundreds of them. The forest had been cut back hard around the position, farther along the road than to either side. Fresh chips covered the ground where teams had felled younger growth. Larger stumps stood waist-high in places because clearing crews had not wasted time cutting neatly. Beyond the killing ground stood a ditch, sharpened stakes, and a heavy timber palisade. 2 watchtowers rose above it. Archers occupied both. Magnus saw 3 mages positioned along the wall before he saw the gate. Inside, the station was larger than it appeared from the road. Barracks hugged the inner palisade. Wagons filled 1 yard. A smithy worked beneath an open-sided roof near the center, its chimney sending dark smoke into the cold air. Horses crowded temporary pens. Men carried timber toward the western wall, while another work party dug drainage channels through mud already churned nearly black. The wounded were not difficult to find. They occupied 1 long building close to the gate. Some sat outside beneath the eaves because there was no room left inside. Magnus saw a man with his arm splinted across his chest. Another had bandages wrapped completely around 1 thigh. A third sat with both hands around a wooden cup and stared at nothing while snow melted against his uncovered hair. Nobody paid much attention to the arriving convoy. Convoys apparently happened every day. Kasha took the wolves toward the command building. Magnus followed with Holt and Velithar while the rest of the pack handled horses and equipment. The station commander met them beneath a covered entryway rather than inside. He was perhaps 40, though the lines around his mouth made guessing difficult. His cloak was damp, mud covered both boots above the ankle. His gaze moved over Kasha's wolf insignia, then Holt, then Magnus. Recognition lingered for less than a heartbeat. The man had more immediate problems than Gerland's arena. "Captain, your orders reached us yesterday." I was beginning to wonder whether the road had decided otherwise. Kasha handed him the sealed packet. It considered making the argument. The commander broke the seal and scanned the first page. "Your pack stays here until regional command assigns the first operation." "That may be tomorrow, it may be before supper." Kasha glanced toward the crowded yard. "How bad is the corridor?" The commander's mouth shifted. "Which answer do you want? The one that keeps my people alive." That earned the first hint of approval. "The forts are fine." He pointed toward the walls around them. "That's the problem." Magnus listened. The commander continued. "We can hold this station. We can hold the next one. We can hold every proper settlement on the road if command gives me enough men." His finger moved toward the gate. "Moving those men between them is eating the army." Kasha said nothing. The commander seemed to appreciate that. 3 months ago, I could send a dozen men down this road with a wagon and expect 11 or 12 to arrive. Now I send 30 and 2 hunters. If the cargo matters, I add a mage. He glanced toward the convoy entering behind them, and sometimes they still stop for an hour because 11 men disappear half a mile ahead. Magnus thought about the missing patrol. The commander had probably received the same kind of report too many times. "Rava Ashfang isn't trying to knock these walls over," he continued. "Not yet. She's making us pay for every mile between them." Kasha nodded once. "What are the wolves being used against?" "Anything the Legion can't reach without wasting a company to kill 10 people. There it was. The commander pulled a folded map from inside his coat and opened it against one of the entry posts. The marks were simple: road, stations, crossings, several shaded areas beyond them. When Ashfang wants something larger than a patrol, her people have to gather somewhere. Druids, shamans, warleaders, reserves, messengers, whatever keeps the operation functioning. His finger touched one of the shaded areas. "That's where you come in." Holt studied the map. "How often are you getting reliable concentrations?" "Not often enough, more often than I want." The commander folded the map again. "Until then, learn the ground. Learn the signals. Learn which roads are roads and which roads become swamps when it rains. Learn which hunters have survived long enough to know the difference between an ashwolf call and a wolfkin trying to make you turn your head." His attention moved briefly toward Magnus's javelin. "Most importantly, learn not to chase anything into those trees merely because it runs from you." Magnus accepted the point without argument. "I've already seen what happens when someone does." The commander glanced toward him. "Then the road taught faster than usual." He handed the map to Kasha. "Empty storehouse behind the east barracks is yours. Roof doesn't leak much. If the horn gives 3 rising notes, report here immediately. If it gives repeated short notes, the walls are under attack and you fight wherever you are standing until somebody tells you differently." Kasha tucked the map away. "We'll be ready. I assumed you would be. That's why they sent wolves." The commander started toward the gate. He stopped after several paces. "One more thing," Kasha waited. "Night here sounds worse than it is." The commander looked past them toward the tree line outside the palisade. "Until it doesn't," then he left. Velithar watched him go. "I found that considerably less reassuring than I believe he intended." Holt adjusted the strap across his shoulder. "I don't believe reassurance was his intention." The east storehouse smelled of old grain, damp timber, and mice. Magnus had slept in worse places. The roof did, in fact, leak, only in 2 places. By sunset the temperature had dropped enough that the mud outside began stiffening along its edges. Sarah managed supper over a brazier while the pack settled in. Magnus contributed additional meat from his dimensional pack without explaining its origin. No one asked. That arrangement continued serving everyone well. The first howl came while Magnus was eating. It began somewhere beyond the western wall. Long, low at first. Then climbing until the sound carried above conversation inside the storehouse. Several newer soldiers outside stopped talking. Another howl answered from farther north, then another. Velithar lowered his spoon. "Those are wolfkin." Dane listened for several seconds. "At least 2 are," Velithar turned toward him. That qualification was unnecessary. It was accurate. A coyotekin call followed later, shorter, sharper. Several yipping notes that seemed to move through the dark faster than any person should have been able to travel. The sentries did not sound alarms. Men around the station continued working. Some swore toward the walls. One legionary shouted something obscene into the forest and received laughter from the men near him. The Beastkin answered with another howl. Magnus finished supper. The temperature kept falling. When he stepped outside later, a thin skin of frost had begun forming over the palisade rails. Snow remained in tiny white patches where shadows protected it from the day's wet ground. Not much, enough. Magnus stood near the east wall and listened. Howls moved through the forest beyond the cleared ground, a bark from one direction, a distant rumble from another. Once, something screamed far enough away that nobody on the wall could tell whether the sound had come from a person. The veterans barely reacted. Magnus started back toward the storehouse. Then the forest went silent, not gradually. One howl ended, nothing replaced it. The men on the wall changed. A sentry who had been leaning against the palisade straightened. Another lifted his bow. Conversation near the gate died without anyone ordering it. The mage in the closest tower stepped forward and put both hands on the railing. Magnus stopped walking. Nobody knew what had changed. That was the problem. He stood there long enough for the cold to work through the joints of his gauntlet. Nothing attacked, no horn sounded. No beastkin crossed the cleared ground. The forest simply remained quiet. Eventually conversation returned, lower than before. Magnus went inside. He left his armor on longer than he normally would have. When he finally slept, one axe rested within reach of his hand. The howls did not return. Chapter 5. The 3 rising horn notes came before dawn. Magnus was awake before the third one ended. He rolled from the blanket, caught the axe beside him and came upright in the same motion. Around the storehouse, the rest of the pack were already moving. Buckles closed, boots struck the floor. Someone kicked dirt across the remains of the brazier. Outside, the cold had sharpened overnight. A thin crust of frost covered the yard. Snow clung beneath the eaves and along the northern side of the palisade where yesterday's brief fall had survived. Magnus's breath whitened immediately. Kasha crossed the yard toward the command building while fastening her cloak. "Full equipment, horses ready before I return." Nobody asked what the horn meant. They had been told yesterday. Magnus pulled the dimensional pack over his shoulders and tightened the straps across his plate. The heavy armor had become familiar enough that he no longer thought through each buckle. Helmet, gauntlets, water, medical roll. He touched the pack strap and checked the contents by intent. Shield, axes, maces, spears, javelins, bow, arrows, great axe, greatsword. Enough weapons to make the problem of choosing one increasingly absurd. Holt came alongside him while Magnus considered the last 2. "Take the great axe." Magnus glanced toward him. That sounded suspiciously like enthusiasm. It sounded like I'm tired of watching you carry an armory and solve every problem with the same 2 little axes. Magnus retrieved the weapon. The haft was long enough that the head reached near his shoulder when the butt rested beside his boot. It was not some arena executioner's monstrosity. The steel head was broad, slightly bearded, heavy enough to demand both hands and balance so that a trained man could recover it after a committed stroke without fighting the weapon. Magnus tested the grip. Holt watched. Bran ever put one that size in your hands? Not that exact size. He started me on lighter two-handed axes. Good, then I only have to correct what he taught you badly. Magnus stared at him. You have never met Bran. I have met enough arms warriors to know he taught you something badly. That seems unfair. It usually is. Holt walked toward the horses. Magnus followed. Kasha returned before the last saddle was tightened. She carried a folded field map and had the expression Magnus had learned meant nobody was about to enjoy the next several hours. Alder Crossing is under attack. Dane stopped checking Bristle's harness. Kasha spread the map across the top of a water barrel. The wolves closed around her without crowding. The road ran west from their station for a little over 6 miles before reaching a river crossing. The bridgehead there controlled one of the better wagon routes through this section of the corridor. The Empire had built a palisaded position around the western end of the bridge, with cleared ground around the walls and another smaller fortification on the eastern bank. The attack began shortly before first light, Kasha said. Current estimate is more than 100 Beastkin committed, with additional movement farther west. The crossing commander reports at least 2 Druids and believes there are more. Holt leaned closer to the map. What are they doing besides assaulting the wall? Routes beneath the western road, growth along the north approach, runners moving between 3 separate assault groups. They have not committed everything at once. Dane rubbed a thumb along his beard. They're waiting to see where the wall weakens. Kasha nodded. That is the commander's conclusion. A hunter got out before the northern approach closed. He found indications of a support position inside the forest northwest of the bridgehead. Magnus studied the rough marks. How certain? Certain enough that regional command sent us. That answered the question. Kasha folded the map. We are not reinforcing the palisade. The Legion already has people for that. We find the support position, identify what is keeping the attack coordinated and break it. Velithar tightened the strap beneath one vambrace. And if the hunter found the place they wanted him to find, then we discover that before walking into the middle of it. Kasha looked toward Dane. That part belongs to you. Dane gave Bristle's harness one final pull. I had hoped my first morning here might involve breakfast. Magnus retrieved a strip of dried meat and held it toward him. Dane stared at it. You concern me in increasingly specific ways. You said you wanted breakfast. I wanted hot breakfast, preferably while seated. Magnus ate the meat himself. Then you should have been more precise, Holt mounted. Both of you can discuss culinary disappointment while riding. They rode. The sky lightened slowly behind a solid layer of gray. Snow began again halfway to Alder Crossing. At first it was barely visible. Fine grains drifted between the trees and vanished into the wet road. Farther west, the flakes grew larger and began remaining in shaded hollows beside roots and fallen trunks. The battle announced itself before Magnus could see any part of it. Horns, not the long signals of a convoy, shorter calls repeated and answered, then shouting. Then a sound Magnus mistook for timber breaking. A second impact followed. Something struck the palisade hard enough that men on the road ahead flinched. The final approach to Alder Crossing had been stripped nearly bare. Trees had been felled for more than 60 yards around the Imperial position. Stumps remained everywhere outside the ditch. The road widened into churned mud before reaching the western gate. Beyond the wall, Magnus caught glimpses of the river through smoke and snowfall. Brown water moved fast beneath a timber and stone bridge wide enough for 2 wagons abreast. The western wall was the problem. Beastkin moved beyond it in flashes. Gray fur, brown, black, a pair of antlers passing behind a stump, a wolfkin sprinting low across the cleared ground while arrows followed. Then another. They did not advance like legionaries. No shield wall, no rectangular formation. They appeared in groups, scattered, separated by open ground, then suddenly converged on the same section of palisade. Imperial arrows drove one group back. Another moved somewhere else. A coyotekin reached the ditch, threw something over the stakes, and disappeared before the nearest legionary could finish drawing his bow. Smoke began rising from inside the wall. Kasha swore. They entered through the eastern side. The bridgehead smelled of wet wood, horse sweat, blood, and smoke. Men carried buckets toward the western wall. 2 wounded legionaries were being dragged toward a covered shelter. A third sat beside the road with his helmet off while a priest worked over a gash running from ear to collar. The commander found Kasha before she reached the center of the yard. He was older than the officer at their station and had blood drying across one cheek that did not appear to be his. "You are the wolves. Kasha Varen, where is the support position?" The commander pointed toward the western wall. "Northwest, perhaps 500 yards into the trees, maybe more." My hunter saw 3 people working wild magic before he had to move. 3 druids, at least 2, third might be a Grovewarden. He saw roots moving around the bastard without anybody touching them. Another heavy impact struck the wall. Men shouted. The commander did not turn. "Whatever they're doing out there, every time those roots move, I lose another section of road or another patch of cleared ground. We cut brush yesterday. Half of it is waist-high again this morning." Kasha glanced toward the wall. "Numbers protecting them? Unknown. Enough." Holt's mouth twisted. "That is an admirably useless estimate." The commander gave him an exhausted stare. "My scout counted 11 before a wolfkin nearly removed his liver. If you'd like a better count, ask the enemy to stand still." Holt accepted that. Kasha opened the field map against a stack of bundled stakes. The commander planted one muddy finger south of the fort. "Use the riverbank. There's a maintenance gate here. Stay beneath the western embankment until the wall hides you from the main assault, then cut into the trees south of them. Wind is coming from northwest." Dane's attention sharpened. "Toward us. Has been since midnight." Dane nodded. "Then their noses won't save them unless the wind turns." Magnus glanced toward the forest. That was the first time anyone had said aloud what all of them had been thinking. Wolfkin could smell them. Dane intended not to give them the opportunity. Kasha folded the map. "How long can you hold?" The commander finally looked toward the palisade. "Longer if you leave now." No speech followed. The wolves moved. They left the horses inside the fort. Magnus carried the great axe in both hands once they passed through the narrow southern postern. The river ran 20 yards to their left, cold water striking exposed stone hard enough to cover quieter movement. Dane led. Bristle stayed close enough that the hound's shoulder occasionally brushed his leg. They moved south first, then west, then north, not quickly. That surprised Magnus. Everything inside him wanted speed. The main fight was less than half a mile away. Horns sounded through the trees. Men were dying while the wolves stepped carefully over roots and paused because Dane wanted to study broken moss. But speed was not the same as arriving alive. Magnus knew that. Knowing did not make waiting easier. Dane stopped beside a shallow stream. He crouched. Bristle's nose worked over the wet stones. Velithar came forward without a sound. Dane pointed toward a patch of mud under an overhanging root. Prints, not human, 3 long forward toes pressed deeply into the soil. Coyotekin, Magnus guessed. Dane traced the edge without touching it. 2 passed south recently. 1 came back north. Kasha spoke quietly behind him. "Scout screen probably could be runners." Dane pointed toward the stream. "We take the water for 100 paces. It ruins our own trail and keeps us beneath the wind." Holt glanced down at Magnus's plate. "Try not to fall." Magnus stepped into the stream. Water reached halfway up his boots. "I appreciate your confidence." "I have confidence in you. I have less confidence in moss-covered stone." That turned out to be reasonable. The water was viciously cold. By the time Dane led them out again, Magnus could feel moisture beginning to creep through one seam in his right boot. He ignored it. The forest changed as they moved north. Less ordinary undergrowth, more new growth. Green shoots pushed through dead leaves where frost should have killed them. Thin vines climbed trunks in fresh spirals. Roots rose above the soil in ridges too clean and recent to be natural. Kasha touched one vine with 2 fingers. Mana shimmered faintly around her hand. Active. Dane looked ahead. "How close?" "Close enough that I would stop speaking." They did. The battle beyond the trees continued, different now, muffled. Distance and trunks broke the noise into pieces. Horn, shout, impact, silence. Another horn. Magnus's breathing sounded too loud inside his helmet. A branch moved ahead. He tightened both hands on the axe. Nothing followed. Dane raised one fist. Everyone stopped. Bristle had frozen. The hound's head turned slightly right. Velithar vanished from Magnus's immediate awareness. Magnus knew he had moved because he had been there and then was not. A minute passed. Then Velithar returned from behind a tree Magnus had not seen him reach. He crouched beside Kasha. 2 sentries, Wolfkin, about 70 yards ahead, support position beyond them. Kasha waited. How many? I saw 14. There are probably more. 3 working magic in the center. 1 looks old enough to be in charge. Reserves, at least a dozen farther north. They aren't in the camp. They're waiting. That complicated matters. Kasha considered the forest. Can we bypass the sentries? Velithar nodded. One of them, yes, both without risking noise, no. Kasha looked toward Mara Voss. The marksman had already taken her bow from beneath its cover. Left sentry first, Dane takes the right if he moves. Voss stepped between 2 trunks. Nobody announced the shot. The bow bent, released. A faint snap disappeared beneath the distant battle. Somewhere ahead, a body struck leaves. Dane moved immediately. No arrow from him. He disappeared through brush with bristle. Magnus heard 1 short growl, then nothing. Dane returned less than a minute later, wiping a knife against dead grass. Clear. Kasha's gaze moved over the pack. Support first. Do not chase runners unless I call it. We are here to break the attack, not count bodies. Magnus repeated the important part silently. Support, not bodies. Support. Holt shifted his own 2-handed sword into a low guard. He caught Magnus watching. What? Nothing. Holt's expression became suspicious. Magnus adjusted his grip on the great axe. I was checking whether you actually use the weapons you keep telling me to use. Holt's eyes narrowed. If you survive this, I'll make you regret saying that. That sounded more like the man Magnus knew. They advanced. The support position occupied a shallow rise surrounded by enormous trees. It was not a camp in any human sense. No tents, no wagons, no fire. Bundles of supplies rested beneath hides stretched low between roots. Several runners waited near the western edge. Wolfkin warriors formed the largest part of the guard, lightly armored through chest and shoulders so their limbs remained free. 3 druids stood near the center. The eldest was a broad-shouldered wolfkin with silver around his muzzle and a staff cut from living wood. The second appeared female, dark-furred and lean, both hands pressed against the exposed roots of an enormous oak. The youngest stood farther forward, barely smaller than Magnus. Reddish-brown fur, no staff. His hands moved slowly while shoots crawled over the ground around his feet. Magnus could not feel the magic. He could see what it did. 1 root thickened as he watched. Another rolled beneath the soil toward the distant battle. Kasha raised 3 fingers. 2, 1. Mara's first arrow hit a runner through the throat. Kasha's magic struck a heartbeat later. The air buckled around the eldest druid. His staff jerked sideways. Velithar and Lucan came out of the trees on opposite flanks. Then Holt moved. Magnus went with him. The first Wolfkin guard saw them and snarled, not fear, warning. Every head in the clearing turned. Magnus lowered into battle stance. The great axe came alive in his hands. A Wolfkin warrior accelerated toward him with shocking speed. No sword, no spear. Claws. The Beastkin came low, changed direction around a root and drove toward Magnus's left side instead of meeting the axe. Magnus shortened his grip. The axe head swept across the Wolfkin's path. The warrior stopped faster than Magnus expected. Claws caught the haft. For an instant they were connected through the weapon. The Wolfkin yanked, not trying to steal the axe, trying to pull Magnus forward. Magnus went with it. His armored shoulder struck the Wolfkin's chest. The impact drove both of them backward. Teeth snapped beside Magnus's visor. Too close. Magnus rammed the butt of the axe haft upward beneath the Wolfkin's jaw. The head snapped back. He stepped away, lengthened his grip, and brought the axe around. The blade entered beneath the ribs, not cleanly. Fur, leather, flesh. The Wolfkin twisted, taking a terrible wound instead of being cut nearly in half. Then claws struck Magnus's left pauldron hard enough to scrape steel. The Wolfkin tried to close again. Magnus ripped the axe free. A second attacker hit him from the side. Armor rang. Magnus went down to 1 knee. The first Wolfkin came for his throat. War cry tore out of Magnus. The clearing changed. The sound rolled between the trees with enough force that nearby leaves trembled. The effect struck the closest Beastkin first. The Wolfkin above him recoiled, ears flattened, hands tightened. For a fraction of a heartbeat, the warrior's body knew death had spoken directly to it. Magnus did not wait to see whether the mind agreed. The great axe came upward from his knee. The blade struck beneath the breastbone. The Wolfkin folded over the haft. Magnus drove forward and threw the body aside. Rage surged hot through him. The second attacker recovered, experienced. The war cry had touched him but not broken him. He came in behind Magnus's recovery and caught the axe haft with both claws. Magnus recognized the intention a moment too late. The wolfkin stepped inside, shoulder, hip, leg behind Magnus's knee. The world tipped. Magnus hit the ground hard enough to drive air from his lungs. The wolfkin landed on top of him, jaws snapped at the visor opening. Magnus jammed his left forearm beneath the creature's throat. The wolfkin did not waste time biting steel. One clawed hand hooked under the edge of Magnus's pauldron. Pulled, the armor shifted, not much. Enough for Magnus to understand what Holt had meant about Beastkin learning to fight armor instead of pretending claws could cut plate. The wolfkin pulled again. Magnus released the axe. Both hands went to the attacker's arm. He twisted, the wolfkin snarled directly into his face. Magnus rolled with the pressure, planted one boot and drove upward. The wolfkin's balance broke. Magnus came over him. One gauntleted fist struck the side of the muzzle, then again. The third blow hit with rage behind it. Bone cracked. Magnus reached for the axe. Movement to his left, another wolfkin. He touched the dimensional pack strap instead. A bearded axe filled his hand. The transition happened almost without thought. The approaching Beastkin committed to the opening. Magnus cut across the forearm. Claws missed his helmet. He came up. Axe buried into the side of the neck. The body dropped. The great axe lay 6 feet away. Magnus wanted it. He wanted the next attacker more. Forward, the rage liked that answer. Movement sharpened, sound narrowed, a scream from somewhere behind him. Enemy, movement on the right, enemy. Holt's two-handed sword crashed through a wolfkin guard and drove another backward by nothing more complicated than the threat of its reach. Holt, pack. The recognition came clearly. Magnus seized it. Holt, Velithar, Kasha, Dane, pack, objective, Druids. He turned. The youngest Druid was less than 30 yards away. Closer than before. The roots around him were moving faster now. One tore through the earth beneath Marcus's feet. The heavy infantryman staggered, shield dropping low. A wolfkin guard attacked immediately. Marcus caught the collision anyway. His boots moved nearly a foot. He did not fall. Corvin dragged someone backward behind him. The female Druid still had both hands against the oak. The old one had broken whatever Kasha initially threw around him and was working against her directly. Mana flashed through the clearing. Magnus could not see half of what passed between them. He saw the results. Kasha's barrier appeared. Roots struck it. The barrier bent. A runner sprinted north. Velithar went after him. Kasha shouted, "Leave him, Druids first." Velithar changed direction without argument. Magnus heard the order. Druids, the young one was exposed. He could reach him, 25 yards, maybe less. Magnus started forward. 3 roots rose between them. The first curled around his ankle. Magnus cut it. The second came higher. He hacked through that one too. The third forced him sideways, too slow. The Druid saw him now. His ears flattened. The expression beneath the muzzle was not human, but Magnus did not need shared anatomy to recognize alarm. The Druid stepped backward. More roots moved. Magnus's rage surged in answer. Close, kill, he could get there, he knew he could. Another wolfkin moved into the gap. Magnus's hand tightened on the axe. Then he saw the distance again, not as empty ground, as a problem. Holt had spent months teaching him that. Magnus did not need to cross it. His left hand struck the dimensional pack strap. He pivoted. The bearded axe vanished. A javelin entered his palm while his body was already turning. Not the clean training motion Holt had drilled into him. Not exactly. Magnus's right foot planted. Hips turned. Shoulders followed. Rage flooded through the movement. For one instant the rotation of his entire body seemed to gather behind the javelin. Legs, hip, back, shoulder, arm, everything aligned. Magnus came around and threw. The weapon left his hand with a sound he had never heard from one of his own throws. The young Druid moved, too late. The javelin struck high through the shoulder. The impact lifted him off one foot and drove him backward into the trunk behind him. Wood cracked. The iron head punched through fur, muscle, and the rear of the shoulder before burying itself deep into the tree. The shaft kept going until nearly half its length had vanished between flesh, broken bark, and the angle of the body. The Druid screamed, his hands opened. Every root around Magnus dropped, not vanished, not dead. The tension simply left them. Magnus stared for half a heartbeat. That had been farther than any training throw had any right to drive the weapon. Then the female Druid howled, not like an animal. Like someone watching a younger companion get nailed to a tree, she tore one hand away from the oak. The mistake killed her. Sarah had been waiting for one. She crossed the opening with none of Magnus's violence, one precise step, then another. The Druid turned. Sarah's sword entered beneath the ribs. The point came out beneath the opposite shoulder. Sarah withdrew before the body struck the ground. The old Grovewarden snarled. The sound carried through the clearing. Roots erupted around him. Kasha stepped backward. "Break contact, we have what we came for." Magnus did not understand immediately. The old Druid remained alive. The young one remained alive. Wolfkin still fought around them. The Northern Reserve was coming. He could hear them crashing through brush. The rage wanted completion. Kill the old one, kill the wounded one, kill everything still standing. Magnus took one step forward, then stopped. Support objective. The support position was broken. One Druid dead, one pinned and unable to work. The third occupied with Kasha instead of the bridge. Runners scattered. Reserve moving here instead of toward the palisade. That was the mission. The enemy in front of him was no longer the only answer. Magnus's breathing came hard through his helmet. His hands wanted another weapon. He forced himself to turn. Holt was withdrawing toward the south side. Alive, Velithar beside him. Kasha backing through the trees while layers of force flashed between her and the old Grovewarden. Pack, objective, leave. A Wolfkin warrior broke from the Northern Reserve and came after Marcus. Magnus intercepted, not because the Beastkin was there, because Marcus was part of the withdrawal. The distinction mattered. The great axe still lay near the first bodies, too far. Magnus brought out the shield instead. The Wolfkin hit it with both claws and shoulder. Magnus gave half a step. The Beastkin tried to hook the upper rim and drag it aside. Magnus slammed the shield forward, once, again. The Wolfkin lost the line. Magnus drove a knee into his stomach and shoved him into a root tangle. He did not finish him. That was harder than killing him would have been. Magnus turned and ran after the pack. Behind them, the old Grovewarden's voice rose in a language Magnus did not understand. Roots moved through the forest, not everywhere. Not some impossible command of miles of woodland. Here, around them, enough. Dane redirected twice. They crossed the stream again. This time nobody cared about wet boots. Bristle barked once from ahead. Dane answered with a hand signal. Left. The pack turned. A root ripped through the soil where Magnus had been running. He jumped it. Velithar nearly went down on the far side. Magnus caught the back of his armor and hauled him upright without stopping. Velithar found his feet. "I had that under control. You were horizontal. I was adapting." Magnus heard himself laugh once. Rage still rode too close beneath his skin. The sound came out harsher than he intended. Then the forest opened, cleared ground, the river, Alder crossing. The battle had changed. The western wall still stood. Smoke still rose from inside. But the pressure against the palisade had broken apart. One Beastkin group was already withdrawing into the trees. Another remained near the northern ditch but no longer had roots climbing beneath their approach. Imperial archers were firing into gaps that had not existed minutes earlier. The legionaries did not know why. They did not need to. The wolves reached the postern. The guard opened it just wide enough. They came through one after another. Kasha last. The gate slammed shut. For several heartbeats Magnus simply stood inside the wall breathing. Snow fell around him. It was sticking now. Thinly, white gathered on the packed earth between boots and wagon tracks. Blood dripped from the edge of his gauntlet, not his. A few red drops struck the snow and spread into it. Magnus watched them disappear beneath another passing boot. Corvin was already working. Lucan had a cut along one thigh. Marcus's shield arm hung lower than normal. Dane had blood on one sleeve. None of it looked immediately catastrophic. Holt came toward Magnus. His eyes moved over the armor, then toward the forest, then back to Magnus. That throw, Magnus knew exactly which one he meant. "I know." "No, you don't." Magnus removed his helmet. Cold air struck his face. "I know it was harder than usual." Holt stared at him in weary disbelief. "You pinned a druid to a tree from nearly 30 yards away. I noticed that portion. Do not start." Magnus wiped snow from his forehead. Holt pointed one finger at him. "Your feet were wrong for the release I taught you. Your arm came through too wide, you nearly over-rotated. Somehow your whole body still put more force into that javelin than I have ever seen you manage." Magnus glanced toward the pack strap. "I was already turning." Yes, Holt's irritation changed, not disappearing, becoming interest. You were already turning. Magnus understood what had caught him. The rotation carried into the throw, partly, Holt's gaze became appraising, and partly you were enraged enough that whatever your class does with physical output decided to participate. Magnus flexed his throwing hand. The shoulder felt fine, strained, not injured. I can try it again. Holt's expression flattened instantly, not while standing beside my head. Magnus almost smiled. A horn sounded from the wall, not alarm, withdrawal signal. The Beastkin were leaving. Men began shouting from the western rampart. Different shouting now, relief, insults. Boasting that had waited until the enemy was actually moving away before becoming brave enough to exist. The crossing commander appeared through the smoke. His gaze found Kasha first, then the pack. What did you hit? Kasha removed one glove. 3 Druids, 1 dead, 1 seriously wounded, 3rd escaped. We also pulled at least part of their reserve away from your wall. The commander stared toward the western forest. Whatever you did, the route stopped about 10 minutes ago. They will start again when the survivors reorganize. Then I will enjoy the 10 minutes. That sounded like a man who had been fighting here too long. His attention shifted toward Magnus. Recognition came this time, longer than yesterday's station commander. The man's eyebrows rose. Gerlin. Magnus immediately disliked where this was going. The commander pointed at him. You're the arena boy. Holt's mouth began doing something dangerously close to amusement. Magnus sighed. I fought in the arena, yes. One of the legionaries nearby turned, then another. The first man had blood down the front of his mail and half a bandage wrapped around his head. He studied Magnus. The Deathcaller. Magnus closed his eyes. Of course, of fucking course. The wounded legionary grinned. That was you shouting out there. Magnus opened his eyes again. I would prefer everyone forgot that name. Several soldiers nearby laughed. The crossing commander glanced toward the forest where the final Beastkin groups were disappearing between the trees. I suspect they may remember it. Magnus followed his gaze. Somewhere beyond those trunks, the surviving Grovewarden was retreating. So was the young Druid if his people managed to cut him free of the tree before the withdrawal became complete. They had seen Magnus. They had heard him. And one of them had spent the final moments of the fight staring at a javelin buried through his shoulder while the human who threw it kept coming. Magnus looked down at the first thin layer of snow covering the yard. More red drops had appeared across it. Winter had not arrived completely. Not yet, but it was close. Chapter 6. By the 7th day after Alder crossing, nobody at the forward station was calling it a victory anymore. The bridge still stood. That mattered. The western palisade had been repaired where roots had lifted the road beneath it, and the dead had been buried beyond the eastern wall where the ground was still soft enough to dig. For 2 days afterward, men had spoken of the attack with the rough satisfaction of soldiers who had survived something difficult and knew the other side had failed. Then the road began to disappear around them. Not literally. That would have been easier. The first convoy from the east arrived 11 hours late with 1 wagon missing and 6 wounded men laid across sacks of barley. The next did not arrive at all. A patrol sent to find it came back after dark with 3 empty wagons, blood on 1 driver's bench and no bodies. The western station beyond Alder crossing missed grain, then salt. 2 replacement bowstrings and a crate of lamp oil became important enough to share a command report with 40 sacks of flour. Couriers stopped traveling alone. Escorts doubled. By the 6th day, there were not enough men to double anything without stripping a wall, a work crew, or another convoy. Snow came and went through all of it, never enough to bury the road. Enough to whiten the roots each morning and turn every footprint into a brief record before noon mud destroyed it. The forest beyond the palisade had lost most of its autumn color. Bare branches showed black against the gray sky. Evergreens held snow longer, dark and heavy beneath it. The Beastkin did not attack the station again. That bothered the veterans more than another assault would have. Magnus stood inside the command building while Kasha spread 4 days of reports across a table scarred by knife points, spilled wax and old ink. The room had been built for 6 people. 10 wolves, 1 station commander, and a map board made it considerably smaller. Bristle had been left outside. The Hound had objected. Dane had objected more quietly. If you want one reason the road is failing, Captain, I can give you 6, the station commander said. None of them are large enough to send a company after, that's the problem. He pushed 3 reports toward Kasha. A patrol disappears north of the road. 2 days later, a convoy gets hit 3 miles south of where we expect the same warband to be. We send hunters south. Nothing. Then someone cuts the courier route behind them. Kasha read without looking up. How many separate groups are you estimating? Ask me tomorrow and I'll probably give you another answer. Holt leaned over the map. Give us the best count you have today. The commander scratched at the stubble along his jaw. 5 warbands at minimum, possibly twice that if they're rotating people. Mostly small, 8, 12, 15, enough to kill a patrol before help reaches it, not enough to stand when we send serious weight after them. Dane tapped one finger against a creek line north of Alder Crossing, and they're crossing the road how often? Constantly or never, depends which hunter you believe. That wasn't the question I actually asked. The commander's irritation stopped before it became anger. Dane was not insulting him. He was doing what Dane did when a problem smelled wrong. We find tracks on both sides, the commander said. Sometimes the same sign. Wolfkin, coyotekin, occasional heavier prints. They strike from one side and are seen on the other before we can close the road. Velithar had been studying the edge of the map rather than the center. Then the road is not the obstacle we believe it is. The commander gave him a tired glance. It's packed earth, not a fortress wall. No, I mean we're treating crossings as moments. They may be treating the road as part of their normal movement. That drew Kasha's attention. Velithar touched 3 places where streams or drainage gullies approach the military road. If they already know where patrol sightlines fail, where the ditches deepen, where brush regrows fastest, they do not need one hidden crossing. They need 20 ordinary ones we never notice until somebody uses them. Magnus looked at the map again. The road had dominated every Imperial discussion since they arrived. Hold the road, escort the road, clear the road, repair the road. The Beastkin had lived in this forest before Aurellion drove a strip of packed dirt through it. Perhaps they simply did not think of that strip as the center of the world. Kasha folded one report over another. We are looking for a camp because that is what worked at Alder Crossing. Holt grunted. Ashfang watched us tear the last one apart. I'd be disappointed if she gave us another. Then we stopped looking for the last problem. Kasha pointed at the northern creek. Dane, start here. I want roots, not bodies. Velithar goes with you. The rest of us stay close enough to pull you out if you find more than tracks. The station commander exhaled through his nose. If you find the bastard place they're feeding these attacks from, burn it. Kasha gathered the reports. If there is one place, we will. Outside, Bristle greeted Dane with the wounded dignity of an animal who had been excluded from matters obviously beyond human competence. Dane crouched to adjust the hound's harness. Yes, they were fools to begin without you. The Empire is still standing somehow. Velithar pulled his hood up against the snow. I am reassured that our best tracker requires this much soothing. Dane did not look at him. Bristle has killed people who annoyed him less than you do. That sounded remarkably unprofessional for a Pathfinder. It was an entirely professional assessment. Magnus smiled despite himself and followed them toward the gate. The road north of Alder Crossing looked peaceful enough to insult anyone who had read the reports. Snow softened the churned shoulders. Wagon ruts held thin brown water beneath skins of ice. The cleared strip on either side widened near bends and narrowed where ancient trunks had made felling them too expensive for the engineers. Every few hundred yards, blackened stumps showed where the Legion had cut younger trees and burned the brush. The forest had already started reclaiming some of it. Green shoots rose through frost where there should have been none. Thorny vines ran along one ditch in new tangles. Nothing moved quickly enough for Magnus to watch it grow, but yesterday's cut ground had begun looking less cut. Wild magic did not need to raise a wall of roots in front of a marching company to matter. Sometimes it only needed to make 10 men spend tomorrow clearing what 20 men had cleared yesterday. Dane took them off the road after less than a mile. The pack spread without breaking apart. Dane and Bristle moved first, Velithar offset to the right, and the others filled the flanks and rear without needing to be told. Kasia remained near the center. Holt walked beside Magnus for perhaps 50 paces before glancing at the great axe across Magnus's back. "You planning to use that today? If the tracks become argumentative enough to require it. Good, try not to solve a tracking problem by chopping down the forest." Magnus stepped over a root buried beneath fresh snow. "You seem unusually committed to preventing innovation." "I've spent years preventing idiots from renaming bad ideas." Holt moved ahead before Magnus could answer. The creek appeared as a dark line through the trees. It was barely 15 feet across, shallow in most places, quick enough that ice formed only along the banks. Bristle lowered his head near a patch of mud where the snow had been disturbed and began working slowly upstream. Dane followed without touching the prints. Magnus saw nothing he could read at first. Then Dane pointed. A long, narrow impression pressed into the mud beneath an exposed root. Another sat 2 feet away. A third had been softened by water. "Kyokin, 2, maybe 3, yesterday at the oldest, this morning at the newest," Dane said. Velithar crouched several yards upstream. "And somebody moved through here often enough to scrape bark off that root." The damage was small. Magnus would have walked past it. Dane did not. Neither did Velithar. They followed the creek west. The tracks multiplied, disappeared over stone, then returned farther up. Wolfkin prints joined them. So did one set Magnus could not identify until Dane called it Mooskin and told him to stop trying to fit every Beastkin foot into a human boot shape. Nothing about the trail suggested an army. That became the point. 12 here, 6 there, 3 crossing back the other way. One heavier set joined the stream and vanished into deeper water. The forest was not carrying a formation. It was carrying traffic. 2 hours later, Bristle stopped beside a fallen iron ash whose roots had torn a wall of earth from the ground when it fell years earlier. The hound did not growl. He sniffed once beneath the root mass, then looked at Dane. Dane sighed. You could pretend this was difficult occasionally. They found the cache beneath a layer of bark, moss, and dead leaves packed into a hollow behind the roots. It contained no treasure. That made it more important. Wrapped bundles of dried meat, coarse salt in waxed leather, 2 coils of cord, spare bowstrings sealed against moisture, a small packet of needles, resin, bandages. 3 clay jars, the pack's healer identified by smell as some kind of wound salve, a bundle of arrow shafts without heads, a whetstone, enough to keep a small warband moving, not enough to support an army. Kasia stared into the hollow. How long has it been used? Dane studied the ground around it. Used recently, refilled more than once. I would not wager on how long it has existed. Velithar studied the hollow. If we burn it, they learn exactly which cache we found. If we leave it untouched, we may learn who comes back. Kasia considered the supplies. We do neither today. Mark it for command and continue. If this is one point in a network, I want to know whether the network is part of the weapon before we start cutting random threads. They moved on. The second cache was smaller and better hidden. The third was empty. By late afternoon, the pattern was ugly enough that nobody needed Kasia to explain it. The Beastkin had not replaced the support camp destroyed at Alder Crossing. They had divided it. Food in one hollow, medical supplies beneath another root mass. Arrow stock near a creek. Temporary rally points marked by cuts in bark, so subtle Magnus only recognized them after Velithar showed him twice. Old game trails had been cleared just enough for fast movement, while brush along the Imperial side had been encouraged to thicken. A Grovewarden might have helped with some of it. Ordinary hands had done the rest. There was no obvious head to cut off, at least not in what they had found today. They returned to the road as evening settled between the trees. The western sky had gone from gray to darker gray. Snow drifted steadily now, dry enough to stay where it landed. Somewhere far north, a wolfkin howl carried between the trunks. A second answered from farther west. Holt listened until it ended. That could easily be some kind of signal. Dane wiped melted snow from Bristle's back. Or a wolfkin talking to another wolfkin. That distinction would be extremely useful. I'll remember to ask them next time. Nobody laughed very much. Back at the station, Kasia spent the first hour with the commander and his map. Magnus spent it hauling sacks. A convoy had finally arrived from the east while the wolves were gone. 7 wagons instead of 12. One had broken an axle, another turned back after a teamster took an arrow, and 3 had never left the previous station because there were not enough soldiers to escort them. The men unloading flour did not care that Alder Crossing had been saved a week earlier. They cared that 7 wagons were doing the work of 12. Magnus carried 2 sacks at a time until a quartermaster told him to stop making everyone else look bad. He was reaching for another when Velithar appeared holding a narrow packet sealed in oilcloth. "Apparently your dead historian has joined the war effort." Magnus took it. His name had been written across the front in the bookseller's careful hand, followed by 3 separate military routing marks. For a moment the noise in the yard receded. "Where did you manage to get this?" "The courier had it buried beneath command dispatches and 2 letters somebody has been trying to send west for 9 days. I recognized your name before the clerk decided it should spend another week in a sack." Magnus turned the packet over. "I appreciate you pulling it out." Velithar's expression changed by a degree. "You are welcome. I reserve the right to mock whatever is inside once I learn how much you paid for it. Then I will make certain you never learn." "That was already the assumption I made." Velithar moved away toward the barracks. Magnus slid the packet inside his coat rather than opening it in the yard. He lasted approximately 4 minutes before Kasha came out of the command building. "Wolves, listen. We move east before dawn." Magnus stopped beside the supply shed. Kasha waited until the others were close enough. "Regional Command wants the cache locations verified against attacks from the last 2 weeks. We are escorting the road survey team to the junction east of Alder, then cutting south to inspect 2 missing patrol routes." Dane rubbed both hands over his face. "How long are we expected to remain out?" 2 days if nothing goes wrong." Holt gave a quiet grunt. Kasha looked toward him. "Do you have something useful to add?" "Only profound admiration for your optimism, Captain. Keep enough of it to saddle your horse." The pack broke apart again. Magnus remained where he was for another second with Castelline's packet warm beneath his coat. 2 days, he had hired someone 3 weeks ago to find answers for him. The answers had crossed half the Empire faster than Magnus could leave a military road 6 miles without permission. That thought stayed with him while he ate. It stayed while he cleaned mud from his boots. It stayed while he checked the edge on the great axe and found a small roll near the lower beard that would need a stone before morning. By the time the storehouse quieted, Magnus was irritated enough that sleep had no chance. He waited anyway, the pack thinned out by duty. Someone went to the infirmary, others drew watch or helped move supplies away from a leaking roof, and Holt disappeared with Kasha to finish the next day's route. For perhaps half an hour the storehouse belonged to Magnus. He lit 1 shielded lamp, then he opened the packet. The bookseller had done exactly what Magnus paid him to do. Most of the contents were dull. That pleased him. 3 pages listed Castelline's known works in approximate chronological order. Another 2 pages contained disputed titles, alternate dates, references to copies held in private collections, and 1 note explaining that a supposed Castelline military treatise was probably written 80 years after his death by someone borrowing the name. There were copied catalog entries from 2 libraries, a partial index, a short note from the bookseller explaining which later works could be obtained in Gaerlin and which would require correspondence elsewhere. Magnus read every line. Castelline's interests widened as he aged. Military history became languages. Languages became settlement records. Settlement records became old political boundaries, inheritance customs, population movements, and arguments over where entire peoples had once lived. Berserker nearly disappeared. If Magnus had not known what to watch for, it would have seemed like an old scholar letting one question lead him into another. Then he reached the final copied sheet. The bookseller had marked the top with a brief note. The note read, "You requested unusual later material." This passage appears in a northern survey cited by 3 later antiquarians. I have not located a complete copy. The excerpt below was reproduced in an older catalog commentary and checked against a second quotation where possible. Magnus lowered the page closer to the lamp. The name struck him first, Skaldhaven. He had never heard it before. Castelline described it as the principal settlement of a vanished northern human culture once established among fjords and high valleys near the mountains now called the Worldspine. The surviving evidence came from old records, scattered finds and work conducted among the ruins over different periods. Castelline was careful about what those fragments could establish. He was equally careful about what they could not. Magnus read the copied passage once. Then again, Castelline had written, the surviving administrative material from Skaldhaven records household obligations, winter stores, property succession, injuries, watch rotations, tool allotments, weapons issued for communal defense, births, deaths, and the replacement of damaged equipment. No early register examined by this author records a root, branch, class reading, or recognized development title. Magnus stopped breathing for several seconds. He continued. The common explanation that sacred or class matters were recorded separately remains possible. It should nevertheless be observed that the same record keepers preserved disputes over fishing nets, lame draft animals, broken axles, missing spearheads, and exemptions from winter watch after injury. Absence is not proof. Repeated absence within otherwise intrusive administration is, at minimum, a question. Magnus put the page down. The lamp flame moved once behind its horn shield. Outside the storehouse, someone laughed near the cook shed. A bucket struck stone. Normal sounds. Magnus picked the page up again. There was more. Castelline's notes on burials and surviving material dimensions suggested the people themselves had been extraordinary by modern human standards. Not one warrior caste, not a handful of unusually developed men. Skeletal remains attributed to laborers, craftspeople, and ordinary households showed larger frames, heavier joints and proportions that Castelline considered consistent across enough finds to reject coincidence. Tool grips, surviving furniture fragments, and the dimensions of domestic construction supported the same conclusion. Ancient humans, big ones. Magnus leaned back against the wall. The old warrior in the fog had been enormous. That meant nothing by itself. Magnus forced the thought down immediately. One large dead man did not prove a vanished northern population had anything to do with him. One old ruin without class records did not prove roots had once been absent from the world. Castelline himself had written the warning plainly enough. Absence was not proof. Good. Magnus held on to that. He needed to, because the other part of his mind had already begun assembling the pieces. The warrior had told him there had been no roots, no branches, no pathstones deciding what a child was. He had claimed the system came later. And here was Castelline, dead for centuries, writing about an organized human society that tracked broken spearheads and winter watch exemptions, but apparently never bothered to record the class identities modern armies considered essential. Maybe the class records had been somewhere else. Maybe they had been destroyed. Maybe Castelline had been wrong. Maybe the whole damned site had been misunderstood by later scholars. Magnus wanted every one of those possibilities to remain alive, because if they died, other possibilities became harder to ignore. The warrior had told him what Berserker was made from. He had told Magnus what the class system was for: cultivation. Lives accumulated, developed, returned, developed again, then consumed. Magnus had not known what to do with that accusation except keep it quiet and look for evidence. Now he had found the first piece that had not come from inside his own soul, not proof, but something. His eyes returned to the name, Skaldhaven. The page gave no route he could follow. Only the northern fjord country around the Worldspine and references to collections Magnus did not possess. He needed the complete survey. He needed whoever had excavated the place after Castelline. He needed maps. He needed to know whether the ruins still existed, whether anyone controlled them, what had survived, and whether the absence Castelline recorded continued a material he had never seen. Eventually, he needed to go there. The certainty of that surprised him. Not tomorrow, possibly not this year, but someday Magnus needed to stand in Skaldhaven and see what remained with his own eyes. The thought should have been exciting. Instead, it frightened him. Because the warrior had claimed something else. You have already met him. Magnus remembered the fog, the old warrior's expression when Magnus had failed to understand who he meant, the Lord of Dragons. Magnus remembered no Lord of Dragons, no meeting. No face, no voice, nothing. The warrior had told him that was because he had not been allowed to keep the memory. Magnus had treated that as another claim requiring proof. He still did, but Skaldhaven made the claim heavier. If the warrior had been right about a world before roots, what else had he been right about? Gods defeated and bound, souls cultivated, Berserker built from something older. A Lord Magnus had supposedly stood before and then forgotten. And the warning at the end. Do not speak carelessly. The dangerous person was not necessarily the one who laughed. It was the one who believed him, priests, temples, servants, relics, things the warrior had claimed could carry divine attention in ways Magnus did not understand. Magnus stared at the lamp. He had nearly allowed senior temple specialists in Gerland to read his route because a first citizen's household had offered access to a library. He had refused because they wanted to keep the results. At the time that had felt cautious. Now it felt lucky. Magnus did not know what any particular priest understood. He did not know how the gods listened through temples, relics, dreams, or sworn servants, or whether saying the Lord's name aloud mattered at all. None of that made the warning safe to test. The old warrior had been clear about the dangerous response. Belief. A priest could save Magnus's life in one battle and become lethal the next day if the wrong truth reached whatever stood behind the altar. That did not require hatred. It did not require every priest to be part of some conscious conspiracy. It required Magnus to admit that he did not understand the channels involved and that the price of being wrong could include everyone he told. That ignorance was precisely the problem. Until he knew more, he could not even warn Edric or Helena without asking them to carry a secret that might make them targets. The thought sat badly with him, but not as badly as gambling their lives for the comfort of having told someone. Magnus folded the page once carefully along an existing crease. His hands had started trembling, not rage, cold perhaps, fear more likely. He sat still until they stopped. Then, without meaning to, he thought of Earth. The memories had never gone anywhere. They simply lived farther back now. 16 years of Eldara stood between Magnus and Earth, between him and the Pacific, between him and a kitchen where Ari Sorensen had once stared at enlistment papers as though paper could kill his son if he looked at it long enough. Usually Magnus left those memories where they were. He had a life here, work here, people here. Thinking constantly about a world he could not reach had seemed like a fine way to ruin the one beneath his feet. Tonight the distance collapsed. Cartwright appeared first for no reason Magnus could explain, freckles beneath a Pacific tan, a rifle trapped between his knees in an amphibious tractor, talking because silence bothered him. Then Sergeant Foley, Mercer dying before the beach had even properly begun. Guadalcanal heat, Cape Gloucester rain, Peleliu coral dust sticking to sweat, his father at the kitchen table. Things I hope you never do. Magnus closed his eyes. He had understood Ari too late. Worse, he had understood him exactly when there was nothing left to do with the understanding. On the road to Valhalla, Magnus had searched the faces of dead men from the First World War because Ari might be among them. He had imagined finally telling his father that he had been right. Then Magnus had walked away from the road. Another unanswered question. Another life, his mother had been somewhere behind him on Earth when he died. That thought struck harder than the rest. Magnus opened his eyes. He did not know how they had told her. A telegram, perhaps, a letter after. Some government office reducing 23 years of a woman's son to the necessary words. Killed in action. Peleliu, United States Marine Corps. He had spent years thinking about his own death because he remembered it. He had spent far less time thinking about what happened afterward to the people who had loved him. His mother had needed to keep living. Whatever room she had been standing in when she learned, Magnus had not come through the door afterward. There had been no impossible second chance for her. No explanation. No way for Magnus to tell her that death had not been the end. No way to tell her he was all right, his vision blurred. Magnus blinked hard. That made one tear spill anyway. He wiped it away with the heel of his hand and immediately felt ridiculous for trying to pretend the next one was not coming. For perhaps a minute he stopped fighting it. No sound, no dramatic collapse, just grief that had waited 16 years for an unlocked door. His mother, Ari, John, Men whose faces he had not allowed himself to examine too closely because there was always another road, another training yard, another problem requiring his hands. Then Helena entered the memory without belonging to it. Helena standing in the kitchen in Brookshire with flour on her forearms. Helena complaining that he ate as though winter had personally offended him. Helena touching his face when he came home bloody. Helena receiving his birthday letter from Gerlin while her son lay recovering from a sword driven through his body. Magnus's throat closed. He had almost done it again. His first mother had lost a son to war. Helena had come terrifyingly close to joining her. A claymore had gone through Magnus's torso. If Marius had struck differently, if Holt had reached him later, if regeneration had failed, if Corvin had been unable to keep him alive, another mother would have received whatever Aurellion sent when a legionary died away from home. Edric would have stood beside her, Bran and Pell would have heard, Abigail. The whole little world Magnus had spent 16 years building would have been forced to continue without him, exactly as Earth had. He pressed both hands over his face. For one ugly moment, everything came back at once. The beach, the grenade, Ari's eyes, the old family photographs of the louder man his father had been before France, his mother's face as Magnus actually remembered it, Helena's arms around him when he was small enough to disappear inside them, Edric placing a spear in his hands. Cartwright refusing an order because he knew Magnus intended to die, Bran laughing too loudly, Pell correcting his aim. Abigail beside him at the harvest festival, 2 lives, both real, neither willing to stay politely separated. Magnus breathed through it. Slowly, again, he did not shove the memories away, that was different. He let them settle until he could hold them without drowning in them. When he lowered his hands, the lamp had burned noticeably lower. His face felt cold where the tears had dried. Magnus sat there and considered a question he had never expected to receive twice. What kind of life did he actually want? On Earth, he had never found out. He had been 23. Perhaps he would have stayed in the Corps. Perhaps he would have left after the war, found a factory job or worked with his hands somewhere and tried to build the quiet life Ari had wanted for him. Maybe he would have married, had children, grown old. Maybe he would have hated peace once he finally got it. Maybe he would have loved every boring day. There was no answer, there never would be. What surprised him was that he did not desperately want that unknowable life back. He missed people. God, he missed them, but Eldara itself. Magnus looked toward the storehouse door as though the world might be waiting on the other side to object. Magic was real, actual magic. Kasha could bend forces Magnus could not feel. Mages threw fire, lightning, and ice. Priests closed wounds with prayer and mana. Dungeons built impossible ecosystems beneath the earth. Beastkin spoke and fought and laughed and hated. Elves lived long enough to remember kingdoms becoming history. Monsters wandered forests where trees could wake up angry enough to kill you. Who the hell would have believed any of it? Some part of Magnus still found the entire world wondrous, even after seeing what it cost. He had Edric and Helena, a farm, a bed that had once been too small because Helena refused to believe he was still growing. Bran and Pell wandering in as though doors were suggestions. Work that mattered, smithing he was only beginning to understand. Friends. Maybe when this service ended, Abigail would still smile at him the way she had before he left. Maybe nothing would ever come of that. Maybe someday it would be someone else entirely. He could imagine children. That startled him more than magic did. Children running across the same farm where Edric had taught him to stand behind a shield. Helena complaining that they were underfoot while feeding every one of them twice what they needed. Edric pretending he was too stern to spoil them. Magnus wanted that possibility. He wanted to go home, not immediately. Not at the cost of abandoning the people beside him in the middle of a fight, but someday. And that was when another thought finally separated itself from everything around it. Eldara was not Aurellion. Magnus sat very still. It was obvious enough that he almost laughed. Yet somewhere during 16 years of growing up beneath Imperial law, the two had become tangled together. Aurellion was where humans lived. Aurellion was civilization. Tiberius was the emperor. The empire fought elves, orcs, and beastkin because those were the enemies on the maps and in the stories and now in the forest outside the wall. Except Magnus knew better than that now. Ravelon existed, Thalrindor existed, Grimstone existed. The endless forest held entire peoples and histories Aurellion generally discussed as obstacles, enemies, or sources of slaves. And other humans existed beyond the Empire too. They had to. Magnus knew that in the vague way one knew distant geography from maps, passing references and people who had traveled farther than Brookshire. Aurellion was the largest human power he knew, not the only place human beings had ever managed to put walls around fields. Yet Magnus could not have named more than scraps about those other lands. That bothered him now. Tiberius called himself ruler of mankind. Magnus's mouth twisted. Pompous bastard. The phrase belonged to another life as naturally as the irritation did. America had never claimed to be mankind. Britain was not mankind, France was not mankind, Germany was not mankind, Japan was not mankind, they were countries. Countries could be loved, served, fought for, criticized, left. Magnus had been born in a republic, not beneath a throne. Whatever else America had been, no president had claimed that every human being alive was his subject. Countries were not the species wearing a flag. Aurellion was a country. A very large one, ruled by a very powerful man who had apparently spent 600 years insisting the distinction did not matter. Magnus thought of the slave auction in Brookshire. Edric looking away because there had been nothing he could do without making matters worse. He thought of the young druid at Alder Crossing with a javelin through his shoulder. That druid had been trying to help kill Aurelian soldiers. Magnus did not need to pretend otherwise. The wolfkin who had tried to bite through his visor had not been misunderstood peace activists. They had been enemy fighters doing their level best to kill him and his friends. Magnus would kill them again if the choice was them or the pack, but why were they fighting? That question had become harder to ignore. For all Magnus knew, one of the wolfkin he had killed had a brother in chains somewhere inside Aurellion. A daughter, a mate. Maybe none of them did. Maybe some simply wanted Imperial land, blood, revenge, glory, or whatever else made people walk willingly into wars. It did not change the immediate fight. It changed how comfortable Magnus felt allowing Aurellion to decide forever where his immediate fights would be. A memory surfaced from Earth, not Peleliu this time, paper, black ink. Some 4th of July newspaper spread he had seen years before the war, or perhaps during school. Magnus could no longer remember which. He remembered the words because Americans had a habit of printing old revolutionary sentences whenever somebody wanted to remind everyone what the country claimed to be. Give me liberty or give me death. Patrick Henry. Magnus had not thought about the line in years. Then another phrase followed it. Semper Fidelis, always faithful. That one sat deeper. The Corps had put it everywhere until the word stopped feeling like Latin and became a standard a Marine was expected to carry in his bones. Magnus remembered raising his hand when he enlisted. The oath had required true faith and allegiance, honest and faithful service, obedience to the president and the officers appointed over him. He had meant it. He had never regretted meaning it. Now sitting in a leaking storehouse inside an empire whose ruler claimed every human life beneath the word mankind, Magnus found himself asking something that would once have seemed almost insulting. What deserved faithfulness? Edric did. Helena did. Bran and Pell did. Holt had earned it. Cassia had earned a measure of it. Velithar, Dane, Corvin, the wolves, people could earn loyalty. Could a country? Of course it could. Magnus had died believing that. But birth alone had never been the whole bargain in his first life, no matter how loudly politicians pretended otherwise. America had laws above individual men. Presidents left office. Officers could give orders, but they did not become owners of the men who obeyed them. Aurellion had given Magnus a home only in the broadest possible sense. Edric and Helena had given him the actual one. Tiberius had not raised him. A first citizen had not fed him. The Legion had trained him, equipped him, and put good people beside him. It had also taken 2 years of his life because Imperial law said it could. Those things were not identical. Service was not ownership. Faithfulness was not obedience without end. Magnus let that sit. It frightened him less than Skaldhaven had, maybe because this answer belonged entirely to him. Then the more dangerous thought arrived. What if he left, not now? The pack would ride before dawn. The road was failing. Men depended on one another out here, and Magnus was not going to invent a philosophy at midnight and use it as an excuse to abandon them before breakfast. But after his service, or someday when there was no service left worth giving, what actually stopped him from going somewhere else? He had money now, weapons, the dimensional pack. He could smith well enough to earn his keep and intended to become better. The Adventurers Guild crossed borders Aurellion did not. There were roads beyond Imperial roads, cities beyond Imperial cities, human lands he barely knew, elven countries he had been taught mostly to distrust, Grimstone beyond that, and an endless forest vast enough that maps in royal halls probably lied whenever they pretended anyone truly controlled it. There was a world spine, there was Skaldhaven somewhere around it. For the first time, Magnus did not imagine the world outside Aurellion as somewhere orders might send him. He imagined going because he chose to. The idea felt almost embarrassingly simple. Then he looked down at Castelline's page. Simple became necessary. If the warrior was lying, Magnus needed to prove it. If the warrior was mistaken, Magnus needed to find where the story broke. If Castelline had misunderstood Skaldhaven, Magnus needed better evidence. And if Magnus's gut was right, if the possibility he most wanted to be wrong was actually true, then the danger was larger than Aurellion, larger than Tiberius, larger than this war. His family lived inside whatever system the warrior had described. Helena. Edric, everyone. If death returned people through machinery controlled by the Lord of Dragons, then even going home and living quietly would not make the problem disappear. Magnus did not know enough to say that was true, but he knew enough now that ignorance was no longer harmless. He needed Skaldhaven. He needed Castelline's complete work. He needed maps, languages, archives, and people who knew how to read evidence Magnus would miss. He needed to become strong enough that discovering the wrong answer did not simply get him killed. And before any of that, he needed freedom to go where the evidence led. Outside, Boots approached the storehouse. Magnus wiped his face once more, folded Castelline's pages and returned them to the oilcloth. By the time the door opened, his breathing was steady. Holt stepped inside carrying snow on his shoulders. He took 2 steps, stopped, and looked at Magnus sitting beside the dying lamp. Magnus expected a joke. Holt did not make one. His gaze dropped to the packet, then returned to Magnus's face. "You planning to sleep before we ride?" Magnus looked toward the shuttered window. "Eventually, I found something worth losing a little sleep over." Holt set his gloves near the brazier. "Did you find something useful or something frightening?" Magnus considered the question. "I don't know yet." "That's the problem." Holt watched him for another moment, then he nodded toward the blanket roll. "Keep not knowing in the morning, we leave before first light." Magnus almost smiled. "And there it is happening again." Holt paused. "What exactly are you talking about now?" "The Legion deciding where I go next." Holt's expression changed slightly. "Not anger, not yet. Tonight it is deciding where all of us go next." Magnus held his gaze. "I know," and he did. That was what made the thought difficult rather than easy. Holt moved toward his bedroll without pressing further. Magnus extinguished the lamp. In the dark, the forest beyond the walls howled once and went quiet. Magnus lay down with Castelline's packet beneath his folded clothes and one hand near the axe beside him. The pack would ride east before dawn. Skaldhaven lay somewhere far to the north. For now, those were 2 different roads. Magnus no longer believed they would remain that way forever. Chapter 7. Edric had been issued 3 shields before noon and trusted none of them. The first had a split beginning beneath the rawhide rim. The second had been repaired around the hand grip with 2 different kinds of timber and enough iron to make the balance pull left. The third was merely old, scarred, and honest about it. He kept the third. Around him, the recall yard outside Brookshire had become a machine for turning farmers, craftsmen, discharged soldiers, and men who had hoped never to see a Legion quartermaster again into something the Empire could march north. Rain had frozen during the night. Thin white crust clung to the wagon ruts and the edges of the long timber sheds, though hundreds of boots had already churned the center of the yard into brown slush. Clerks sat beneath canvas awnings with ledgers wrapped in waxed cloth. Quartermasters shouted sizes and quantities. Men carried spears in bundles. Armorers hammered dents from old helmets beside braziers that smoked whenever sleet found the coals. Bran emerged from the equipment shed wearing a mail shirt over his wool tunic and an expression of personal betrayal. They gave me an axe made for a boy. Edric looked at the weapon in his hand. The haft reached nearly to Bran's shoulder. The head was broad enough that Edric would have preferred not to receive it anywhere on his body. I think the boy would disagree with you. My boy would. Yours would ask whether they had something heavier. That was probably true. Edric turned the shield over and tested the straps again. Pell came out behind Bran with a bow case, a quiver, a short sword, and no expression at all. Bran stopped complaining. His eyes went to the bow case, then to Pell. Edric had watched Bran discover important information before. Usually the process involved fewer visible stages. Bran pointed at the case. I know what that is. What I want to know is why a Legion clerk just called you Hound. Pell stopped, his eyes closed for half a moment. I moved to the village because that life was finished. I never saw much reason to advertise it. Edric lowered the shield, then he started laughing. Pell gave him a flat look. You are supposed to be the sensible one. We have known you all these years, and a quartermaster found more of your life in 20 minutes than you ever told us. Bran's grin arrived slowly. A fucking hound pack, Pell. You let me believe you were some village marksman who got tired of shooting deer. I was a marksman and I did get tired of shooting things. Neither statement was false. Bran slapped one hand against Pell's shoulder. Pell removed it. I also learned early that explaining military service to you became considerably worse after you had been drinking. Bran looked deeply offended. I bought you a great deal of cider. That was one of the stronger reasons not to tell you. For several breaths it almost felt like home. Then a clerk called Pell's name from beneath the nearest awning. Pell's face changed, not much, enough that Edric noticed. They crossed the yard together. The clerk was a narrow woman with gray hair tied behind her head and 3 ledgers open around her. She did not waste time looking at their faces. Pell Hunter Root Marksman Branch, Prior Legion Service, Hound Qualification, Inactive Reserve. Her finger moved down the page. Bond status. Pell stood very still. No active bond. The clerk looked up. Severed voluntarily or deceased. Deceased. Her voice lost a little of its mechanical rhythm. Replacement bond. None. The clerk read farther. Orders say specialist attachment on arrival at Alder Crossing. Hound complement is under strength. They need a field marksman with prior small unit experience. Pell's mouth tightened. I am not a complete hound hunter without a bond. The officer who wrote this appears capable of reading your file. You are listed as a marksman and field specialist, not a bonded hunter complement. She dipped her pen. You report with the North Mercy reinforcement column at first bell 2 mornings from now. Estimated 7 days to Alder Crossing if the roads remain open, longer if they do not. Bran leaned one forearm on the edge of the table. And where are the rest of us being sent? The clerk found the next page. Bran Heller, Arms Warrior, Alder Crossing Reinforcement Pool. Bran's humor thinned. That seems remarkably convenient. War has a talent for that. The clerk's finger moved again. Edric. No family name, just Edric, his old service number, his branch, the village, the farm acreage, the dependents registered to his household. Then another line. The clerk paused. Your son is currently in active Legion service. Edric had been waiting for that. He is. Household service was noted during review. Then why was I recalled? The woman glanced toward a stack of sealed orders beside her. I process the list I receive. I do not decide whose name stays on it. Not an answer. Not quite a refusal either. Edric kept his voice level. Was the note missed? No, it is copied twice. She turned the ledger enough that he could see 2 small marks in the margin. Your recall stands, Alder Crossing Reinforcement Pool. Bran's expression had gone completely sober. Edric looked at the ink. During his first service, a household with a serving son was not untouchable. Nothing in Aurellion was untouchable when the crown wanted men badly enough. But unless a levy became desperate, officials usually pushed the older father lower on the list. Farms still had to be worked, tax still had to be paid. Animals did not care how many fronts the emperor was fighting. Magnus was already serving. Bran made sense. He was an experienced arms warrior and still strong enough to split timber all day. Pell made more sense now than Edric liked. Edric was a middle-aged man-at-arms who had spent years turning soil. The clerk tapped the page. You need a spearhead replaced. Stores marked your old one unfit. Edric realized he had been staring. I heard you. Good, next shed, then medical inspection. He stepped away. Bran waited until they were beyond the awning. That is strange. Edric adjusted the shield strap. It could mean the front is worse than anyone is saying. It could. Neither man said the other possibility. Pell did not either. The three of them walked toward the next shed while sleet clicked against helmets, wagon covers, and the frozen edges of the yard. Edric had spent the last 2 days asking anyone with a badge whether they knew where Magnus was. Nobody did. One sergeant had heard that wolf packs had been pushed toward the Beastkin line. Another had said specialist movements were not posted for recalled men to read. A clerk had found Magnus's active service entry and nothing more useful than assigned under Wolf authority, North Mercy Theater. The Empire knew where his son was. Edric did not. That fact had grown heavier every time he thought about it. At the spear shed, Bran went inside first. Pell remained under the eave. Edric stopped beside him. You never formed another bond. It was not really a question. Pell watched sleet strike the mud. No. Edric waited. He had learned long ago that Pell filled silence only when he chose to. Eventually, the older hunter rubbed one thumb across the leather seam of his bow case. She was a woodland panther. I bonded her when I was young enough to believe losing people was something that happened to older men. Edric said nothing. Near the end of my service, we were working against an elven ranger. I was fighting him at close enough range that neither of us had much business still carrying bows. She was behind me. Pell's thumb stopped, hurt too badly to stand. His voice remained even. That made it worse. The bond does not become quiet because the animal is dying, it becomes louder. Bran had come back out of the shed. He heard the sentence and stopped without joining them. Pell looked past both men. I felt what she felt, pain first, fear. Then fury because she could hear me fighting and could not reach me. She kept trying to rise. Every time her body failed, the anger got worse. His fingers tightened around the bow case. There was no language in it. Bonds are deeper than that, but I knew what she wanted. She wanted to get to me. She wanted to kill what was trying to kill me. Pell swallowed once, and when she understood she was not going to stand again, that changed. Edric did not ask him to explain. Pell did anyway. She was sorry to leave me. Bran's eyes dropped. Pell's voice roughened for the first time. Imagine feeling that from something that has trusted you since it was young. She was dying, and what hurt through the bond was that she thought she was failing me. Nobody spoke. The yard kept moving around them. A quartermaster cursed at a man who had taken the wrong boots. Harness buckles rattled. Somewhere an officer called 30 recalled soldiers into line. Life continued with the indecency it always possessed around grief. Pell drew a slow breath. Then the bond was gone. Bran shifted his weight, and you still had the ranger. Pell looked at him. I killed him. Nothing in the way he said it invited another question. Bran nodded once. The humor was finished. Pell ran his palm down the bow case. I never wanted another animal inside my head after that. A hunter can bond again. Plenty do I could have. He looked toward the gray yard. I did not. Edric thought of Helena, not because the grief was the same. Because loss rarely waited until a person was prepared to carry it. That morning came back to him with such clarity that for a moment he could smell the banked hearth instead of wet wool and mud. Helena had packed his bread twice. The first bundle had already been tied when she untied it, checked the salt meat, added another heel of cheese and wrapped it again more tightly. Edric had let her. Mara stood outside with Bran. Abigail had come to help Helena with the animals after the men left. Nobody had needed to say why. Helena fastened the clasp of Edric's old traveling cloak. Her hands were shaking. He covered one of them. That was when she broke, "I don't know if I can do this alone." The words came out small and frightened. Edric had not known what his face did. Whatever it was, Helena saw it. She closed her eyes and shook her head. "No, that was not fair. Mara and Abigail will help. We can manage the animals, and Joran already said he would come if the roof gives trouble. I know the accounts. I know the fields. You do not need to carry the farm with you." Her eyes filled anyway. "We will be all right here, I promise." Edric had kissed her. He had told her he knew. They had both lied. Helena could manage the farm. That was never the part he doubted. She had managed illnesses, failed lambings, bad harvests, taxes, storms, Magnus, Edric, and half the disasters Bran wandered into carrying a tool and an opinion. What she had meant was that she did not know how to wait for both her husband and her son to come back from war. Edric had left his wife standing beside Mara and Abigail because a piece of paper said he belonged elsewhere. Now another piece of paper said Alder Crossing. And somewhere near that same front, Magnus was serving under orders nobody would explain to his father. Bran touched Edric's shoulder. "You disappeared on us." Edric returned to the yard. "I was thinking about Helena." Bran's face softened. "Mara cried until I reached the road, then shouted that I had forgotten my winter gloves." "That sounds like Mara. She threw them at me hard enough to prove she was not helpless." Pell finally looked toward them. "Helena will have people around her." Edric nodded. "I know she will." "That is not what worries me." Knowing she had helped did not make leaving easier. A horn sounded near the administrative shed. Men began forming into groups for medical inspection. Bran looked toward the sound, then at Edric. "A week to Alder Crossing if the road lets us." Pell's gaze settled north. "And then we find out what waits there." Edric picked up his new spear. The shaft was straight, the head was sound, the shield was ugly but serviceable. He had gone to war before with worse. He only wished he knew whether his son could say the same. 5 days later, 6 miles west of Alder Crossing, Magnus learned that the fourth burrow had teeth. The surveyors had started calling the hidden Beastkin caches burrows after the second day. The name fit well enough. Most were dug beneath the root masses of old trees or hollowed into banks where roots and stone made the ground difficult to read. They held dried food, spare bowstrings, bandages, tools, bundles of arrows, preserved meat, cordage, and sometimes nothing except old ash and tracks leading somewhere Dane did not like. The first 3 had been real. That was why the fourth almost worked. Magnus crouched behind the enormous roots of an oak, while one of the surveyors measured the hollow beneath them with a marked cord. Frost silvered the dead leaves. Yesterday's snow remained in dirty patches where the canopy had opened, but beneath the old trees the earth was mostly black, wet, and cold. Dane stood uphill with Bristle. The hound's nose worked the air. Holt watched the tree line. Velithar had disappeared somewhere to Magnus's right. Kasha remained near the surveyors, one hand resting against the rune plate on her staff. 3 burrows in 2 days, 3 sets of measurements. 3 sets of tracks, storage estimates, access routes, route structures, and likely approaches marked for the engineers who would come behind them. A week earlier, the Beastkin had used the hidden network to move supplies and fighters through a section of forest the Legion could barely patrol. Now the Empire was learning where the holes were. Whoever was running the Beastkin effort would not appreciate that. The thought had barely formed when Bristle stopped scenting. The hound's head came up. Dane looked at him. "What did you catch?" Bristle did not growl, he stared downhill. Magnus turned, nothing moved, that was wrong. A forest did not become empty because men wished to listen. It became empty because everything else had stopped making noise. Holt lifted one fist. The nearest surveyor froze with the measuring cord in his hands. Kasha's voice stayed low. "Close in, nobody moves alone." Magnus touched the dimensional pack. His shield came into his left hand. A bearded axe filled his right. The ground opened behind them. Roots tore upward through the leaf mold across the route they had used to reach the oak. Men stumbled as thick coils twisted over one another into a barrier waist high and still growing. A surveyor screamed. A wolfkin came out of the brush before Magnus found the man who had screamed. Then 6 more appeared. They did not charge as a line, they hit from angles. One dropped from the uphill side behind Dane. 2 came low through the brush toward Kasha and the surveyors. Another was already inside Holt's reach before the old war master had fully turned. A coyotekin flashed between 2 trees farther downslope. Then the bearkin arrived. He did not come quietly. Branches snapped. A dark mass drove through a screen of young alder with a broad, hide-covered shield on one arm and enough weight behind it to make the slope seem too small. Magnus saw the moosekin last. Tall even for Beastkin, antlers angled between the trunks, he stepped onto the narrow eastern trail with a heavy spear and simply occupied it. The trap closed. Kasha's staff struck the ground. A translucent barrier snapped into existence between the surveyors and the first pair of wolfkin. Inside. Surveyors inside the pack. The wolfkin hit the barrier together. Mana flashed through their bodies. Kasha's jaw tightened. Holt intercepted the third. Magnus went toward the fourth. The wolfkin saw the shield and changed targets. Good. Magnus dropped his weight. Charge. The distance disappeared beneath hard driving steps. The wolfkin tried to cut across him rather than meet the collision. Magnus changed the angle with him and struck shield first into chest and shoulder. The impact lifted the lighter fighter sideways. The wolfkin hit the ground, rolled, and came back up on claws and one knee. Magnus was already turning. The bearkin was 3 strides away, too close for another choice. Magnus let the shield vanish into the dimensional pack as his right hand released the bearded axe. The great axe came out into both hands. The bearkin planted his shield. Raging blow. Magnus drove from the rear foot. Legs, hips, back, shoulders. Everything arrived behind the axe together. The blade struck the bearkin's shield hard enough to split the hide covering and bite into the wood beneath. The shock ran up Magnus's arms to his teeth. The bearkin moved, barely. One huge foot slid perhaps half a pace through wet leaves, that was all. Magnus had driven armored men farther with less. The bearkin looked down at the axe buried in his shield, then at Magnus. A deep huff rolled out of his chest. Magnus had just enough time to think, oh, fuck. The shield hit him. He caught part of it on the axe haft and still went backward. His heel struck a root. He fell hard enough to lose the great axe. Pain fed the rage. The bearkin came after him. A wolfkin came from the side. Magnus drew breath and drove war cry directly into his face. The wolfkin's ears flattened. His stride checked for less than a heartbeat. He did not flee. He did not need to. The hesitation was enough. Magnus touched the pack from the ground. A javelin filled his hand. He threw before standing. The wolfkin twisted. The iron head entered high in the outside of the thigh instead of the belly. The force spun him into a tree. Magnus rolled away from the bearkin's descending shield and came up with a bearded axe in each hand. A howl broke from somewhere behind him. Not victory, signal, the Druid. Magnus found her 30 yards uphill beneath a split cedar, one hand pressed against the trunk. The roots beneath Magnus's boots moved. He jumped clear of the first coil. The second caught his ankle. Magnus chopped down with the left axe, wood split. The root recoiled. He touched the pack again. The axe disappeared. A javelin replaced it. The Druid saw the motion. So did the coyotekin. The coyote snapped a warning and the Druid threw herself behind the cedar as Magnus released. The javelin struck bark where her ribs had been and buried deep enough that the shaft whipped from the impact. It did not kill her, it made her take her hand off the tree. The roots around Magnus slackened, that was enough. Druid uphill, split cedar 30 yards. An arrow passed above his left shoulder. The Druid ducked again. Mara had heard him. The bearkin hit Magnus from the right. This time there was no shield between them. A massive forearm caught Magnus across the upper chest and drove him against the oak roots. Air left him. The world narrowed. Magnus tasted blood. Rage answered. The bearkin reached for his throat. Magnus hacked at the reaching wrist with the beard of his axe. The bearkin pulled back before the edge landed cleanly and slammed the shield forward instead. Magnus turned sideways. The rim struck his pauldron and crushed him against wood. Pain flared from shoulder to spine. More rage. The simple part of him loved the arithmetic. Hit, hurt, get stronger, hit harder. Magnus bared his teeth, then Holt's voice cut across the fighting. Do not marry the big bastard, lad, we still have a mission. Magnus saw the battlefield again. Kasha's first barrier was down. Marcus had planted himself in front of Corvin and 2 surveyors while 3 wolfkin worried at the edges of his shield. Dane was bleeding from the side of his head. Bristle had 1 wolfkin by the forearm while another tried to reach the hound's flank. Velithar was nowhere visible. 1 surveyor lay near the opened burrow and was not moving. The Mooskin still held the eastern trail. The Druid was still alive. Bearkin. Pack surveyors exit. Magnus shoved the rage toward those facts. The Bearkin swung. Magnus went under it. His right axe hooked behind the Bearkin's shield rim. He yanked while driving his shoulder into the huge fighter's chest. The Bearkin did not fall. He did turn. That was enough to open the eastern side. Magnus let the hooked axe go rather than fight for it. His hand found the dimensional pack. Javelin. The Mooskin had just lowered his spear toward a surveyor trying to drag the fallen man away. Magnus threw. The Mooskin saw it. He twisted his torso and brought the spear shaft across. The javelin struck the wood near his hands. The shaft snapped. The iron head continued. It punched into the heavy flesh high in his shoulder. The Mooskin gave a violent snort and staggered into a trunk, antlers scraping bark. The surveyor dragged his companion clear. A wolfkin slammed into Magnus from behind. Claws scraped over the back of his cuirass and found the edge beneath his right arm. The fighter did not try to cut through plate. He hooked, pulled. Magnus's shoulder twisted backward. Another wolfkin came for his knee. This was what Holt meant about fighting bodies. Magnus dropped the javelin. His elbow went backward into the first wolfkin's muzzle and broke the grip. Magnus stamped down on the second fighter's reaching wrist, pivoted, and rammed the crown of his helmet into the first wolfkin's face. Cartilage gave. The second wolfkin hit him at the waist. Magnus went down with him. Claws found mail. Teeth snapped an inch from the gap beneath Magnus's jaw guard. Magnus shoved 1 forearm across the wolfkin's throat. The other fighter grabbed his weapon arm. He had no weapon. Fine. Magnus drove a knee into the ribs, reset his hips, and drove it in again. The wolfkin on top shifted to bite. Magnus caught the lower jaw with 1 gauntleted hand and the side of the muzzle with the other. For 1 ugly second they strained against each other. The wolfkin's mana reinforcement made his neck feel like bundled rope. Magnus twisted his hips and rolled. Now he was on top. The wolfkin clawed at the seam under his arm. Magnus smashed his forehead into the muzzle. The grip weakened. He did it again. Blood sprayed across Magnus's visor. Bloodthirst tightened through him. The urge was immediate. Finish. A third wolfkin was already coming. Magnus released the one beneath him before the impulse became the plan. He rose into battle stance. The first attacker slashed. Magnus turned the wrist aside with his gauntlet, stepped inside, and drove a short punch under the ribs. The wolfkin folded enough. A bearded axe appeared in Magnus's right hand. 1 cut ended it. The fighter he had left on the ground lunged for his calf. Magnus rotated away. Whirlwind, the ability did not demand that he stand in place and spin. The rotation carried his first recovery into the next threat while his left hand drew the second axe. 1 wolfkin had to give ground from the returning edge. Magnus stepped through the space he surrendered, shoulder striking another body aside. The left axe hooked an attacking wrist. The right threatened the throat. His feet kept turning him toward open ground instead of allowing the 3 fighters to settle behind him. He came out of the rotation facing the center. The pack was losing shape. The Druid had both hands on the earth now. Roots erupted between Kasha and Holt. Another wall split Marcus from Corvin. The Bearkin had recovered his shield. The Mooskin, bleeding heavily from one shoulder, had moved off the eastern trail and was driving a surveyor backward with his spear. The Coyotekin was not fighting. He was watching, learning. That irritated Magnus more than it should have. Kasha blasted one root mass apart with force. Close on Corvin, bring the surveyors with you. Her command was right, everyone heard it, not everyone could obey it. A wolfkin intercepted Holt, another drove Dane farther downslope. Marcus took a hit against the side of his helmet and dropped to one knee. The pack had become 10 separate problems. Magnus felt the old word in his chest. Vor, together, he drew breath, battle orders, Kar Vor. Heads turned, not because Magnus outranked Kasha, because the sound hit deeper than rank. The pressure wanted more. A third word stood behind his teeth where there had been nothing a heartbeat before. Magnus did not know it, his body did. Thal. Stand, the effect was not a flash of magic. Holt's feet changed first. He stopped fighting the wolfkin in front of him as though killing that one enemy were the whole battle. His next step took him toward Marcus instead. Dane sucked in one hard breath and his mana reinforcement steadied along his bleeding leg. Marcus rose. Cash's next barrier formed cleaner and narrower, exactly where Corvin needed it. Even the frightened surveyor dragging his companion stopped pulling blindly downhill and turned toward the protected center. The pack remembered itself. Magnus felt the shout take rage with it, not all of it, enough to make room for thought. Kasha looked at him once, then pointed uphill. Magnus, break the Druid. That was an order he could use. Magnus reached for the pack. Javelin, the Druid was still uphill. A wolfkin stepped into his line. Magnus threw anyway, not at the Druid, at the wolfkin. The fighter jerked sideways. The javelin punched through the upper arm and carried him half a step backward. Magnus was moving before the weapon struck. Charge. He crossed the torn ground while the wolfkin fought the shaft. Magnus hit him shoulder first and drove him into the cedar. He never stopped. The great axe came back into his hands. The Druid abandoned the tree and ran. Magnus could not catch her cleanly through the roots. He did not need to. Velithar appeared behind her. The rogue rose out of a patch of dead fern as though the ground had decided to grow a knife. The Druid turned too late. Velithar's first blade cut the back of her knee. The second went under the ribs. She collapsed. Every living root in the clearing convulsed, then sagged. The battlefield changed at once. No moving walls, no roots grabbing ankles, no ground deciding where men were allowed to stand. Kasha saw it too. Push east. Move the wounded now. Holt hit the wolfkin in front of Marcus hard enough to fold him over an axe haft. Dane whistled Bristle back and moved toward Corvin. The surveyors dragged their wounded between them. The mooskin planted his spear. The bearkin came straight for Magnus. Of course he did. Magnus's rage surged to meet him. This time the bearkin had no intact shield. The great axe had split one side almost to the boss. Magnus's bearded axe still hung buried near the rim. The bearkin threw the ruined thing away. He opened both hands. That was somehow worse. Magnus let the great axe vanish. Shield, mace. The bearkin huffed once and charged. Magnus braced in defensive stance. The collision drove him backward 3 steps. His boots carved furrows through wet leaves. The bearkin wrapped both arms around the shield and Magnus behind it. The pressure compressed Magnus's chest. Something in the shield cracked. Magnus could not swing the mace. So he dropped it. His right hand went over the top of the shield and seized fur and harness at the bearkin's shoulder. The bearkin tried to wrench him sideways. Magnus went with it. 1 step, pivot. He let the shield vanish. The sudden absence changed the clinch. The bearkin lurched forward expecting resistance that was no longer there. Magnus drove his forehead beneath the bearkin's jaw. The impact hurt Magnus more than expected. The bearkin grunted, good enough. Magnus drew the great axe as he stepped out of the clinch. The bearkin saw it and raised one enormous forearm. Magnus changed the strike before committing to it. The axe beard caught the outside of the bearkin's knee armor instead, tearing through leather and into flesh. The bearkin roared. A fist caught Magnus in the side of the helmet. Light burst across his vision. He went to one knee. The bearkin kicked the axe away. Magnus could hear fighting behind him. Kasha shouting, Corvin calling for someone to keep pressure on a wound, the coyotekin yipping sharply from the eastern trees. Rage climbed. His vision reddened at the edges. The bearkin came again. Magnus opened the blood gate another fraction, not everything, enough. He forced the first word of battle shout through the blood in his mouth. Wrath. The shout did not erase the pain or refill his lungs. It broke the moment of collapse. His body remembered that falling was not the same thing as being finished. Magnus planted 1 foot and rose. The bearkin struck. Magnus slipped outside the arm and drove his shoulder into the larger fighter with everything his stance could give him. The bearkin turned. Magnus's hand found a javelin. At this range it was almost a spear. He drove it underhand into the bearkin's side where the layered hide armor had shifted during the clinch. The iron head went in, not deep enough to kill, deep enough. The bearkin seized the shaft and snapped it. Magnus stared at the broken half. The bearkin stared back. For the first time, Magnus heard uncertainty in the great animal's breathing. Then a voice shouted from the trees. The Deathcaller. The coyotekin, a sharp yipping call followed in a language Magnus did not know. The surviving wolfkin reacted immediately. It was not panic. It was a decision. One wolfkin dragged the fighter Magnus had javelined away from the cedar. Another covered the moosekin as he withdrew with one arm hanging low. The coyotekin vanished first, quick tawny movement between trunks. The bearkin did not turn his back. He backed away from Magnus, one hand pressed near the broken javelin wound. Magnus followed, one step, then another. Everything in him wanted the third. The bearkin was hurt, finish him. The forest was right there, finish him before he disappears. Magnus tightened his grip on the axe he had drawn without remembering the moment his hand found it. Behind him, Corvin shouted, "Magnus! Marcus needs another pair of hands." The bearkin reached the trees. Magnus could still catch him. Probably, he looked back. Marcus was on the ground. Corvin knelt beside him. Holt was holding a blood-soaked pad against Dane's side while Kasha tried to count the surveyors in the pack at the same time. One surveyor lay dead beside the opened burrow. Another was alive only because Sarah had both hands pressed into a wound beneath his ribs. The mission, the pack, his people. Magnus turned away from the trees. The rage made the choice physically miserable. He went to Marcus. The heavy infantryman was conscious. Barely, his helmet had been removed. Blood ran from one ear. Corvin pointed at his shoulders. "Hold him still without crushing him. I need to check his neck." Magnus knelt, his hands shook. He made them gentle. Marcus's eyes found him. "If you vomit on me, I am leaving you here." Marcus managed a weak sound that might have been a laugh. "That would require me to sit up first." Good still himself. Magnus held him while Corvin worked. Behind them, the fourth burrow stood open beneath the oak roots. Inside were sacks of dried meat, arrow bundles, 2 coils of rope, and just enough real supply to make the lie convincing. The Beastkin had spent material to teach the wolves a lesson. They had nearly succeeded. Kasha came over after the wounded were stabilized. Blood streaked one sleeve. It did not appear to be hers. Her gaze went once toward the forest. "Did you see how many escaped?" "Bearkin, moosekin, coyotekin, at least 2 wolfkin, maybe 3. Kasha glanced toward the split cedar. "And the Druid. Velithar killed her." Kasha nodded. The cache network is finished as a simple survey problem. Magnus looked at the dead surveyor. "It became one before we noticed." "Yes." No comfort in it, no accusation either. Kasha crouched beside the torn earth and touched one of the dead roots. "They gave us 3 real burrows so we would learn a method. Same spacing, same approach, same kind of concealment." Holt joined them, one hand dark with Dane's blood. Then they built a 4th around the method. Magnus looked into the trees again. The bearkin was gone. The need to follow him had not gone with him. Holt saw where his attention had settled. Do not even think about following him. Magnus kept his eyes on the trees. "I am standing exactly where I was. Your feet are, the rest of you is leaning toward the forest." Magnus looked down. Holt was right. Magnus shifted his weight back. The corner of Holt's mouth moved. "That is still progress." Magnus did not find it funny. Then he remembered the coyotekin's shout, "Deathcaller." Aurellion soldiers using the name had been irritating. Hearing it from the enemy was different. The bearkin's tracks led north between the trees. Dark blood marked the first few. Magnus watched them until snow and shadow swallowed the trail. Nearly an hour later, far beyond the 4th burrow, the bearkin stopped pretending the wound in his side was minor. He caught one hand against an old pine and bent forward. A deep huff left his chest. The broken javelin head was still inside him. He had snapped the shaft because leaving a long lever hanging from the wound would have been worse. Every stride still drove iron against muscle beneath the ribs. His shield arm hurt more. The human's first Greytax blow had not broken the shield completely. It had done something worse. The bearkin could feel the strike all the way through his shoulder whenever he let the arm hang. His fingers tingled. The joint ground when he moved it. That human had hit him once with a full committed blow and moved him less than a step. The bearkin had been proud of that. He was less proud now. He forced himself upright. Snow began again while he traveled, not enough to cover the forest floor. Thin flakes caught in his fur and melted against blood-warmed skin. He followed routes no Imperial surveyor had marked, crossed a narrow stream on stones beneath an overhanging bank, then climbed deeper into the old forest. He found the first sentries before they challenged him, Wolfkin. Their ears angled forward when they recognized him, then their noses worked over the blood and sweat clinging to his fur. One came closer. "Where is the rest of your group?" The bearkin rumbled low in his chest. "Behind me if they still live." "I need Ashfang." The sentry did not ask another question. That was wise. The command position lay another mile in. No palisade marked it. No road led to it. Fighters moved beneath layered canopy around low shelters tucked between roots and stone. Runners came and went. Wounded lay beneath hide awnings while healers worked. A pair of druids stood beside a tree whose roots had been cut by iron, hands pressed against the damaged wood. The bearkin kept walking. People noticed the blood. They noticed he was alone. Nobody stopped him. Rava Ashfang stood beside a low-field table beneath a stretched hide canopy. Her ash-gray coat looked almost silver in the cold light. The old scar cut through the fur above one temple. 2 messengers stood with her, along with a wolfkin the bearkin did not know. Rava scented him before she turned. Her ears shifted. Her eyes went to his side, then to the empty path behind him. The messengers stopped speaking. Rava stepped away from the table. "Where are the others and what happened?" The bearkin drew a slow breath. It ended in a deep, earthy rumble. "Rava, we may have a problem." Chapter 8. Rava had already smelled the problem before the bearkin said it. Blood came off him in hot iron waves despite the cold. Beneath it lay wet fur, churned snow, broken pine, and the sour edge of pain he was trying unsuccessfully to hold behind his teeth. His shield arm hung too close to his body. The other hand was pressed against his side, where a broken javelin head still sat somewhere beneath the bandages a runner had wrapped around him on the way back. Varric stood at the far side of the hide-roofed shelter, one shoulder resting against the broad root that formed part of its rear wall. He had been there when the bearkin arrived and had not moved since. Dark fur covered an exceptionally heavy frame, touched with gray around the eyes and muzzle. The old claw scar across his right eye showed pale beneath the firelight. Rava set aside the map marker she had been holding. "Sit before you fall. Tell me how bad it is while someone gets that iron out of you." The bearkin lowered himself onto a cut log with the care of a man whose body had begun sending complaints from too many places at once. One of Rava's healers came in behind him, cut away the bloody wrapping at his side, and began examining the wound. The bearkin's muzzle tightened. "The trap worked. That is the worst part of it. We gave them 3 real burrows, let them learn how we hid them, then built the 4th around the way they had started searching." The druid closed their rear. "We split their mage away from part of the pack, got among the surveyors, and for a little while they were exactly where we wanted them." He stopped when the healer found the wound channel. His claws closed around the edge of the log. Then the red-eyed human got loose. He fought with whatever was nearest to what he needed. Shield and axe, then a great axe, javelins, 2 smaller axes, a mace when he needed to stay behind the shield. I hit him hard enough to put him on the ground and he came back faster. Hurt him again and he got meaner, not senseless. That would have been easier. A low sound came from Varric, not quite laughter. The bearkin heard it. One rounded ear turned toward the larger wolfkin, but he continued. "I have fought humans who lost themselves once the killing started. They charge until somebody puts a spear through them because they cannot think past the blood. This was closer to one of ours who has lived with wrath long enough that it no longer makes him stupid. He still chose weapons, still changed what he was doing, and when he shouted." The bearkin's claws dug farther into the wood. I did not know the words, didn't matter. My body knew there was death in them. The healer braced one hand against his ribs. "I have the head, hold still or I will make this worse." That was already the plan, apparently. She pulled, the bearkin's entire body locked. A wet piece of dark iron came free between her fingers. His breath left through his nose in a heavy grunt, but he remained upright. Rava gave him several moments before speaking again. "The shouting, did it frighten our people or did it do something to the Imperials?" "That is hard to separate when you are inside it. I know what I saw. We had their people scattered and fighting as little groups." Then he shouted toward them and they began finding each other again. Their mage got room to work. Their rogue reached our druid. The surveyors stopped running in 3 directions and started moving toward the same patch of ground. We were still fighting the same men, but they were a pack again instead of pieces. That mattered more than the great axe. Rava rested both hands on the field table. Alder Crossing had survived the first assault because the wolves had gutted the support behind it. Since then, the Imperials had used the same pack to examine trails, caches, crossings, and hidden approaches that had taken Rava's people weeks to prepare. They could not hold the forest. They did not have to. Every time Rava built enough weight to make one part of the corridor bend, the wolves appeared somewhere behind the pressure and cut at the hands doing the bending. The 4th burrow had been the answer, not to one human, to the pack. 3 real caches had taught them confidence. The 4th had punished the method that confidence created. The Druid had closed the retreat. The Mooskin had blocked the eastern trail. Wolfkin had driven between the fighters and the surveyors. The Bearkin had occupied the largest Imperial long enough for the rest to work. It had been a good trap. That was what made the result irritating. Rava waited until the healer had begun wrapping the Bearkin's side again. "You made it farther than anyone expected. Tell me what happened when you pulled away." The Bearkin gave a humorless huff. "He wanted me, I knew that much." Red eyes, one of those damned javelins in his hand, blood running down half his armor. "He watched me into the trees like I had stopped being an enemy and become meat." His gaze dropped toward the bloody iron on the healer's cloth. "I have hunted since I could carry a spear. I had forgotten what it feels like to be on the other side of that." Varric's mouth pulled back enough to show the edge of one fang. This time the low growl was unmistakably mocking. Rava ignored him. "Can you walk without opening that wound again?" "If everyone stops asking me to prove it." "Good, then do not prove anything. Let them finish putting you back together." The Bearkin grunted as the healer secured the last binding. He pushed himself upright, steadied once, then left with one heavy arm across the healer's shoulders. Cold air moved through the shelter after them. Varric still said nothing. He was waiting. Good. Rava turned back to the map. Alder Crossing sat beneath a black Imperial marker beside the river road, surrounded by smaller pieces showing the fortifications and stations that fed it. Her own markers were scattered rather than massed. That was deliberate. The forest did not need one army sitting in one place waiting to be counted. It needed runners, hunting bands, druids, war parties, hidden food, reserve paths, river crossings, and enough local strength to become an army where the Imperials were weakest. The wolves had made that harder. 2 druids dead in the operations around the crossing. Another with a shoulder that would not be right for some time. 3 caches compromised. 1 crossing abandoned after Imperial surveyors found the approach. Runners were taking longer paths because the short ones had become predictable. None of it was catastrophic. Together it was expensive. And war was mostly a contest over who could keep paying. Rava reached beneath the table and pulled out the narrow elven communication device Thalier's people had given her when the coalition first began coordinating across distances. She disliked relying upon anything she could neither build nor repair herself, but she disliked waiting 3 days for a runner even more. She activated it as she had been shown. Several moments passed before the link settled. When Thalier's voice finally came through, it was thinner than in person but unmistakable. "Rava, I was told you requested priority contact." "I did." "Alder Crossing is still holding, and I am preparing to hit it hard enough that I do not intend to repeat the attempt a week later. I need more magical weight before I commit. 3 high magi would be ideal." "If you cannot spare 3, give me 2 and enough lesser mages to keep the Imperial defenses occupied while my druids work." Silence stretched through the device. Rava's ears flattened before Thalier answered. "I cannot give you either. The Grand Euros has become the fight I hoped it would not become. The Imperial forces let us advance far enough to commit our support behind the army, then stopped giving ground where the river favors them. We can force local crossings, but every bridgehead draws reserves before we can turn it into a permanent breach. I have high magi protecting engineers, answering Imperial battle mages, reinforcing crossings, and keeping our own supply routes from becoming targets. There is no untouched reserve of ancient spellcasters waiting for me to remember they exist. Rava stared down at the black marker at Alder Crossing. So much for the dying empire becoming an easy carcass. Thalia had promised opportunity. He had never promised stupidity. If Drazen has broken through Castle Rockwall, tell me now. I would rather know what the rest of this war is doing before I decide how much blood to spend here. Thalia made a sound that might have been a tired laugh if he had been another man. Drazen would probably object to the phrasing. He has reached Castle Rockwall. He has not broken Castle Rockwall. Grimstone is worse off than we are. They can put more bodies against those approaches than I can put across the Euros, but the fortress was built to make that fact expensive. Drazen is committed now, and Aurellion knows it. Rava traced one claw along the edge of the map. One army against a river, one against a wall, hers against roads. Different scales, the same problem. Aurellion was making every front pay for the next mile. You asked us to stretch them until something broke. At the moment, I am not convinced they are the ones stretching. The answer took longer this time. Neither am I. That does not change the war we are already in. I can continue the support already assigned to your coalition. I cannot pull High Magi away from the Euros without weakening a crossing that may become the one we finally hold. Rava's irritation rose, then settled. He was not refusing because he valued elven lives more than hers. She almost wished he were. Anger was easier when the other person was being a bastard. Thalia simply did not have what she wanted. Her gaze moved across the papers stacked at one corner of the table. One packet had been lying beneath a weather report for 4 days because Rava had found the first page irritating enough that she had stopped reading halfway through the second. Thrax Shaltir, the keepers of the last mandate. Thalia's own notes beside the name had been unusually blunt. Rava pulled the packet free. Your last reinforcement report included 9 Shaltir for my front. I stopped reading when the explanation became more religion than soldiering, but I remember you saying they volunteered rather than being assigned. They did, and I suspect I know where this conversation is going. The Shaltir offered personnel across all 3 fronts because they have no confirmed knowledge of where the human they are interested in was deployed. They weighted the largest detachment toward your theater because Imperial specialists and wolf packs were most likely to be used there. That was probability, not intelligence. Rava unfolded the second page. 9 names, 5 healers, 2 mages whose recorded specialties were containment, barriers, force, fixed boundaries, movement denial, then the final 2, High Magi, both fire specialists. Rava read the list again. She had just asked Thalia for 2 or 3 High Magi and been told there were none to spare. Apparently the Silver Mother's lunatics had brought their own. The last 2 names are actually High Magi, not temple titles somebody translated badly. They are High Magi, old ones too. Experienced enough that I would rather have them at the Euros, and politically independent enough that I cannot simply order them there. The containment mages are also considerably better than the bland wording on that page makes them sound. Rava tapped one claw against the list. 5 healers, 2 mages built around barriers and force, and 2 experienced High Magi who specialize in fire. That is a strange amount of force to send after a rumor. It is one of several reasons I dislike them. Rava turned the page. Most of the language meant little to her. Last mandate, ancient blasphemy. Fey corruption, a human martial tradition believed extinct, then one word caught at something old, Ordvar. Rava had heard it before, not in a council chamber, not from an elf, old winter stories. Stories passed down so many times that nobody could say which parts were memory and which had been added because cubs listened better when the monsters were frightening. Northern humans who became worse to face once they were wounded. Men who fought with a kind of wrath Beastkin understood too well. Men whose screams could turn hunter and prey around in the listener's mind. Rava had assumed most of it belonged with the other stories told during long winters. She read the word again. Thalia, this report uses the word Ordvar. I have heard that name before, but never from your people. The link remained silent long enough that Varric finally lifted his head from the map. Rava continued before Thaler could answer. One of my fighters came back less than an hour ago describing a human in an Imperial wolf pack, red eyes, too many weapons. He becomes faster and more dangerous after he is hurt, and he uses shouts in words none of them understand. The Bearkin said he fights closer to an experienced Beastkin working through wrath than to any human he has faced. Several breaths passed, then Thaler spoke. I am going to be very precise because too many people surrounding this matter have decided certainty is a virtue. I do not know that your Deathcaller is the same human the Shaltir are seeking. I do know that what you just described resembles the Gerlin reports closely enough that I would not dismiss the possibility. That was better than certainty. Rava trusted uncertainty when it admitted its name. What did the Shaltir agree to before you offered them to us? If they serve under coalition command, they serve the assigned operation. They do not abandon wounded to pursue their private interest. They do not break an agreed battle plan because they believe they have found their target. They do not seize prisoners without authorization. I made those conditions painfully explicit because I have met enough Shaltir to know enthusiasm is not the same thing as discipline. Rava bared the tips of her teeth. You should have written that on the first page. I might have bothered reading the rest. I had hoped you would refuse them after the first page. I did. Now I have just been told you cannot send me the mages I actually wanted, while these 9 volunteered for my front carrying 2 high magi of their own. Thaler exhaled slowly. Rava looked again at the list. 2 high magi, 2 mages built around preventing dangerous things from moving where they pleased. 5 healers. She had asked for a hammer. Thaler could not give her one. The Shaltir had offered a smaller hammer with religious problems attached. Release the detachment to me. I will take all 9. Then read the full file before they arrive. I am sending it with them. They are not fools, Rava, and I would find them considerably less troublesome if they were. I have never assumed religion makes anyone stupid. If their private obsession turns out to be nonsense, I still have 2 high magi for Alder Crossing, 2 containment specialists for the wolves, and 5 more healers than I had yesterday. That is unfortunately difficult to argue with. Then do not waste both our time trying. The connection ended soon afterward. Rava set the device beside the map. Across the shelter, Varric finally pushed away from the route. He had waited through the entire exchange. That alone told Rava how seriously he had taken the Bearkin's report. The first sound from him was the same low huff he had made earlier, but the mockery had gone out of it. You asked Thaler for 3 high magi because 1 wolf pack keeps cutting holes in your plans. That part I understand. What I do not understand is why you are letting 1 young human grow large enough in your head that ancient elves suddenly look like the answer. Rava folded the Shaltir report once, carefully. If I were asking for 3 high magi to kill 1 human, you would have a point. I am trying to break Alder Crossing. Every druid I commit to the crossing is 1 less I have watching the paths behind the attack. Every reserve I move forward becomes another target for those wolves. We built a trap specifically to punish them, and it worked until that human gave the scattered Imperials something to gather around. Varric crossed to the table. Up close, he seemed to take half the shelter with him. He was broader than any wolfkin Rava had ever known well, heavy through the neck and shoulders without the stiffness that usually came with that much mass. The human did not command them. Their mage still did. Their rogue killed the druid, and their fighters did what trained fighters do once they found one another again. Call the problem what it actually is. He is the point they gathered around when the trap should have kept them apart. That makes him dangerous. It does not make him a forest spirit. There it was, not dismissal. Measure. Rava had heard Varric speak that way before dangerous hunts for longer than some of their youngest runners had been alive. Strip away the story, find the body underneath it, decide whether the body could bleed. I know exactly who commands that pack. I also know your Bearkin took a braced hit hard enough to damage his shield arm, watched the human change weapons through the fight without losing the pace of it, and came back telling me the bastard becomes faster when injured. Varric's ears angled slightly forward. That last part is the interesting one. Rava regarded him flatly. You mocked him when he compared the human to one of ours. I mocked the idea that a human boy frightened a bearkin badly enough to make him start praising the boy's wrath. I did not say the bearkin was wrong. Rava's lip lifted, a growl rolled low in her chest. Anyone else in the shelter would have found somewhere else to be. Varric did not move away. His own answer came quietly, not threat and not apology. Challenge acknowledged. They had been doing some version of that for years. Rava stepped close enough that their shoulders touched. Be careful which part you find amusing. He came back with Imperial iron buried in his side and still walked here to give me the report. His fear does not make him lesser. Varric's muzzle closed, the amusement left him. You are right, I should not have treated it that way. Rava let the anger go. Varric turned his attention back to the map. The bearkin also said the human fights closer to an experienced wrath fighter than to the humans we normally see. If that is true, throwing more bodies at him is exactly how we make the problem worse. Let me take my pack the next time the wolves move against your support. I do not need to chase the whelp through half the forest. I need to keep him occupied long enough that the rest of his pack cannot use him to recover the moment we split them. Rava studied the western approaches to Alder Crossing. You are assuming he will meet you instead of doing whatever his commander tells him. I am assuming that if I am tearing apart the people beside him, I will become relevant. I have been very good at becoming relevant. That confidence has gotten you bitten before. It has also done a fair amount of biting. Rava glanced at him. Varric's teeth showed. She hated that she wanted to laugh. The feeling passed quickly. This was not a hunt between rival packs over a disputed deer trail. If she committed Varric and his people to the counterwolf role, she was spending one of the best fighters in the coalition on a problem that had already proven capable of hurting him. That was what command meant most days, deciding which people she loved were allowed to be endangered for everyone else. She picked up the Shaltir report and held it toward him. If you insist on taking the whelp, then you are taking these 9 with you. Varric accepted the pages and read the first lines. His brows shifted. You have dealt with the Shaltir before. Only enough to know Thalir dislikes them, which is ordinarily an argument in their favor. Unfortunately, I read farther. 5 healers, 2 containment mages. The last 2 are high magi. Fire specialists, both of them extremely experienced. Varric read farther. His nostrils flared once, and all 9 crossed the forest because they want this human. They want a human. Thalir thinks there is enough overlap that ours may be the one. I think 2 high magi remain 2 high magi whether their theology is right or not. Varric looked over the report at her. So I am to keep the fanatics pointed at the operation, while their barriers and force work keep the whelp from running wherever he pleases. Since when did he become my whelp? You are the one rearranging an operation around him. Rava's ears flattened. I am rearranging one part of one operation because the same wolf pack has interfered with us repeatedly. Do not make me regret deciding you were the cheaper answer. A quiet growl rolled from Varric, amusement returning. 3 high magi against 1 direfang hardly seems fair arithmetic. You come with your own pack and apparently require supervision. That sounds much more like your arithmetic. Rava let the silence settle between them. The shelter smelled of cold hide, old smoke, ink, Varric, and the blood the healer had not yet scrubbed from the boards. Beyond the hide wall, runners moved in and out of the command hollow. Someone was chopping frozen roots from a path. Farther away, a wounded wolfkin cursed while another told him to stop reopening the same bandage. War continued while they argued. Rava reached up and rested one hand briefly against the side of Varric's neck. His fur was cold at the surface and warm beneath. You will not leave the operation because he runs. You will not chase him beyond the ground we agree on. If the wolves never appear, your pack stays where I put it and those high magi burn the crossing with everyone else. I am not giving you a private hunt. Varric lowered his head just enough that his muzzle passed close to her temple. I heard you the first time, mate. I am taking a problem off your board, not adding myself to it." She believed he meant it. That did not make her like it more. Rava withdrew her hand and pointed at the western track leading around Alder Crossing. The wolves used this approach twice because it keeps them under cover until they are close to our support ground. Next time I want them to believe we learned nothing. Your pack waits farther north. The 2 containment mages stay with you. The fire magi remain deep enough that the Imperials do not see them until they commit. If the wolves strike the support again, close the route behind them. Varric leaned over the map. If the red-eyed one comes forward with them, I take him and keep him away from the rest. That is what you have been asking for. His ears tipped forward. Rava tapped the Shaltir report with one claw, but you take the crazy elves too. Varric's gaze dropped to the paper and remained there long enough that Rava enjoyed the silence. The 5 healers almost make them sound reasonable. They joined the same order voluntarily. I would not build too much hope on that. Varric folded the report and tucked it beneath his belt. Rava caught his wrist before he could step away. If they know anything about that human that we do not, listen before you decide it is priestly nonsense. I do not care whether they call him Ordvar, blasphemy, or something else entirely. The names are theirs. The fighter is ours to deal with, and I would rather use every scrap of knowledge they dragged across the forest than bury people because you found the source irritating. Varric's expression sobered. I can dislike someone and still listen when they tell me how not to die. I have seen mixed evidence. You chose me anyway, which weakens your argument considerably. Rava released him. That decision remains under review. Varric's low chuckle followed him out of the shelter. Rava waited until his scent had thinned into the cold air before calling for the runners. 3 came. Only one needed to speak. Rava shifted the markers while she gave the order. We move on Alder Crossing in 3 days. Tell the southern bands to keep cutting the road but stop taking unnecessary fights. I want the Imperials tired, not warned. The Druids begin shaping the western approaches tomorrow night. Coyote runners watch every route the wolves used during the last 2 operations. Varric takes the counterwolf element north of the western track. When the 9 Shaltir arrive, they report to him for the operation. If the wolves appear, Varric pins them and the elves help keep them pinned. If the wolves do not appear, the fire magi and containment mages come forward and help us break the crossing. The lead runner repeated the order in his own words. Rava corrected 1 distance, changed the starting time for the northern screen, and sent them out. The map looked no kinder after they left. It was not supposed to. Rava called for the healer responsible for the reserve litters. If we are finally going to take Alder Crossing, clear 20 more places for wounded before the first band moves. I would rather prepare for the price now than pretend we will be surprised by it later. The healer left at once. Rava moved the first southern marker 2 fingerwidths east and reached for the next. Chapter 9. 3 days after Rava accepted the Shaltir, Varric met the 9 elves in a hollow north of Alder Crossing and decided they looked disappointingly sensible. He had expected temple robes, silver ornaments, and people more interested in prayer than mud. Instead, the 5 healers arrived dressed for winter marching, packs heavy and boots black with old slush. The 2 containment mages wore fitted armor beneath short coats and paid more attention to distance than faces. They watched the trees, the gaps between bodies, the open trail behind Varric's pack, and every approach into the hollow before they bothered studying him. The last 2 were older. One was a narrow-faced woman whose gray-white hair had been braided close enough that nothing could catch it. The other was a man with a burned scar climbing from his collar to the underside of his jaw. Neither looked frail, neither looked impressed by Varric. High Magi, then. Rava had told him the report was accurate, seeing them made him believe it. Varric stood with several members of his own pack, while the elves lowered their gear beneath a cedar whose roots had heaved the frozen earth into ridges. Snow survived in the deeper hollows. The afternoon sky had already begun to dim behind the branches, and the cold would sharpen once the sun disappeared. They had perhaps 3 hours before darkness. Then Rava's people would begin moving toward Alder Crossing. The scarred High Magus approached first and confirmed their orders without ceremony. All 9 Shaltir would serve inside Rava's operation. Varric's pack held the counterwolf position north of the western route. If the Imperial wolves struck the support behind the assault, Varric would close behind them and the Shaltir would help keep them there. If the wolves never appeared, Rava could call the elves forward against the crossing itself. That suited him. Varric waited until the operational details were settled before asking what he actually cared about. Rava says you crossed the forest carrying 2 High Magi because you are interested in 1 human. I do not need your temple history tonight. I need whatever keeps my people alive if the red-eyed bastard reaches us. The gray-haired woman regarded him for several breaths before answering. If the reports from Gerlin and your survivors describe the same man, he possesses no mana. Do not mistake that for weakness. Our oldest accounts of similar human fighters describe a pattern your Bearkin has already reported. Injury did not reliably degrade them. In some encounters it made them faster, more aggressive, and considerably harder to stop. Her attention shifted briefly toward the wolfkin behind Varric. More importantly, do not assume worsening wrath means worsening judgment. If this man continues choosing weapons, responding to useful orders, and changing what he is doing when the fight changes, then his anger is part of the way he fights. Treat it that way. Varric's ears angled forward. That matched the Bearkin's report too closely to dismiss. 3 days ago he had given a mocking huff when a wounded fighter compared the human to an experienced beastkin working through wrath. Standing here now, with 2 ancient elves taking almost the same comparison seriously, the mockery tasted worse than it had at the time. Fear earned in battle deserved better from someone who had not been there. Varric asked how the elves intended to kill him. The scarred High Magus answered, "Your task is not to plant your feet in front of him and discover which of you can absorb more damage. Pressure him from several directions and make him spend attention. If he tries to reach us, the containment pair will use barriers and force to turn him, slow him, or steal a few seconds. They are not expected to hold him indefinitely. Those seconds are for us. For fire, presumably, I would appreciate some warning before you roast half my pack along with him." The old elf's mouth barely moved. "We did not survive long enough to become High Magi by burning our own allies because a target shifted 3 paces. There is one complication you do need to understand. If our magic behaves strangely around him, do not stop fighting to decide whose spell failed." Varric's amusement disappeared. The High Magus continued. "The old accounts disagree about what men like this could endure from sorcery. Some records contradict one another. Others are damaged, copied from older copies, or written by survivors who did not understand what they witnessed. I trust none of them enough to promise you an answer." He paused, gaze fixed steadily on Varric. "I trust them enough to tell you that effects which should have ended a fight did not always end it." That tightened the fur along the back of Varric's neck, not invulnerability. The elf had not claimed anything so convenient. Uncertainty was worse in its own way. A known enemy could be measured. A thing that made old High Magi qualify. Every answer deserved attention. Varric studied the 9 again. 5 healers for the hundreds of beastkin preparing to assault a fortified position. 2 mages built around denying movement. 2 High Magi capable of turning whatever remained trapped into ash. It was a sensible military package. The religious obsession had simply decided where its sharpest edge pointed. What do those old records call the humans you are talking about? For the first time, something passed between the 2 High Magi without either of them speaking. The gray-haired woman finally shook her head. "A name will not help you survive tonight. If the man at Alder Crossing is what we suspect, you will learn enough soon." A low growl rolled through Varric's chest. She did not react. That settled something. Whatever else the Shaltir were, these 2 had spent enough years around dangerous people that a wolfkin growl did not rearrange their thoughts. Varric turned toward his own pack. "We have 3 hours. Eat now, sleep if you can, and check every strap before the light goes. Once we move, nobody leaves the ground Rava gave us because they think they saw a better fight. That includes all 9 of you." The gray-haired High Magus inclined her head. We agreed to Ashfang's conditions before we entered her theater. We are here to complete the operation she gives us. For now, that was enough. Varric looked south through the trees. Alder Crossing lay somewhere beyond them, hidden behind miles of forest and the first slope descending toward the Imperial road. The bearkin had returned from that direction with a javelin head buried in his side and the smell of remembered fear beneath his blood. Varric intended to find out what had put it there. Hours later, Alder Crossing smelled of coal smoke, hot iron, and boiled cabbage. Magnus preferred the first two. The garrison smith had died during the earlier attack on the crossing. The forge had survived him. For the last 3 days, Magnus had been filling as much of the hole as he could, not all of it. That distinction mattered. A line of damaged equipment rested against the wall beside the forge door, each piece waiting for a judgment before it received work. Bent spear sockets, split axe hafts, mail with broken links, shield rims peeled away from wood, buckles and rivets gathered into shallow wooden trays. A helmet sat alone at the end of the line, with a crease deep enough that Magnus had rejected it despite the owner's repeated argument that it still fit. Its still fitting was not the same as Magnus trusting it with the man's skull. The quartermaster had stopped arguing after Magnus asked whether he wanted his name written beside the repair. That had ended the conversation. Magnus pulled a short iron rivet from the fire, set it through the replacement strap beneath a battered brigandine plate and peened it down with careful blows. The work itself was not difficult. Getting through enough of it was. War broke things faster than one forge could mend them. He had fallen into a routine during the quiet days almost by accident. Holt took the mornings. The War Master had decided the Fourth Burrow ambush exposed several problems Magnus ought to be irritated by. So they worked transitions under fatigue, shield recovery after heavy impacts, javelin throws from bad footing, and the ugly few heartbeats after Magnus changed from one weapon to another while someone was already trying to kill him. Holt's preferred method of explaining a weakness remained hitting it until Magnus stopped having the weakness. After midday, Magnus came to the forge. After dark, if his eyes stayed open, he read Castelline. The later texts remained infuriating. Castelline could spend pages on the administrative habits of a dead northern settlement, then wander into language, burial practices, military organization, trade records, or fragments of local law without ever explaining why any of it had interested him enough to preserve. Magnus had started keeping separate notes because reading the works in order made the pattern feel less like ordinary scholarship and more like a trail whose maker had gone to considerable trouble not to call it one. Nothing in the last 3 nights had given Magnus another answer. He had gained better questions. That counted. He set the finished brigandine aside and reached for a torn mail sleeve. A voice came from outside the forge. "Which one of you is the wolf pretending to be our smith?" Magnus stopped. The voice was older than he remembered, not much, enough. He put the mail down and stepped through the doorway. The reinforcement column had entered through the eastern gate while he worked. Men filled the yard beyond the forge in muddy groups, some carrying bedrolls while others stood beneath shields, spears, bows, and winter packs. Sergeants were already shouting names toward clerks beneath the awning beside the storehouse. Horses steamed in the cold near the gate while teamsters fought to get 2 wagons turned without blocking everyone behind them. Edric stood 20 paces away. For one strange heartbeat, Magnus did nothing. His father had more gray in his beard than when Magnus left home. He wore mail beneath a heavy wool surcoat, a spear in one hand and the same old shield strapped across his back. Then Edric smiled. Magnus crossed the yard. He did not remember deciding to move. He caught his father around the shoulders hard enough that Edric's spear tipped sideways. Edric laughed once before getting an arm around Magnus's back. "Easy, boy, I have only just arrived. Give the Beastkin a chance to kill me before you crush my ribs." Magnus loosened his grip without letting go immediately. He had smelled forge smoke on himself for so long that he barely noticed it anymore. Edric smelled like cold road, horse, wool, and home, badly enough that Magnus's chest tightened. When he finally stepped back, the happiness lasted perhaps 2 seconds before the obvious problem pushed through it. "What the hell are you doing here?" Edric's smile thinned, though it did not disappear. I had hoped the embrace might buy me a little longer before the interrogation. Truth is, I am not entirely sure. Someone went through the old service rolls, decided former man-at-arms still meant useful, and here I am. I suppose the Legion is desperate enough to remember farmers. Magnus looked over the mail again. You were actually recalled while I am already serving. I did not put this back on because I missed the smell. That sounded like Edric. Magnus exhaled. How is Mom handling all of this? The question changed his father's face more than the recall had. Angry, frightened, perfectly capable of pretending both are inconveniences. Mara promised to check on her, and there are still neighbors who owe us more favors than Helena would ever admit. The farm will run. Your mother will run it harder than either of us would, mostly out of spite. Edric's gaze traveled over Magnus's apron, rolled sleeves, and soot-blackened hands. She told me to look at you with my own eyes before I wrote anything back. Apparently your letters have become suspiciously light on details, whenever those details include blood. Magnus glanced toward the forge. I tell her the important parts. You tell her the parts that will let her sleep. Those are still the important parts. Edric's mouth shifted. Your mother said you would say that. A familiar laugh carried across the yard before Magnus could answer. There he is. Gods, Edric, you could have warned me he had grown whiter. Bran came through the arriving soldiers with an axe over one shoulder and a pack hanging from the other. His beard had gone grayer. His grin had not changed at all. Pell walked beside him carrying a bow case and a field pack that looked far too well organized for someone Magnus remembered spending years pretending he had left soldiering behind. Magnus stepped into Bran's reach and immediately found himself caught around the neck. Bran squeezed once, still breathing then. I had begun to suspect the stories were about a different red-headed idiot. Magnus shoved him away enough to breathe. What stories have reached you already? Bran's grin widened. Pell answered before he could, mostly the ones about the Deathcaller. Magnus closed his eyes. Edric turned very slowly toward him. You cannot be serious, they actually call you that. I did not give myself that name. Bran barked a laugh. Oh, that makes it much better. You went away for Legion service and had soldiers naming you like a villain from a bad tavern song. I did not come back. You three came to me. Do not try hiding behind geography now. Pell had reached Magnus by then. He did not grab him the way Bran had. He put one hand on Magnus's shoulder, squeezed once, and looked him over with the same tired eyes Magnus remembered from childhood. You look like yourself, which is what I wanted to see. Magnus knew what Pell meant. I am, mostly bruised, but still myself. Good, then I can save the lecture until you do something stupid. That might happen before we reach supper, Bran said. Edric's attention remained fixed on Magnus. Your mother is going to enjoy Deathcaller enormously. I think I should include the full title in my first letter. Magnus pointed a soot-blackened finger at him. You do that and I will deny knowing any of you. Your mother has 16 years of evidence. A sergeant shouted Bran's name from near the eastern barracks. Another voice called for the Hound attachment. The warmth in the little circle changed immediately. It did not vanish. It became something that had to wait. Bran looked toward the barracks and sighed. I am apparently wanted by men who think an arms warrior should spend the evening learning where they keep their reserve. Pell has been stolen by the northern screen. Pell adjusted the strap on his bow case. Marksman and old hound qualifications. Somebody found paperwork I had hoped was dead. Edric gave him a sideways look. You knew perfectly well paperwork was immortal. A man is allowed to have hopes. Magnus looked between them. Are they keeping both of you at Alder? Bran shifted the axe on his shoulder. For now, though whether anyone has sense enough to keep us here is another matter. Pell squeezed Magnus's shoulder once more before letting go. We will find you when the assignments settle. Do not disappear into the forest before then. I will try to schedule my disappearing. That is about as much as I expected. The sergeant called again, less patiently. Bran started away, then turned and pointed at Magnus. If anyone calls you Deathcaller while I am present, I reserve the right to make it worse. You were going to do that anyway. Of course, I wanted you warned. Pell followed him into the moving yard. Magnus watched until both disappeared among shields, packs, and arriving soldiers. Then he noticed Edric shifting the old shield off his back. The lower rim was scarred white where fresh wood showed beneath missing hide. One strap had been replaced with something too narrow. 3 old rivets around the boss had started pulling unevenly through the board. Magnus held out his hand. "Give me that shield before you use it again." Edric looked down at it. "It has stopped everything that has hit it so far." "That is not an endorsement. It only means nothing has found the weak place yet." "It sounded much kinder when I said it." Edric handed it over. Magnus carried the shield into the forge and his father followed him inside. "That tone has gotten worse. I assume the Legion found someone willing to encourage it." "Holt, you would like him, which worries me more than it should." "Then I already approve of the man." Magnus set the shield on the bench beneath the window and removed the old inner strap first. The leather had stretched around the holes. He could have punched new ones farther down and called it enough. He did not. He cut a wider replacement from the garrison stock, then turned the shield beneath the light. The board itself was old but dry. There was no softness under the leather and no rot around the boss. One narrow grain line ran from the lower edge toward the end of the inner reinforcing strip, shallow enough that Magnus had to scrape dirt away with the point of an awl to see whether it continued beneath the facing. It did not open when he flexed the board. He marked it anyway. Edric had settled onto an overturned bucket near the forge wall. "You always did dislike that shield." "I dislike trusting old wood because it has been lucky." "It was not luck every time." "No, some of it was you hiding behind it." Edric gave him a flat look. Magnus grinned and reached for the rivet punch. For a while the conversation gave way to work. Magnus removed the loose rivets around the boss and inspected the holes. He cut a thin iron reinforcement long enough to bridge the battered lower section without turning the shield into something too heavy to use, heated it enough to shape it to the curve, quenched it, punched the holes, and began fitting it against the inner face. Edric watched him longer than most fathers could have managed without offering advice. Eventually he said, "You are better at this than when you left. I meant the smithing before you decide to be clever." Magnus kept the punch steady. "So did I have had enough chances to practice." Edric snorted. Magnus set another rivet. The question that had been sitting behind the reunion returned while his hands were occupied. "Isn't it unusual they called you with me already serving?" Edric was quiet long enough that Magnus looked up. His father rubbed one thumb along the edge of the discarded shield strap. "A little. Having someone from the household already under arms usually pushes the rest of us lower on a recall list, especially with a farm to keep productive. It is not an exemption. If the Legion needs experienced men badly enough, they can call me anyway." "But you think it is strange." "I think the timing is strange. The war has only recently become hot enough for anyone in Brookshire to start digging this deep into old roles. Bran, I understand. Pell has qualifications the Legion would be foolish to ignore once somebody remembered them. Me." Edric shrugged. "I was a competent man-at-arms. I served 5 years, came home, and spent most of the years since worrying about barley, fences, and whether you were going to break your neck. There are men with more recent service." Magnus looked back down at the shield. The rivet had cooled enough that he struck it twice more than necessary before noticing. He stopped. "Did you ask why they reached your name?" "Of course I asked. The clerk told me the review was lawful and the need had changed. Both statements can be true without answering why my name came up when it did." Edric leaned back against the wall. "I am not telling you there is a plot, Magnus. I do not know that. Do not turn an odd thing into proof because you dislike the shape of it." Holt could have said the same. That irritated Magnus for exactly the reason it should have. "I know, Holt has been beating that lesson into me." "I know you know. I am reminding you because you have always been more dangerous, once you think you have found the answer. Magnus tested the reinforcement against the board again. It sat clean. Edric watched him for another moment. This Holt has more sense than I expected from the men responsible for you. I approve of him already. Magnus shook his head and began replacing the boss rivets. For a time, Edric watched the hammer. Then he said, "You asked me something in your last letter and never asked it directly." Magnus frowned. "What did I ask without asking it?" "You were asking whether I regretted serving Aurellion." Magnus remembered the paragraph. He had written around the question because putting it plainly had sounded too much like accusing his father of hypocrisy. Edric spared him the effort. "I never loved Aurellion the way some men do. I do not like slavery. I do not like first citizens deciding that being born to the right house makes them fit to own half the lives around them. I served anyway." Magnus rested the hammer head against the bench. Edric continued before he could answer. "I was called. I needed to come home afterward. The men beside me needed the same. Once you are standing in a line and someone is coming to kill you, the Emperor becomes a very distant problem. The man with the shield beside yours is not distant." His father looked toward the forge doorway, where soldiers still crossed the yard beneath a sky turning toward evening. "That does not make the Empire good. It means duty gets tangled. Most of life does." Magnus considered that. "And what does that mean now that they called you back?" "Now I am here because they called again. I can dislike the reason and still refuse to leave some farmer's son holding the place alone, because I decided my conscience was more important than his ribs." Edric's mouth tightened slightly. "I would prefer to have this argument at home with your mother listening from the kitchen and correcting both of us. Since nobody asked what I preferred, I intend to survive long enough to do that later." Magnus looked at him. Edric's expression was steady, practical, the same expression he had worn while teaching a 6-year-old how to stand on a patch of dirt. Magnus picked up the hammer again. "That sounds fair enough to me. It is the closest thing to wisdom I have managed all week." Magnus finished the last rivet. He checked the boss, the new strap, the rim, and the grip. Then he returned to the narrow grain line near the lower edge. It had not spread. He pressed his thumb over it, braced the shield against the bench, and put his weight through the board. Nothing moved. Field serviceable. Not new, not immortal. Serviceable. He handed it back. "The reinforcement is good. The boss is solid again, and I replaced the strap because whoever did the last one should be beaten with it. The board is old. There is a shallow grain split near the lower edge, but it is dry. It does not run under the facing, and the new strip bridges past it. I would use it." Edric slid his arm through the new strap and settled his hand around the grip. He raised the shield, shifted his feet, and sank naturally into defensive stance. Magnus had spent years learning that structure. For a moment he was 6 again, standing on a patch of dirt while his father explained why his feet were wrong. Edric lowered the shield. "It feels better. The weight sits where it should again." "It is better. The board is still old, but the repair is sound." Edric shifted the shield once more. That sounded dangerously confident for someone who was 6 years old yesterday. Magnus smiled. 6 was a long time ago. Edric laughed. He put the shield against the wall and stood. "You look exhausted, and before you tell me you are fine, that answer was poor when you were 6. It has improved considerably with age." "No. It has merely had more practice." Magnus pulled off the forge apron. Edric reached out and put one hand against the side of his neck, the gesture easy and familiar. "Get some sleep while the forest is kind enough to let you. I have spent most of the day marching, and would like to discover which miserable piece of floor the Legion has assigned me." Magnus caught his forearm before he stepped away. "I am glad you are here." Edric's hand tightened once against his neck. "So am I, son, more than you know." He left the forge carrying the repaired shield. Magnus stood there longer than he intended. Then he banked the fire, washed enough soot from his hands that he would not ruin his bedding, ate what remained in the cookpot, and went to find his bunk. Sleep came quickly. The alarm bell hit him awake. Magnus's hand closed around the knife beside his bed before he understood the sound. Bell horn shouting outside, another bell answered from the western wall. He was moving before the man on the next bunk had managed to get both feet into his boots. Magnus dragged on the armor he had left ready, fastening what mattered first and leaving anything that could wait: gorget, breastplate, girdle, greaves. He hooked the gauntlets to his belt until he had both hands free and went outside with his helmet under one arm. Alder Crossing had become firelight and motion. Soldiers poured from barracks and shelters toward assigned positions. Officers shouted company names. Teamsters dragged wagons away from the western lane. Near the wall, a mage sent a white sphere of light climbing high above the palisade. The forest beyond the cleared ground moved. Not one warband, not another probe, hundreds. Wolfkin howls rolled through the dark. Coyote yips answered farther south. Something deeper bellowed near the road, and men on the wall began shouting ranges as shapes broke from the tree line behind hide shields, spears, and moving knots of beastkin. Then the cleared ground beyond the ditch buckled. Roots pushed upward through frozen soil. Druids, of course. Magnus jammed on his helmet and started toward the wolf pack's quarters. A familiar shield passed through the edge of his vision. He stopped so hard that someone behind him cursed and shoved around. Edric was running toward the western formation with his spear in one hand and Magnus's repaired shield on the other arm. "Father, where the hell are you going?" Edric turned his head. He never got to answer. Kasha came out of the dark at a run, staff in one hand and one side of her armor still hanging loose beneath an unfastened strap. "Family reunion is over, Magnus. Find Holt, get the rest of your kit, and meet me at the North Sally Gate." If Rava is throwing several hundred fighters against these walls, then Druids, runners, reserves, and command are sitting somewhere behind them making the attack possible. The Legion holds the crossing. We go around and cut the head off before the body breaks through. Magnus looked once toward his father. Edric had already understood. "Go with your pack. I stood in shield walls before you were big enough to lift one." Another horn sounded from the west. Edric turned and ran toward it. Magnus ran the other way to find Holt. Chapter 10: Varric and the Deathcaller. By the time Magnus reached the North Sally Gate, Alder Crossing had stopped sounding like a fort and started sounding like something being torn apart. The western alarm bell hammered over the palisade. Horns answered from the wall, some carrying orders Magnus recognized, and others disappearing beneath the deeper sound rolling out of the forest. Howls, hundreds of them. Wolfkin voices rose and fell through the darkness while Coyotekin yipped between them and something much larger bellowed near the western road. Men shouted ranges from the towers, bowstrings snapped. Somewhere beyond the wall, timber cracked loudly enough to carry over everything else. Then the frozen ground shifted beneath Magnus's boots. Roots. The bastards had brought Druids in force. Holt was already waiting beneath the gatehouse with his great axe resting against one shoulder. One side of his armor had been fastened badly in the rush, and he was fixing it while Kasha spoke to the gathered wolves. Velithar stood near the opening with his hood up, staring into the dark as though he could see through the timber gate. Magnus joined them. Kasha did not waste time asking whether he was ready. They've committed several hundred against the Western Works and at least 2 Druid groups with them. The Legion does not need 10 more people shoved into the breach. It needs whatever is making that attack possible cut out from behind it. Another impact shook the fort. Kasha waited until the noise passed. Dane takes us north, then west behind the concentration. Druids, runners, reserve leaders, command, whatever we find. We break their support and get out before they can turn the main body around. Holt finished the buckle. And if the forest happens to contain several hundred angry beastkin between us and getting out, then try not to die where I have to climb over you. That was almost concern. It wasn't. The gate crew hauled the narrow Sally Gate inward. Cold air poured through. Magnus drew his shield from the dimensional pack, settled the straps across his left arm, then pulled one of his bearded axes. The first thing he saw outside was fire. A western tower burned above the palisade. Magelights hung higher still, cold white spheres turning the snowfall bright while everything beneath them moved in black shapes. Beastkin crossed the cleared ground in broken groups rather than one mass, using roots, ditches, and shattered stakes as cover before crashing into the Imperial defenses. The western palisade had already opened in 2 places. Imperial heavy infantry filled both. Shields overlapped. Spears worked above them. The formation recoiled when Beastkin struck, then returned half a pace whenever the pressure loosened. Magnus searched the line while he ran. He found fresh iron. The reinforcing strip he had fitted across the inside of Edric's old shield caught the magelight whenever his father moved. There. Edric stood 2 files from the worst of the breach, shield locked beside another man-at-arms. Alive. Magnus allowed himself 1 heartbeat. Then Dane vanished between the trees and the wolves followed. The forest swallowed Alder, crossing quickly. Not the battle, that followed them west. For the first 100 yards Magnus could still glimpse magelight through the trunks. After that, the fort became noise and occasional flashes against low clouds. Dane kept them along a shallow fold in the ground where snow had collected around old roots. They crossed a narrow frozen stream, climbed through heavy brush on the other side and curved southwest. No one challenged them. That felt good for perhaps 30 seconds. Then it felt wrong. Dane slowed. Kasha noticed immediately. What? The hunter studied the forest ahead. There should be people here. Holt glanced around. I am surrounded by people. You know what I mean, runners, wounded, reserves, anyone moving between the attack and the rear. Dane crouched beside a half-covered track in the snow. There were plenty earlier. Kasha raised 1 fist. The pack stopped. Magnus heard his own breathing, the battle behind them. Snow settling from the branches. Then the route they had just taken disappeared. A pale wall snapped into existence between 2 ancient trunks. It made almost no sound. 1 heartbeat there was forest. The next there was a translucent plain stretching from bark to bark, its surface bending the darkness beyond it like thick glass. Holt struck first. The great axe hit hard enough to throw white fractures through the barrier. It did not break. A second barrier appeared 40 yards ahead, then another to the left, Kasha swore. They built lanes, nobody chases anything, close toward. The forest hit them from the right. Magnus never saw the spell. Force slammed into his shield like a charging horse and threw him sideways. He struck a tree hard enough to rattle his teeth. Holt vanished through brush in the opposite direction. Someone shouted farther north. Then Beastkin came through the spaces the barriers had created, not charging blindly, waiting. A bearkin dropped into Holt's lane while wolfkin struck farther south. Coyotekin moved between trunks behind them, calling signals Magnus could not understand. Roots tore upward through the snow wherever 2 wolves tried to close together. The trap was not built to kill 10 people. It was built to ensure there were never 10 people in one place. Kasha saw it too. Stop fighting the walls, work south. If they mean to separate us, make them separate us toward Alder. Magnus met the first wolfkin behind his shield. The fighter did not waste claws against the center. 1 hand caught the rim, the other immediately searched for Magnus's wrist. Experienced. Magnus turned the shield before the grip settled, struck the muzzle with the boss and sent the axe through the opening that followed. The wolfkin twisted away before the blade could bite deeply. Magnus did not follow. South. That was what mattered. A second wolfkin tried to draw him north. Magnus refused. The fighter came harder. Magnus gave him 2 steps, then changed the angle and forced the next exchange sideways. A gap opened through the trees. Alder crossing appeared again, closer than it should have been. Magnus understood. The Beastkin were not merely dividing the wolves, they were herding them back toward prepared ground. Rava had learned smart woman. Magnus hated smart enemies. He saw the western breach again, 25 yards, then 20. The Imperial line had bent but remained intact. He searched for the iron strip, found it. Edric still stood. A wolfkin attacked from Magnus's right. He caught the first rush, redirected it across his shield and buried his axe into the upper arm. The fighter tore free before Magnus could hook the joint. Magnus let him. Every beastkin that followed him sideways was 1 fewer pressing the shield wall. A shape appeared beside him. Velithar. Blood ran from beneath the rogue's hood. They have at least 2 barrier mages. Kasha's cut off farther north. Holt. Something enormous crashed through brush behind them. Velithar glanced toward the sound. That probably answered itself. Heat lit the snow orange. Magnus turned. Fire struck his shield. The spell wrapped around the edges in a sheet of white-orange heat. The shield straps bit into Magnus's arm as the impact forced him backward. Snow vanished into steam around his boots. Then the flame stopped. Magnus lowered the smoking shield. An elf stood 50 yards away between the trees, older than any ordinary human should have been capable of becoming, but without the frailty age should have brought with it. Fire still curled around one hand. Another elf stood farther left. Two more occupied the closer lanes, their attention divided between the wolves and the barriers. Behind them waited others, healers, 9, the Shaltir. Magnus did not know the name yet. He only knew that elves had crossed into a Beastkin battle and one of them had just tried to burn him alive. The High Magus cast again. This time Holt was closer, easier. The elf ignored him. The fire came for Magnus. He moved before it landed. The spell struck the tree behind him and stripped burning bark from half the trunk. Velithar watched the flame crawl upward. That was less ambiguous. Magnus was already watching the elf prepare another cast. The first one wasn't particularly confusing. The barrier between them flashed. Velithar disappeared behind it. 3 Beastkin closed on the rogue immediately. Magnus started toward him. Another force impact struck the ground in front of his feet. Not meant to kill him, turn him. Magnus stopped. The third fire spell came. Not Holt, not the wolves, him. They had come for him. The realization had barely settled before a howl rolled through the trees ahead. The wolfkin who emerged were not the loose fighters the pack had spent weeks learning to punish. They moved as a unit, 1 left, 2 right. Another remained behind the first line, watching Magnus's weapons rather than his face. Then their leader stepped into the opening. Varric Blackmane was larger than the bearkin from the 4th burrow. Dark fur-covered shoulders broad enough to make the wolfkin around him look young. Gray touched his muzzle and the hair around his eyes. An old claw scar ran down the right side of his face, passing through an eye that followed Magnus slightly slower than the left. No weapon. Claws were enough. Holt saw him from beyond the barrier. Magnus Blackmane. Varric's ears turned toward the shout. Then his attention returned to Magnus. He said something in a Beastkin tongue. The pack spread farther. Magnus did not need the translation. He dropped the scorched shield. Twin bearded axes filled his hands. Behind Varric stood the elves, barrier. Force, fire, he understood the rest of the trap. The wolves had been the operational target. Magnus was something else, something planned for. He settled into battle stance. Varric watched the change in his feet. That bothered Magnus. The first wolfkin came in without committing. Magnus showed him steel. The fighter refused it. Another attacked the moment Magnus's balance shifted, then a third, not trying to overwhelm him yet, learning him. The first minute contained very little worth calling a fight. Feints, pressure, claws testing plate edges. Magnus threatened with the axes and got almost nothing for it. Whenever he tried to catch one fighter, another used the commitment to attack somewhere else. Varric stood outside the range and watched, which side Magnus defended first, how quickly he changed stance, whether he pursued a wounded fighter, where he gave ground. Magnus understood the questions. He also understood that Edric stood less than 30 feet behind him. Varric's pack kept drawing north. Magnus kept giving ground sideways. The Direfang might have mistaken it for stubbornness. It was not. There were several directions Magnus could afford to lose. Away from his father's section was not one of them. A wolfkin finally overcommitted. Magnus punished him. He caught the attacking wrist with one axe, cut deeply across the upper arm with the other, and stepped through the opening instead of following the wounded fighter backward. South. The shield line came closer, 23 feet. Varric moved. Magnus had fought big men before. Big men usually announced themselves. Varric did not. He crossed the space with horrifying speed, slipped beneath the first axe and hit Magnus through the hips before the second could come around. Magnus went down hard. Varric did not waste the position trying to claw through plate. One hand caught beneath the breastplate. The other found the belt supporting the lower harness. He twisted. The armor twisted with him. A buckle snapped. The cuirass shifted sideways and drove its edge into Magnus's ribs. Magnus hammered an axe pommel into the side of Varric's head. The Direfang took the blow, released the armor, and rolled away before the return could land. That one exchange told Magnus more than the pack's entire first minute. Varric understood armor, he understood leverage, and he was fast enough to make knowing that useful. Magnus got upright, force struck him from the side. A wolfkin used the impact to reach beneath his right pauldron. Magnus turned into the pull. The strap tore anyway, the plate disappeared with the attacker, fire crossed where it had been. Magnus dropped beneath it, heat dragged over the back of his armor. Varric reached him before the flames were gone. For the next several minutes there was no clean duel. That was Varric's advantage. Magnus wanted weapons. Angles, space enough to make the axes matter. Varric kept destroying all three. Whenever Magnus found an opening, the Direfang collapsed the distance and turned the exchange into weight, claws, and leverage. Varric did not attack the strongest parts of the armor. He found whatever the last impact had loosened. He pulled straps, hooked plate edges, used the breastplate itself to turn Magnus's torso when Magnus needed his hips beneath him. The pack made the work systematic. One fighter forced Magnus to commit. Another attacked the seam the first had exposed. If Magnus moved to create distance, a barrier stole the route. If he found a clean line toward Varric, force magic changed it. If the Direfang disengaged for more than a heartbeat, fire arrived. They were not throwing attacks at Magnus. They were dismantling him. The left pauldron went next, then part of the gorget fastening. Magnus lost a thigh plate when claws caught beneath the lower edge and ripped the leather apart. He bloodied 2 wolfkin badly enough to take them out of the immediate fight. The healers brought one back. That irritated him more than it should have. He fought south anyway, 20 feet. That became the center of the world. Behind him, Edric's company had begun giving ground in controlled steps as the breach widened. The shields bent into a shallow crescent rather than allowing Beastkin to get around the edges. Fresh iron flashed through the movement. Still there. Varric caught Magnus looking. The Direfang hit him through the chest. Magnus dropped to a knee. The pack arrived before he could rise. One wolfkin seized the damaged gorget. Another caught the breastplate where Varric had broken the first buckle. Someone took his axe arm. Magnus shortened the second weapon and buried its beard into whatever flesh he could reach. The movement bought inches. Not enough, Varric came down on him from above. Magnus disappeared beneath bodies. The fight changed. There was no room for axes, no room for stance, no room to pretend armor was still protecting him. The breastplate had become a handle. Magnus tore at the remaining fastening himself. A wolfkin helped by wrenching the opposite direction. Leather broke, the plate came away with part of his padded coat. Cold struck bare skin. Claws followed across his shoulder, down his ribs. Somewhere behind him, his helmet fastening failed. Hands got beneath the lower rim and twisted until the strap cut hard across his throat. Then it snapped. The helmet disappeared. A fist replaced it. Magnus's nose broke. Blood filled his mouth. He spat into fur and tried to rise. Too much weight. Varric forced him down again. Magnus gave up one axe to the dimensional pack because the weapon had become less useful than the hand holding it. He caught fur, dragged a wolfkin close, and drove an elbow into the throat. One body came off him, 2 replaced it. The remaining scraps of his armor went by pieces, not shredded steel, broken harness, torn leather, plates pulled out of alignment until Magnus chose to abandon them rather than let Varric's pack use them to control his body. His remaining boot got trapped beneath someone. Magnus kicked, the heel stayed. He kicked harder, leather tore. His bare foot came free, then the pile closed. For several seconds there was no battlefield, only bodies, weight, hot breath, blood, claws digging where armor no longer existed, a forearm across the back of his neck, someone trying to pull his left arm far enough to ruin the shoulder. Varric above all of them, and behind Magnus. Father line, hold, the words were smaller now, that did not make them weaker. Magnus had been holding the blood gate closed since the first barrier appeared. Not yet. Holt's training. Not yet. The arena. Not yet. A claw drove into the flesh beneath his ribs. More, the arm across his neck tightened. More, Magnus tried to breathe. There was not enough room. More, 20 feet behind him, his father was standing inside a shield wall that was running out of places to bend. Magnus stopped holding the gate. His heart struck once. Hard, again. Blood surged through muscles already torn and exhausted. Pain did not disappear, it simply ceased to possess authority. The hand controlling his wrist became fingers, leverage, joints. The bodies above him became weight with balance points. The arm across his neck became a problem that could be solved. Something pressed outward beneath his skin, not mana, not flame. Wrath, for an instant a faint red pressure showed through the deepest spaces between the bodies, pinning him like iron hidden beneath forge coals. One wolfkin saw it, his weight shifted, half an inch. Magnus breathed, the rage went deeper, his eyes opened against blood-dark snow, red smoldered back. Then Magnus filled what little space remained inside his chest and gave the battlefield every word. Kar Rock Dren Vesh Thar Mor. The war cry erupted from beneath the dogpile. It did not sound trapped. The bodies above Magnus seemed to carry it outward, each one shuddering under the force before the sound rolled across the breach. The nearest wolfkin recoiled. One lost his grip. Another flattened his ears and shoved harder as if weight could force the words back down Magnus's throat. 20 feet away, Edric heard his son. He knew that voice. He had heard it asking childish questions at the supper table, heard it cursing after Bran threw Magnus into the dirt. Heard it call from the fields, laugh with Abigail, argue over work, mumble apologies after Helena discovered whatever foolishness he had been hiding. None of that mattered when the war cry reached him. Edric's body reacted before his mind did. Every instinct 5 years in the Legion had taught him screamed that whatever had made that sound was something a sensible man should put a wall between himself and. Then Edric saw one bare footplant beneath the pile, saw red light leak between wolfkin bodies, saw his son's eyes burning through the gaps. Fear came, he could not stop it, neither could he stop the pride that came with it. Magnus was still there, still between them and the line, still fighting. Edric rammed his shield back into place beside the man to his right. Close the fucking gap. He's buying us time, so use it. Above Magnus, Varric Blackmane heard the same words and understood none of them. His body understood too much. Experience had never taught Varric not to feel fear. It had taught him not to obey it. He had hunted old things in the deep woods, fought warriors reinforced hard enough to break claws against their armor. Seen monsters kill seasoned hunters before anyone understood what they were facing. Fear was information, so he counted through it. 1 heartbeat. The thing beneath his pack was dangerous. 2. It was still pinned. 3. It bled. 4. Bleeding things died. By the 5th heartbeat his claws were steady. By the 8th, training had pushed the worst of the instinct down. By the 10th, Varric was lowering his weight to finish the human. Magnus's hand exploded out of the dogpile. A blood-slick gauntlet shot upward between 2 wolfkin. The fingers opened once, then closed across Varric's muzzle and the scarred side of his face. Varric's head snapped down, everything in him stopped, not because he had been grabbed, because the human buried beneath half his pack had found him, not the nearest limb, not whichever throat happened to be within reach. Him. Magnus began to rise. The pile resisted as one body. A wolfkin drove both arms across his shoulders. Another buried claws into the torn flesh of his back. Varric seized Magnus's wrist and tried to wrench the gauntlet from his face. Then Magnus planted his bare foot. A knee came beneath him. His hips rose. One wolfkin lost footing and slid sideways. The shift took another with him. Someone clung to Magnus's shoulder until the flesh beneath the claws tore and the grip failed. Magnus kept coming, not throwing the pack into the air, standing through them. He came out of the bodies half naked and covered in blood, one boot gone, armor reduced to gauntlets, belt, trousers, and whatever broken fittings still clung around his waist. The red behind his eyes burned brighter. Varric struck the wrist, the hand stayed. He caught Magnus's forearm with both hands and pulled, nothing. The dire fang bared every fang in his mouth and growled directly into Magnus's face. The sound rolled from a chest built for it. Challenge, threat, predator. Magnus answered with war cry. Varric's ears flattened involuntarily. Magnus dragged him closer. Varric tried to wrench away. Magnus pulled harder, closer, until the wolfkin could smell blood on the human's teeth. Then Magnus stopped shouting. He growled. The sound was wrong, coming from a human throat. Lower than the war cry, rower, no ancient word in it, no language at all. Varric felt it through the hand crushing his face. He answered automatically. Magnus's fingers tightened. He pulled Varric until scarred muzzle and bloody forehead were almost touching. Then he growled louder. The battle around them did not stop. Men still died at the breach. Spears still struck shields. Beastkin still pushed across shattered defenses, but the small piece of battlefield nearest them faltered. Wolfkin, who had helped bury Magnus, stared. Imperial soldiers looked through gaps between shields. The nearest Beastkin lost track of whatever they had been doing long enough to understand the shape standing in the snow. Varric Blackmane, epic Direfang, had come to pin the human monster. Now the monster had him by the face. Varric recovered first. That was why Rava trusted him with battles instead of merely killing. Fear became information, information became action. His claws opened Magnus from shoulder toward chest. Magnus's grip finally broke. Varric drove through him. They hit the ground together. Then the fight became ugly. Varric remained the better technical fighter. That truth survived blood rage. He understood the clinch in a body Magnus did not possess. His claws made grips where human fingers could not. His jaws changed what Magnus could safely expose. He knew precisely how far to commit before an axe hook became dangerous, and he had spent enough years wrestling creatures stronger than either of them to understand what happened when leverage failed. Magnus stopped trying to beat him cleanly. Every clean exchange favored Varric. So Magnus made the exchanges dirty enough that being better stopped solving everything. Varric opened Magnus's forearm and received an elbow across the muzzle for it. He tore flesh from Magnus's shoulder and found the same arm around the back of his neck before he could disengage. A bite sank above Magnus's gauntlet. Magnus used the trapped arm to drag Varric close enough to drive his forehead into the damaged side of the Wolfkin's face. Every wound should have taught Magnus caution. Every success should have made the next success easier. Instead, the spaces between Magnus's attacks kept shrinking. Varric felt it. The Direfang began releasing contact a fraction sooner, stopped pressing every advantage to completion. Not fear, calculation. Magnus noticed anyway. For the first time since Varric appeared, Magnus smiled. There was no humor in it. Varric saw that too. They separated for half a breath, both breathing hard. Both bleeding, Varric circled with one shoulder slightly lower than before. The Bearkin said, "You fought like one of us." His comment was rough but clear. Magnus spat blood into the snow. He seemed like a smart bastard. Varric's lips peeled back. He was wrong. Magnus adjusted the axe in his hand. "Going to explain that before you try biting me again." The growl beneath Varric's words deepened. One of us would know when his body was dying. Magnus glanced down at the blood pouring across his own chest, then back up. "I suppose we found the difference." Varric came at him. The next stretch of violence had no clean beginning or end. Varric was still fighting better. Magnus was becoming harder to punish for fighting worse. The Direfang cut him and Magnus used the distance to step inside. Varric broke his stance and Magnus spent the fall dragging him down too. A knee cracked something in Magnus's ribs. Magnus stopped protecting that side and used the change in posture to hammer the axe into Varric's upper back. The blade bit across the heavy muscle over one shoulder blade. Varric tore free before Magnus could make the wound deeper. Blood darkened his fur. He came back anyway. Magnus respected that. A barrier flashed between them. Only for an instant it stole Magnus's step. Varric used it. The Direfang hit him hard enough to drive him backward through bloody snow. 20 feet became 18. Magnus planted. Varric pressed. Magnus refused the yard. Behind him, Edric's line had nowhere else to spend it. The old Wolfkin understood. His good eye flicked once past Magnus, toward the shields, toward the older human holding one with the new iron strip across it, then back to Magnus. Something changed in Varric's expression. He knew. Magnus saw it. Varric knew exactly why Magnus had refused to be drawn north. The Direfang's next growl almost sounded amused. "So that is the chain around your throat." Rage surged so quickly Magnus nearly followed it. He did not. "My father isn't a chain." Varric's claws spread. "No, he is where you stop moving." Magnus stepped forward. "That was your last chance to be clever." They collided. The fight stopped belonging to anyone else. Varric attacked the wounded side because it was correct. Magnus let him. Claws opened flesh. Magnus used the committed shoulder to lock the arm and drive Varric sideways. The Direfang twisted out before the throw completed, but Magnus kept the pressure, changed the angle and hooked a leg. Varric lost balance, not enough. One hand struck the snow. Magnus's axe came for the neck. Varric rolled with the stroke. Steel missed the spine and buried across the upper back instead. Varric roared. Magnus ripped the axe free. The wound opened badly. Pale bone flashed beneath torn muscle before blood covered it. Varric still rose, still fast, still dangerous. That mattered. The rage wanted him to become simple. Enemy. Finish. Magnus forced more into the thought. Varric, father, line, elves. The world remained larger than the thing directly in front of him. Fire gathered beyond Varric. The Direfang heard it too. He broke contact. Magnus saw the High Magus's hands come together. Varric opened distance. The spell crossed between them. White-orange flame swallowed Magnus whole. For a moment Varric saw nothing except fire and steam. He staggered back, one hand going to the wound near his neck where Magnus's axe had grazed deep enough to open the fur. Space, finally, the Shaltir had bought him space. Varric drew one breath, then the fire cleared. Something came out of it, not Magnus, a javelin. Varric saw the weapon only after it was already too late. It struck high in his shoulder with a wet metallic crack. The head drove through muscle until it hammered against bone. The shaft shattered behind it, splinters burst into the air. Varric spun and dropped to one knee. His arm stopped answering correctly. For several heartbeats all he could hear was the roaring of blood in his ears. Then footsteps came through the steam. Magnus emerged from the fading fire. Burned, bloody. Bare-chested, one boot, gauntlets black with blood, an axe hanging loosely from his right hand. His eyes smoldered red through the steam. He did not hurry, that was worse. Varric forced his head up. The human stopped several paces away. The fighting still raged around them. The Shaltir stood close enough to hear. Magnus's gaze traveled slowly over Varric. The torn neck, the ruined shoulder, the broken javelin head buried against bone, the deep wound across his back. Varric had been hated by powerful enemies before. He had been feared, respected, cursed, threatened. This was none of those. The human was measuring him. Those smoldering eyes bored into Varric as though weighing every hunt, every battle, every scar, and every year that had made him Varric Blackmane. And when the judgment came, it was almost worse than hatred. Disappointment. Magnus's voice was quiet, yet something remained in it from the war cry, not another shout. Varric knew the difference. This was common, human speech. And still the words seemed heavier than speech ought to be, carried on the same oppressive wrongness pressing faintly from Magnus's blood-soaked skin. You do not impress me, Varric Blackmane. Varric's ears pulled back. Magnus lowered the axe. Go, return to your people. Return to Rava Ashfang and tell her what you have seen here. Varric barked a laugh. Pain ruined it halfway through. Blood ran between his teeth. Do not insult me with mercy, human. If you mean to kill me, finish it. I will not crawl back to Ashfang carrying your boast. Magnus regarded him in silence. His eyes never left Varric's. The disappointment remained, almost pity now. Varric hated that more. When Magnus spoke again, the boy was gone from his voice. No profanity, no breathless irritation, no soldier trading words between blows. The Deathcaller spoke with the composure of someone pronouncing terms that had already been decided. You misunderstand me, Varric Blackmane. I am not asking you to carry my threat. Magnus pointed the axe toward the forest. I am granting you the life required to deliver it. Varric's ears drew farther back before pride could stop them. The pressure in Magnus's voice deepened. Some primitive part of Varric's mind supplied an image he despised the moment it formed. Death had stopped shouting. Death no longer needed to. Return to Rava Ashfang. Tell her you stood against the Deathcaller and survived because I willed it so. The red gaze hardened, and tell her this. If either of you chooses to hunt me again, there will be no second warning. Magnus took one slow step forward. No forest in Eldara is deep enough to hide you from me. For another heartbeat those eyes held Varric beneath a judgment he could neither fight nor answer. Magnus had not spared him because he admired him. Had not spared him because they had shared some warrior's understanding. He had measured Varric Blackmane and decided the living warleader was more useful than the corpse. Death itself had looked upon him and found one remaining purpose. Magnus spoke one final word. Go. Then he turned his back on Varric. The insult was complete. Varric remained on one knee for a heartbeat longer. Pride demanded that he stand and attack. Training told him what pride was worth. Nothing. Not if Rava died ignorant. Not if every fighter who had seen what happened here died with the knowledge. Varric forced his legs beneath him. He ran. The first strides were ugly. Then mana flooded damaged muscle and turned survival into movement. He passed the Shaltir hard enough that one of the healers shouted after him. Varric did not slow. Blood scattered from his fur across the snow. Rava was somewhere beyond the fighting. Rava needed to know. Behind him, Magnus was no longer watching. The Deathcaller had already found something more important. The elves, all 9, had heard the exchange. The high magus nearest the trees still carried fire around both hands. The flames were ready. The elf was not. His gaze followed Varric for an instant. Epic Direfang. Rava, Ashfang's mate, the physical anchor they had brought to hold the monolith human in place, running. Then the high magus met Magnus's eyes. The fire brightened. Magnus did not move toward him, not immediately. A sound from Alder Crossing dragged his attention back. Men screaming, not the ordinary sound of a line fighting. Heat flashed across the breach. The second high magus had found an angle. His spell struck Edric's formation. For an instant the left side of the shield wall disappeared behind white fire and steam. Wood blackened, snow vanished, men went down, the formation opened. Magnus's rage surged. He searched through the steam. Fresh iron there. Edric staggered but remained standing. His shield was scorched. The reinforcement held. Another spell like that could change everything. The Shaltir knew it too. They began giving ground toward the trees, not fleeing, repositioning. The remaining containment mages laid barriers while the healers withdrew behind them. The high magi walked backward, keeping their hands free and their eyes on Magnus. Distance, cover, time, give mages those 3 things and they could begin again. Magnus. Holt's voice reached him from the north. Magnus turned. The War Master had finally broken through the Beastkin separating the pack. Blood covered one side of his face. His great axe hung in one hand and 2 wolves were fighting past him toward Cash's position farther uphill. Holt saw Magnus, saw what remained of the armor, saw the bare foot, the burns, the blood, the eyes. Then he saw the retreating elves. Magnus, don't follow those bastards into the trees. You're too fucking deep. One of the high magi stopped retreating. Fire gathered, not aimed at Magnus, past him, at the breach, at Edric. Magnus pointed toward the line. His voice was his own again. If they get another clean spell, that line breaks. Keep the Beastkin off them. I'll keep the mages moving. Holt started toward him. Magnus, wait. You don't know what they've got waiting. The fire in the elf's hands grew. Magnus knew enough. He ran. The Shaltir turned into the forest. Magnus followed. Chapter 11, The Last Mandate. Edric saw Magnus disappear into the trees and understood immediately why he had gone. Understanding did not make it easier to watch. His son crossed the torn ground at a run, bare red hair bright against the dirty snow, most of his armor hanging from him in ruined pieces or missing altogether. The surviving elves were already retreating into the forest. One turned while running. Fire gathered around her raised hands. Magnus went after them, then the trees swallowed all of them. A wolf somewhere behind Edric shouted Magnus's name. The shout went unanswered. Edric had just enough time to think that chasing 9 mages into the endless forest was a spectacularly poor way to preserve one's health. Then the Beastkin hit the line again. The impact traveled through Edric's shield, shoulder, and spine. His boot slid half a pace through trampled snow before the heel of his rear foot found frozen earth underneath. He drove forward again. Mana tightened through his legs and back. The wolfkin in front of him had expected the shield to keep moving. It did not. Edric's spear came over the rim and entered beneath the wolfkin's ribs. He pulled it free before the body finished dropping. Close that damned gap, men moved, not quickly enough. The Imperial line had been nearly 40 men across when the elves' fire struck it. Edric did not know how many remained upright. Smoke and steam covered half the ground. The snow where the spell had landed was simply gone, replaced by churned black mud, fragments of shields and shapes he had stopped trying to identify. The Beastkin knew exactly what had happened. They were pouring toward the damaged section before the survivors had finished understanding that they were alive. Edric shoved his shield against the man on his right. Stay against me. If they get between us, we're finished. The soldier's face was gray beneath his helmet. He could not have been more than 20. He nodded anyway. That was enough. There was no time to be brave in the way songs preferred. Courage here meant putting your boot where it belonged while something larger than you tried to remove your face. The next rush came through the smoke. Wolfkin first, a coyotekin behind them, something enormous farther back that Edric could not identify through the steam. He lowered the spear. The line received them. For a while there was no battle beyond the width of Edric's shield. Claws scraped the iron rim. A spearhead skidded past his cheek. The young soldier beside him screamed when something struck his shield hard enough to fold him backward, and Edric caught the rim with his own before the opening widened. He stabbed over the boy's shoulder, felt the point hit meat, withdrew and shoved them both forward. "Get your feet under you, I can't carry you all night." The boy managed something between a laugh and a sob. Wasn't planning to ask. "Good, saves us the argument." Another body struck them. Edric stopped thinking about conversation. The Beastkin did not throw themselves blindly against the shields. They worried at the broken formation like hunters opening a wound. Two wolves pressed the center while coyotekin slipped toward the damaged edges. A bearkin farther down the line caught one shield with both hands and hauled its owner forward hard enough that 3 beastkin descended upon him before the men beside him could recover. Somewhere beyond the smoke, a moosekin crashed bodily into a cluster of spearmen and scattered them. A horn sounded behind Edric. He could not tell whose, then roots moved beneath his feet. Someone screamed a warning, the ground buckled. Edric felt the earth rise beneath his left boot and shifted before the root could catch his ankle. The young soldier beside him was slower, wood twisted around his calf. The boy went down. Edric's shield moved before thought caught up. A wolfkin struck the place the soldier's head had occupied. Edric took the claws across the face of his shield, thrust through the opening and found the wolf's throat. His spear stuck. He planted his foot against the corpse and tore it free. "Cut him loose." A man behind them hacked at the root with a short axe. The trapped soldier dragged himself upright. The line had moved again, backward this time. Edric had not heard an order. He glanced left. 3 men remained where there had been 9. That explained it. "Back 5 paces," someone shouted from behind. "Dress on the stakes, back 5, Edric began giving ground. Not turning, never turning, shield forward, spear threatening. 1 step set the rear foot. Another, the men nearest him followed. Those farther left did not. A wolfkin got among them. Edric saw flashes through the smoke, fur, steel, a man's open mouth, a shield falling flat into the mud. Then that part of the line ceased to exist. Edric's body wanted to turn toward it. Years of training told him not to. There were 4 beastkin in front of him and living men behind him. Whatever had happened 10 paces away was no longer his problem unless it became theirs. That lesson had taken him years to learn. Magnus had always hated it. Edric nearly smiled. Then a spear hit his shield hard enough to numb his hand. He drove forward, felt the new iron reinforcement take the strain, and heard wood complain around it. The strap held. The rivets held. Of course they did. Magnus had spent half the damned evening making certain they would. The thought vanished beneath another collision. 5 paces became 10, 10 became 15. The smoke thinned as they withdrew. Edric could see the second position now. Men were forming behind a shallow wagon track where the ground rose by perhaps a foot. It was hardly a fortification, but a foot mattered. So did the abandoned wagon lying on its side beside it. Shields were collecting around both. Officers and old soldiers were dragging survivors into something resembling a line. A mage stood behind them with both hands raised, blood running freely from one nostril. Good, that was something. Edric glanced toward the trees. No more fire came from there, not a single spell. For the first time since the attack began, the beastkin were pressing them with flesh, weapons, and wild magic alone. Magnus had done that. The damned boy had actually done it. Somewhere in those trees, his son was chasing enough elven magic to burn this entire formation apart. Edric hoped Holt caught him before he went too deep. He hoped Magnus listened. He hoped a great many things. None of them mattered to the spear coming at his chest. Edric caught it on the shield, rolled the point away, and answered beneath the attacker's arm. Mana ran through his shoulder. The thrust landed harder than his body alone could have managed. The beastkin fell. Something inside Edric did not recover afterward. He knew the sensation, not injury, expenditure. He had spent years learning how much reinforcement he could carry and when to let it go. Man-at-arms had eventually made the old habits easier. His body and mana had learned the work together until bracing behind a shield felt no stranger than standing. Tonight he had been spending too much for too long. His legs were hot despite the cold, not warm, hot. His heart struck hard enough that he could feel every beat behind his eyes. His mouth tasted of iron. When he relaxed the reinforcement in his left shoulder for one breath, the shield suddenly weighed twice what it had a moment earlier. He brought the mana back. The weight became manageable again. That was the problem with being tired. A man could always borrow against what remained. The account still came due. Edric, the young soldier, was beside him again. Blood covered one sleeve. Left, Edric turned his shield. A coyotekin came low around the rim. Edric gave him the shield instead of the spear. Iron-edged wood smashed into muzzle and shoulder. The coyote spun aside and the soldier drove his spear into him while Edric was still recovering. Good, Edric managed. The boy stared at him. Edric realized he had expected a longer sentence. Keep doing that. The boy barked a breath that might have been amusement. Then the Beastkin came again. Time lost its shape. There were only small problems, a shield too far forward, a spear caught under another man's arm. Mud sucking at the heel, a wolfkin trying to climb over a dying beastkin rather than go around him, a wounded Imperial crawling behind the line, a gap where somebody had been, another gap, another. Edric stopped trying to remember faces. He spent mana when he had to, then when he probably should not. Then because there was no longer any point saving strength for later if failing now meant there would be no later to spend it in. A bearkin struck his shield. Edric had seen the creature coming and still underestimated the impact. His arm folded against his chest. The world lurched sideways. He heard the shield crack. Not break, crack. Edric hit one knee. The bearkin crowded him. Edric released the spear with his right hand, caught the lower rim of his shield with both hands and poured everything he could reach into his back and legs. For an instant nothing happened. Then Edric stood. The bearkin's small eyes widened. Not yet, Edric said through his teeth. He drove the shield upward beneath the creature's jaw. The blow did not kill it. It did not need to. The bear's weight shifted. Edric recovered his spear, stepped around the body of a fallen man and put the point into the crease between shoulder and neck. The bearkin roared and backhanded him. Edric's helmet took part of it, the rest turned the world white. He remained upright mostly because he had forgotten to fall. Someone else finished the bear. Edric never saw who. When his vision cleared, the young soldier beside him was gone. Edric searched once. A body lay face down 3 paces behind where the line had been, a familiar blood-dark sleeve stretched through the snow. Edric turned back. There would be time to know who was dead if they survived. Maybe. The formation had become 6 men, then 5. The second line behind them was still not ready. Back. The line sergeant shouted. Back to the wagon, move, they tried. 3 made it. A wolfkin seized the man nearest Edric around the shield and dragged him sideways. A coyote struck from the opposite direction. The man disappeared beneath them. The soldier to Edric's left ran. Edric did not blame him. He made it perhaps 7 paces before a thrown spear took him between the shoulders. The last man beside Edric stumbled backward toward the new line with blood soaking his thigh. Edric covered him. One thrust, a shield shove, another backward step. He felt space open behind him and almost followed. Then he saw the beastkin spreading. Not toward him, around him, toward the men trying to form at the wagon. The second line was perhaps 20 paces back. Its right half existed, its left did not. Men were still arriving. Some had shields, some had lost them. A wounded officer was physically placing soldiers shoulder to shoulder. Another man kicked a corpse out of the gap because there was nowhere else to put his feet. They needed time. Edric knew exactly how much. Not minutes, not even 1 minute. Half of one might do it. He stopped retreating. For perhaps 2 heartbeats nobody noticed. Then the beastkin did. Edric planted his rear foot. His shield settled. His spear came level. The old position entered his body so naturally that for an absurd moment he was back in the practice yard with a 6-year-old boy trying to understand why Edric was so difficult to push over. Better does not mean good. Edric had told him that. The memory nearly made him laugh. The first wolfkin came in expecting him to keep backing. Edric killed him. The second learned from the first and attacked the spear instead. Edric let him. The wolf slapped the shaft aside and stepped inside its reach. Edric rammed the shield rim into his knee. The wolf folded. The spear came back. The next several heartbeats were too crowded for individual men. Edric became the piece of ground they had to solve. That was the whole job. He did not need to win. He did not need to kill all of them. He did not even need to survive. He needed to be expensive enough that they spent 30 seconds upon him instead of the line behind. So he made himself expensive. Every time one tried to go around, the spear threatened the ribs. Every time another struck the shield, Edric gave ground just far enough to spoil the angle, then reclaimed it. When two came together, he turned the first into the second. When Claws found the upper edge of his shield and tried to drag it aside, he let the arm extend, stepped in and drove his forehead into the wolfkin's muzzle. His helmet rang, so did his skull. The wolf reeled. Edric stabbed him twice. Mana burned through Edric faster now. He could feel the loss with every reinforcement. Legs, back, shoulder, thrust, brace, again. He was not using it elegantly anymore. There was no reserve left worth protecting. The heat inside him spread until the freezing air hurt his lungs and sweat ran beneath his mail. His hands trembled every time the mana relaxed. His heartbeat no longer seemed to possess a rhythm. There were only heavy impacts inside his chest, some too close together and others separated by frightening emptiness. He kept going. Behind him, shields struck shields. Men shouted. A voice called for spears forward. Good, the line was forming. A wolfkin's claws came over Edric's shield and hooked the top edge. Edric jerked backward, the beastkin pulled. For a moment they fought over the shield, then the wood split. The sound was not loud, Edric heard it anyway. A crack ran from near the end of the new iron strap through the grain. The iron remained where Magnus had fixed it, so did every rivet. The wood around them simply could not take any more. The wolf hauled again, half the shield tore away. Edric stared at it for perhaps a heartbeat. His son had been right, it was stronger, not immortal. Edric shoved what remained into the wolfkin's face and stabbed beneath it. The creature dropped. Edric almost told Magnus about it. That was the first truly stupid thought he had all night. He nearly turned his head as though the boy might be standing beside him. Instead there were beastkin, snow, smoke, men screaming. And the realization that the story about the shield would have to wait, he backed a step. The line behind him was almost whole. Hold where you are, someone shouted. Edric risked a glance. Nearly 20 shields now, spears behind them. Another rank arriving, enough, he could go. Relief hit so hard his knees almost gave way. Edric started backward, 1 pace, 2. The beastkin saw it. He would think later, if later existed, that they had probably understood his situation before he did. An isolated human who had spent everything holding them, damaged shield, no support close enough to matter, retreat finally begun. The entire knot of beastkin around him changed at once. Edric saw shoulders lower, bodies spread. A wolfkin to his right broke into a sprint. Another came from the left. More followed. Oh, you bastards, he retreated faster. The first wolf reached him before the line did. Edric's spear drove into the creature's chest. The impact forced the shaft backward through his hands. He did not have time to pull it free. The second hit him from the side. Edric went down. The spear vanished beneath bodies. His broken shield slammed into the earth beneath him. A claw scraped across his helmet. Another found the mail over his ribs and dragged. The rings held once. The second rake opened them. Pain arrived hot and immediate. Edric twisted onto one knee, caught a wolfkin beneath the jaw with the jagged remains of his shield and drove upward. Something bit through his sleeve. He punched it. The beastkin did not let go. Edric struck again, then 3 bodies became 5. Weight crushed the air out of him. This was different. He knew that immediately. There was no formation anymore, no clean front, no room to put his feet where they belonged. Only bodies and ground and whichever limb he could move. Edric had seen men die this way. He had dragged bodies from piles like this after battles. He had never expected the final lesson to be how little dignity remained beneath several 100 pounds of people determined to kill you. He found his belt knife. A muzzle appeared near his face. The knife went into the throat beneath it. Blood poured across his hand. The body collapsed on top of him. Someone tore it away. A claw entered his side. Edric gasped. Another caught his thigh. He stabbed wherever fur gave way beneath the blade. His mana was almost gone. He reached for it anyway. The reinforcement came weakly. For a heartbeat, his right arm strengthened enough to drive the knife through a forearm, pinning his chest. Then the strength vanished. Edric's hands started shaking so badly he nearly lost the weapon. The beastkin were shouting to one another. he understood none of it. He understood the tone, finish him, fair enough. He would have said the same. The pressure shifted. Edric sucked in one breath, cold air, blood, smoke, wet fur, and impossibly memory, a wet bundle beneath leaves. He had almost walked past. Gods, he had almost walked past. A tiny orange-haired head beneath a soaked swaddle. Skin too cold beneath Edric's fingers, a cry so weak he had mistaken it for an animal. Magnus. Another claw opened his shoulder. Edric buried the knife in the wrist attached to it. The hand withdrew. The memory remained. He had carried that child beneath his cloak, thinking only of the hearth. Then Helena had taken him. Edric could see her hands more clearly than the faces above him. Helena holding that freezing baby close as though warmth could be demanded into him by sheer stubbornness. Magnus had lived, of course he had. The little bastard had always been stubborn. Edric's mouth moved. He might have laughed. Blood came out instead. A wolfkin seized his damaged shield and tore it from his arm. The strap Magnus had fitted still held. It held so well that the broken shield dragged Edric's arm with it until leather finally ripped around the buckle. Then it was gone. Edric outlived the shield. That seemed important. He could not have said why. A weight landed across his legs. Something struck his ribs, once, twice. The second impact broke something. Edric's body tried to curl and could not. The knife remained in his hand. He kept using it. He had no idea whether he was hurting anyone anymore. He kept using it anyway. There should have been anger. There was some. Mostly Edric was suddenly, profoundly sad, not about dying. That surprised him. He had always assumed death would become the largest thing in the world when it finally arrived. Instead, Helena was larger. Magnus was larger. Home was larger. His own death had somehow become an inconvenience standing between him and everything he still intended to do. He had wanted to repair the west fence before the deep winter. Helena had been after him about the roof above the grain room. There was a hinge on the barn door that had squealed since spring. He had meant to replace it, and 2 years from now Magnus would be 18. Edric had always imagined that day without ever telling anyone. They would go to the village alehouse. Bran would insist upon coming. Pell would pretend not to. Helena would tell all 4 of them not to do anything idiotic, which would mostly be directed at Bran. Then Edric would buy his son a pint, not because Magnus had never tasted ale. Edric was not that naive, because a father was supposed to buy his son that pint. He would sit across from the boy he had found freezing beneath wet leaves and drink with the man that boy had become. 2 years. Edric had been stupid enough to think he possessed 2 years. The knife slipped from his fingers. He reached after it and found no strength. Warmth moved down his face. Edric blinked. More warmth followed. For a confused moment he thought another cut had opened near his eyes. Then he tasted salt, tears. Edric was crying. The absurdity of it almost offended him. Now he had not cried when the fire struck, not when the line began disappearing, not when he understood he might have to stay behind. Now, while half the endless forest appeared to be sitting on him, his body had decided it was time. Another tear crossed the bridge of his nose and disappeared into the blood beneath his cheek. Helena, who was going to tell her? Bran, perhaps. Pell if Bran could not manage it. Would she know before they spoke? Probably. Helena had always been better at reading bad news from a doorway than anyone had a right to be. Edric wanted to be there when she heard. That thought hurt worse than the ribs. He wanted to hold her. He wanted to tell her he had not been afraid at the end. That would be a lie. He was afraid now. Not of wherever he was going, of leaving her, of leaving Magnus, who was supposed to keep that damned boy from trying to solve every impossible problem by walking directly toward it. Holt, perhaps Bran, Pell, Kasha seemed sensible. Maybe between all of them they could manage one 16-year-old berserker. Edric's chest hitched. A ridiculous sound came out of him, half laugh, half sob. His vision was narrowing. Behind the Beastkin, beyond the bodies pressing him into the earth, the Imperial line finally stood. He saw shields, a complete wall, spears above it, men braced behind the rise. One of them started forward. An officer caught him by the shoulder. "Good, do not come for me, do not waste it." Edric tried to raise his voice. What emerged barely carried beyond the bodies around him. "Hold that line, don't you dare break it for me." Someone behind the shields shouted something he could not understand. The line stayed. Good men. Smart men. Edric let his head settle back into the snow. The Beastkin above him blurred. The forest beyond them blurred. Everything seemed to be getting farther away. He thought of Helena at the kitchen table. Magnus sprawled near the hearth with a book open across his knees. The boy had never learned how to sit properly in a chair when he was reading. Helena complained about his boots. Magnus moved them. 10 minutes later, they were back where they had started. Edric had watched that happen 100 times. He would have given almost anything for 101. His mouth still worked, barely. He had no idea whether anyone heard him. That was all right. The words were not for the battlefield. "Be all right without me, both of you," Edric breathed out. The next breath did not come. Half a mile into the endless forest, Magnus was still running. 9 elves had entered the trees ahead of him. 9 remained his problem. The battle behind him had already become a distant confusion of horns, screams, and breaking timber. The forest swallowed sound quickly when it wanted to. Here the snow remained deeper between the trunks, disturbed only by the retreating Shaltir and the occasional dark stain marking where one of them had stumbled. Magnus followed the stains. His left foot was bare. He had lost the boot somewhere beneath Varric's pack. He could not remember exactly when. Frozen earth, broken twigs, and stone opened the sole whenever his weight landed badly. The pain did not matter. His body repaired what it could while he ran. Other injuries were more demanding. Burns across his shoulder and side, claw wounds from chest to hip, a puncture beneath his ribs. His armor was mostly gone. A ragged length of mail hung from one side of his torso, more nuisance than protection. Both gauntlets remained, though the left had lost 2 plates over the fingers. His trousers were dark with blood that belonged to several different people. The Shaltir had perhaps 40 paces. They were trying to make it 50. Magnus would not allow it. A priest in silver-trimmed robes glanced back. That was his mistake. Magnus shifted the axe into his right hand. The elf saw the motion. A containment mage beside him shouted. Force gathered between the trees. Magnus threw before the barrier finished forming. The axe crossed the distance, spinning once. For an instant the weapon seemed to strike empty air. Then the barrier appeared around it. The axe slowed, not enough. The magical plane bowed inward, lightless but visible through the way snow and leaves bent around it. Cracks of pale distortion raced outward. The axe tore through. Its edge struck the priest beneath the shoulder blade and drove him forward into the snow. 8. The barrier vanished. Magnus did not slow. Someone shouted in Elven. Another voice answered in Common. "Keep moving, do not let him close." Good advice. The dead priest had fallen beside the trail. Magnus bent without breaking stride, ripped the axe from the body, and continued. The 8 ahead divided around an enormous cedar. That was deliberate. 4 left, 4 right. A normal pursuer had to choose. Magnus chose the center. The cedar grew wider as he approached. He opened his dimensional pack long enough to put the axe away and drew the second bearded axe from within. Then he hit the tree, not with the weapon. His shoulder struck bark. He pushed off. The change in direction carried him around the trunk before the left group expected him. A healer priest was closest. The containment mage behind her was not. His hands were already together. Magnus felt the magic before he understood its shape. The world struck him sideways. He left the ground. A tree stopped him. Bark exploded behind his shoulders. The impact would have broken an ordinary man's spine. Magnus dropped to one knee instead. The elves did not wait to admire it. They ran. Magnus stood. The forest tilted briefly to the left. He corrected. His body demanded forward. Magnus agreed. He ran again. The 8 had become one group farther ahead. Good discipline. They had abandoned the split the moment it failed rather than feeding him smaller pieces. They were frightened. They were not stupid. One of the high magi turned. Magnus saw both hands rise. This time the fire did not come as a ball or bolt. The forest ahead of him ignited. Flame unfolded from trunk to trunk in a broad wall, climbing dead brush, low branches, and the air between them with unnatural speed. Snow vanished beneath it, steam burst upward, pine resin snapped in the heat. Magnus went through. Fire found him immediately. Hair curled against his face. The exposed skin of his chest and shoulder burned. His lungs locked when the heat reached them. He came out the far side still running. The high magus saw him. Her concentration broke for half a heartbeat. Magnus used it. The axe left his hand. A containment field snapped into place. This one was ready. The axe struck and stopped. For an instant it hung in the air halfway between them, quivering against nothing. The mage holding the barrier shouted through clenched teeth. Magnus closed 5 paces. The barrier shoved outward. It caught him across the chest. His feet left the ground again, he landed on his back, fire followed. Magnus rolled behind a fallen trunk as heat tore bark from the other side. The elves ran, Magnus pushed himself up. The rage inside him had become enormous. Too large to feel like anger in any ordinary sense. It filled every injury, every breath, every contraction of muscle. His heart hammered it through him. He remembered another place. Fog, a dead battlefield that had never existed anywhere outside his own soul. A red-bearded ancient warrior standing beyond the reach of a banshee. Wrath did not end at skin. Out, Magnus tried. The first effort was useless. Rage burst beyond him without shape. The sensation was almost physical, like throwing breath from every surface of his body at once. It vanished into the forest, wasted. The old lesson returned, hold it close. Magnus ran, he tried again. Not outward, around, a fraction beyond the skin, the pressure slipped almost immediately. He forced it back. His throat tightened. The rage wanted motion. Violence, forward. Holding any part of it still was like trying to cup river water in both hands while standing in the current. Magnus kept trying. The Shaltir reached a narrow passage between a leaning boulder and 3 closely grown trees. The second containment mage turned there, smart. A barrier could seal the whole gap. Magnus saw it forming. The mage saw Magnus see it. Stop! The command meant nothing. The force did not. It filled the opening. Magnus hit it at a run. His shoulder stopped as though he had charged a stone wall. Pain ripped through his chest. He staggered. The mage's expression changed. Relief. Magnus pressed both hands against the invisible plane. The Shaltir behind him were still moving. Too far, the line, his father, the fire tearing men apart. No, Magnus pushed the rage outward again. This time he did not throw it. He packed it against his skin, held for one heartbeat, too. The barrier changed beneath his hands, not vanished, changed. The clean resistance became uneven. Pressure stuttered against his palms. The mage's face tightened. Magnus pushed harder. The barrier buckled. The Shaltir mage stared at him. You cannot. Magnus hit it with the axe. The working broke, not like glass, like a muscle losing tension. The force disappeared all at once and Magnus stumbled through the space where it had been. The containment mage tried to retreat. 3 strides were not enough. Magnus caught him. The exchange ended against the boulder. 7. Someone screamed behind the remaining Shaltir. His wrath is outside him, another voice answered from farther ahead. I know, move. Magnus pulled the axe free. They knew that mattered. He ran. The forest had begun climbing, not steeply but enough to make every stride cost more. Roots broke through the frozen soil. Snow hid hollows between them. The Shaltir knew the terrain no better than Magnus did, but they had boots. Magnus had one. The bare foot hit something sharp. His toes went numb, then warm. He ignored both. 7 ahead, 2 high magi, 1 containment mage, 4 priests. He had seen how they worked now. The containment mage bought distance. The high magi used that distance to kill. The priests kept everyone capable of repeating the arrangement, take apart the arrangement. The nearest priest turned as he ran. Mana gathered around his hand, not attack, healing. Pale light spread toward the shoulder of the containment mage ahead. Magnus threw. The priest saw the axe coming and ducked, almost. The beard of the weapon caught beneath his jaw. He disappeared from the trail. 6. The remaining containment mage did not stop, better than the first. He threw a barrier behind himself while moving. It was weaker. Magnus hit it with the skin-tight pressure still clinging badly around him. The working shuddered before he touched it. Magnus crashed through. Pain burst behind his eyes. The mantle collapsed. He nearly went with it. Too much rage wasted. Too broad, too crude. The 6 had gained 10 paces. Magnus retrieved the axe from the dead priest. 5 paces later, the war cry went through the trees. He did not need the full ancient phrase. The shout itself carried enough. The Shaltir heard him behind them. One priest flinched so violently he missed a step. Another turned his head. The high magi did not. Experienced, prepared, terrified anyway. Good. Magnus ran them harder. The shout had cost rage. Holding the mantle cost more. His body kept making more. Every burned patch of skin fed it. Every cut reopening under exertion. Every impact. Every breath that hurt. The whole miserable machinery of Berserker was alive now. Injury became pressure. Pressure became motion. Motion brought more injury. Magnus had once thought rage was simply a thing to survive. Tonight he used it. The trail bent downhill. One of the high magi stopped running. The others passed her without hesitation. She had chosen the ground, trees stood farther apart here. Good sightline, no large trunks between them. The snow had been burned away in patches by the fighting behind, but this section remained untouched. The elf planted both feet. Fire gathered around her so intensely that the snow nearest her boots sagged into water. Magnus kept coming. She waited. That was what made her dangerous. No panic, no wasted spell. She let the distance collapse, 30 paces, 25, 20. Magnus threw the axe. She moved one hand. Fire struck the weapon in midair. The wooden haft burst apart. The axe head tumbled aside. Magnus was already reaching into the dimensional pack. The High Magus's eyes widened slightly. He came out with a javelin. This time she did not wait. The world turned white. Magnus had no useful memory of the next several heartbeats. There was heat, a tremendous pressure in front of him, then sky. He hit the ground hard enough to carve a shallow trench through the snow. For a moment he could not hear. He could smell himself burning. That seemed worth attention. Magnus rolled. His right side was blackened from shoulder to hip. Blisters were already forming where flesh remained intact. His exposed hair had burned shorter on one side. The High Magus was approaching, not running, finishing. Good, closer. Magnus tried to stand. His right leg refused. The elf raised both hands. He forced wrath outward. Close. Not everywhere, toward the spell. That was wrong. He knew it as soon as he did it. Too much in one direction. The pressure spilled. He corrected. Skin. Hold it against the skin. The flame came. The mantle caught first. For one impossible instant Magnus perceived the fire as structure instead of heat. Mana bound into violence. Ordered, coherent. Then his wrath touched it. The order frayed. The spell did not stop. Flame still struck his chest and shoulder, but it arrived ragged, uneven. Part of the force slipped sideways as though the spell had forgotten where its center belonged. Magnus went backward, not far enough. He stayed on his feet. The High Magus stared. Magnus threw the javelin. She twisted. The point missed her chest and drove through the upper arm instead. She cried out. Magnus reached her before she freed herself. Her remaining hand ignited. Magnus caught the wrist. Fire burned through his gauntlet. He held on. The elf screamed something in her own language and drove a knee into his stomach. Magnus barely noticed. He had no axe, no javelin, one hand occupied. That did not make him unarmed. His forehead struck her face. Once, her spell vanished. He turned the captured wrist, stepped across her leg, and used her own retreat against her. They hit the ground together. Magnus rose alone. 5. He took the High Magus's short blade because it was there. Then he heard the others ahead. They were no longer preserving silence. Someone was shouting for the second High Magus. Someone else wanted them to separate. The answer came immediately. No, he is killing the ones who separate. Stay together. Still thinking, still dangerous. Magnus preferred that. He ran. The 5 were slowing now. The priests had not come here expecting a footrace through half a mile of winter forest after fighting a battle. One limped. Another kept one arm pressed against his side. The containment mage was exhausted too. Magnus could see it in the barrier that appeared across the trail ahead. It flickered before he reached it. He did not bother striking it. The mantle tightened. 2 heartbeats, 3. The barrier deformed around him. Magnus walked into it. Pressure climbed across his chest until his ribs complained. The mage behind it made a strangled sound. Magnus took another step. The barrier moved with him, not breaking. Being pushed, the mage's boots slid backward through the snow. Magnus understood. The magic still had an anchor, him, not the barrier. Magnus released the stolen blade. His hand went into the dimensional pack. The axe came out. The containment mage saw it. No, Magnus threw. The barrier had been built to resist from the front. It was already bowed around Magnus. The axe struck where the curve was weakest. Magic collapsed. The weapon continued. 4. Magnus crossed the dead mage without stopping and tore the axe free. The remaining High Magus finally lost patience. You should have died at the line, Magnus kept moving. Didn't. The elf's mouth tightened. That was the entire conversation. Fire gathered. The 3 remaining priests spread behind him. For the first time Magnus understood what the Shaltir were trying to do, not flee anymore. Reach a clearing. He could see pale sky through the trees ahead. More room, better range. A place where fire could work without trunks interfering. The High Magus was buying the priests enough distance to reach it. Magnus changed the problem. He threw at the leftmost priest. The elf had been watching for it. He dropped flat. The axe passed over him and buried itself in a tree. The priest started to rise. Magnus never went for the weapon. He hit the man instead. Shoulder, hip, ground. The body under him tried to twist. Magnus's remaining gauntlet closed around the priest's throat. One hard impact against frozen earth ended the struggle. 3. The other 2 priests reached the clearing. The High Magus backed toward them. Magnus rose. His axe remained buried in the tree 5 paces away. He retrieved it. The High Magus watched. For the first time, Magnus saw uncertainty become something worse in the elf's face. Not fear of dying, recognition. The Shaltir had come here believing they understood what they hunted. Now one of them was beginning to wonder whether their records had been insufficient. Magnus stepped into the clearing. The High Magus attacked. Fire crossed the open space in a sheet. Magnus tightened the mantle. It hurt, not the spell, the mantle. Holding rage outside the body while every instinct demanded he spend it through muscle felt like trying to keep a clenched fist around lightning. His vision trembled. Blood ran from his nose. The sheet of flame reached him. Its front edge tore apart. The rest came through. Magnus walked inside it. His skin burned. The remains of his mail grew hot enough to sear flesh beneath it. He kept walking. The High Magus poured more mana into the spell. Magnus felt the mantle begin to collapse. He could not hold it much longer. He did not need long. 10 paces. 8, 6. The elf finally stepped backward. Magnus threw the axe. The High Magus moved. The throw had not been for him. It passed beside his head. The priest behind him had just enough time to realize that. The axe struck his chest. 2. Magnus hit the High Magus before the elf could turn. The fire died. The fight that followed was short because the High Magus was a specialist at the wrong distance. He was not helpless. A dagger opened Magnus from hip to ribs. A burst of point-blank force nearly tore Magnus's injured shoulder from its socket. Fire scorched his hand when he tried to control the weapon arm. None of it created enough space. The elf needed 3 paces. Magnus gave him none. When it ended, the High Magus was on his knees. Magnus's arm was around his throat. The elf's fingers clawed at the gauntlet. Magnus tightened. There was a crack. 1. Silence entered the clearing. Magnus remained still. His breathing sounded enormous. The last Shaltir stood perhaps 12 paces away. An older elf, male, priest. Silver embroidery crossed the front of his torn winter robe. Blood soaked one side where a fragment of wood or steel had entered below the ribs. One hand glowed faintly against the wound as healing magic tried to close it. The priest was staring at Magnus. Magnus stared back. His body knew what remained. One threat, finish. The axe was in the dead priest behind the High Magus. Too far did not matter. Hands worked. Neck, stone, tree, finish. Magnus took 1 step. The Shaltir raised his free hand. Come then. Magnus took another. The elf's face twisted. You have slaughtered 8 of us. Do not pretend restraint now. Magnus stopped. 8, 1. The pressure inside him surged forward. Kill. Then another thought reached it. Question. Magnus's fingers opened, closed, opened again. He needed to know why they had come, not what Rava wanted, not what the Beastkin wanted, these elves. They had crossed 3 theaters searching for him. They knew the mantle. They knew his lack of mana. They had known enough to build a group around killing someone they had never met. Question. The objective changed. Rage did not disappear. Magnus changed what it was for. He crossed the distance before the priest understood he was moving. The elf tried to cast. Magnus slapped the hand aside, caught him by the front of the robe and drove him backward into a tree. The impact emptied the priest's lungs. Magnus held him there, not dead, that mattered, his grip eased by perhaps 1 finger's width. Your people crossed a war looking for me. Tell me what you think I am and tell me why that gives you the right to kill me, the priest coughed. His eyes moved over Magnus's face. The red light there seemed to fascinate him, then disgust replaced it. You still ask. I asked once. The elf smiled through blood. Then perhaps the old accounts were wrong about your intelligence. Magnus's hand tightened. The smile widened. There was no fear in it now, only hatred and the peculiar satisfaction of a man who believed dying proved him correct. That is what your people do, the priest said. You forget and then demand that the rest of us explain the ruins you left behind. Magnus said nothing. The priest's breathing steadied as much as the wound allowed. You call yourself Berserker. I didn't pick the name. No, of course you did not. The elf's eyes dropped briefly to Magnus's torn body. Berserker, a clean modern word for an ancient filth. Something placed neatly beneath a root so humanity can pretend what came before belongs to the same order as everything else. Magnus went very still. The priest noticed. Good, let him talk. The old ones had another name, the Shaltir continued. Before your kind learned to wrap everything in roots and branches and temple readings. Before humanity received its supposed enlightenment. Magnus's pulse hammered. What name? The elf laughed softly. Ordvar. The word entered the clearing and changed it. Magnus had never heard it, not from Callista, not from the books, not from Holt, not from Castelline's surviving scholarship, not from the ancient warrior. Ordvar, he did not know what the word meant. That was precisely why it mattered. Magnus had not given it to this man, the priest had brought it here himself. Say the rest, Magnus said. The elf studied him, then understanding sharpened his expression. You truly do not know. I know what one dead man claimed. I'm finding out whether anybody else can prove a damned word of it. Something passed through the priest's face, not confusion, recognition of danger from a direction he had not expected. You have spoken with one. Magnus did not answer. The priest leaned his head against the tree. Perhaps the mother has more cause to fear your return than even we understood. The mother can wait. Tell me about the Ordvar. The priest's mouth curled. There, still commanding the world to answer because you have learned how to hurt it. Magnus let the insult pass. The Shaltir seemed almost disappointed. Then he spoke. Our oldest records describe your ancestors as empty creatures, human in shape, human in soul if the priests of that age were charitable, but without mana. Without the natural communion every civilized people understood as part of life. Magnus's grip shifted against the robe. Empty. The same contempt had appeared in other mouths before. The priest continued. Elven wardens guarded a threshold into the Fey realm. Humanity wanted the land. Humanity always wants the land. Your ancestors drove the wardens away and discovered only afterward what they had taken. Magnus remembered fog. A red beard, a voice telling him that his people had not understood why elves guarded the place. The overlap landed harder than any spell had. The priest could not know what Magnus had been told. Then they bargained, the elf said. Strength against the Beastkin, protection from elven sorcery. The Fae gave both in the manner the Fae give anything. His eyes dropped to Magnus's burned chest. The Ordvar followed. Magnus could hear the ancient warrior again. Humans had spent generations learning to survive what the Fae gave them. The Shaltir account was hateful. That did not make it false. Not all of it. Those men were monoliths. They were worse than monoliths. They made their emptiness into a weapon. The priest's gaze moved over Magnus. They became stronger when wounded. They ignored pain that should have broken them. They carried wrath outside their own flesh and spoiled sorcery before it could properly take hold. The mantle pressed raggedly around Magnus. The priest's eyes flicked toward it. Yes, that. Magnus let it collapse. The sudden absence made his entire body feel colder. Your records call it a mantle. Some do. Others use older words that died with the people who deserved them. Another independent point. Magnus stored it beside Ordvar, not truth, evidence. There was a difference. Holt had beaten that distinction into him hard enough that even blood rage could not quite erase it. What happened after that? The priest's eyes hardened. What always happens after humans discover a weapon, you used it. Against elves. Against everyone, that was probably true enough. Magnus had never imagined his ancient ancestors as saints. The elf mistook his silence for doubt. You think I exaggerate because hatred makes the story easier for you. The Ordvar killed elves, Beastkin, humans, their own families when their wrath outlived the battle. Your smiths learned to take the blood of other peoples and make steel that remembered what it had been fed. Human warbands carried weapons meant not merely to kill an enemy, but to punish the blood in his body for what people had birthed him. Magnus's eyes narrowed. That was new. He did not pursue it. Too much already. The priest coughed hard enough that fresh blood reached his lips. His healing light flickered. Magnus lowered him slightly so the elf could breathe. The Shaltir noticed that too. Keeping me alive, for now. How disciplined. The word was meant as mockery. Magnus accepted it as description. Then came the mandate, the priest said, at last. His voice changed when he spoke of it, not louder, reverent. The Silver Mother judged humanity. The words were not difficult. They required no theologian to soften them. The priest's eyes held Magnus's. Humanity must be destroyed. Magnus had expected something elaborate. The simplicity was worse, yet humanity is still here. The priest's face tightened. Yes. Then somebody stopped. Somebody failed. The answer came with enough venom that Magnus almost laughed. There it was, not history, religion. The priest saw the judgment in his face. You find that amusing. I find it convenient that 3,000 years of failure can become everybody else's sin. The Shaltir jerked against Magnus's grip. You know nothing of it. That's why you're still breathing. That stopped him. Magnus continued before the conversation could become a string of accusations. If your goddess ordered every human dead, explain why the rest of the elves aren't still trying. You called something an enlightenment, start there. The priest stared at him for several breaths, then bitterness overtook anger. They needed an excuse. Who did? Priests, kings, scholars. Cowards who had grown tired of obeying words they could no longer bear to hear. His voice gathered strength as he spoke. The old humanity was empty. Then human children began being born with mana. Mages appeared among you, priests, roots settled cleanly. The same order that ran through every proper people of Eldara began running through human blood. Magnus stopped breathing for half a heartbeat. Children, mana, change. The ancient warrior had told him roots came later. The Shaltir did not know Magnus had heard that. The priest went on. They called it enlightenment. Grace, proof that the humanity named by the mandate no longer existed. They said the mother had changed you and therefore mercy was not disobedience. His ruined smile returned. We remembered. Magnus's thoughts moved despite the rage. Ancient humans without mana, later humans with it, not one strange warrior. A population, a change large enough to become theology. He wanted dates, records, names. He wanted the old texts this bastard had read. He wanted Castelline's books laid beside them. He wanted Illyria's archives, though he did not yet know Illyria possessed the other side of the same question. What he did not want was to decide the answer here. Not from one dying zealot in a forest clearing. Your order thinks the change was false. Our order knows obedience does not expire because it becomes uncomfortable. That's not what I asked. The priest's nostrils flared. Magnus continued. Humans started being born with mana. You don't dispute that part. No, you dispute what it meant. For the first time, the Shaltir hesitated, very slightly. Magnus saw it. Good. The priest's answer came harder because he had been forced into precision. Mana does not absolve your species. It gave weak elves permission to pretend judgment had become mercy. That was better. Belief separated from event. Magnus filed both. Then humanity stole even the mother from us. The old hatred returned. Magnus frowned. What? You truly know nothing of your own blasphemies. I know enough to dislike lectures. Get to the point. The priest almost smiled. The Golden Mother. Magnus understood then. He had grown up beneath the Aurellion gods. The Golden Mother belonged to marriages, birth, family, fertility. Helena had invoked her often enough when neighbors carried children. Shrines to her stood beside Althurian in towns across the empire. The human imitation, the priest said, silver painted gold. The mother stripped of judgment, married to your king god, dressed in human motherhood and called proof that she had welcomed the people she condemned. His voice cracked. They call theft devotion. Magnus had no idea whether that accusation was historically fair. He had an increasingly long list of things he did not know. That bothered him more than the priest's hatred. So that's why you came for me. The Shaltir's gaze returned to Magnus's eyes. No, Magnus waited. The priest's voice softened. We came because after ages of lies you appeared. He lifted his chin despite the hand holding him against the tree. For generations they told us old humanity was gone. That mana proved the change, that the creatures named by the mandate no longer walked Eldara. His eyes moved over Magnus deliberately. No mana, Magnus said nothing. Wrath that deepens with blood, nothing. Words in a dead tongue. Magnus's fingers tightened. A mantle against sorcery, the elf smiled. And eyes from the oldest accounts. There it was, not a random hunt, not merely a priestess deciding Magnus offended her theology. To the Shaltir, Magnus was evidence. Bad evidence, perhaps, misunderstood evidence almost certainly, but evidence. For 3,000 years, the priest whispered, they called us fanatics because we remembered what humanity had been. His bloody smile widened. Then you walked into the world. Magnus stared at him. The rage wanted the throat beneath his hand. His mind wanted the books behind this man's words. Those wants did not conflict anymore. He could have both. What records? The smile weakened. Magnus repeated himself, this time giving the question enough room to be answered. Where does your order keep the accounts that use the name Ordvar and describe monolith humans? The priest laughed. You think I will give you our archives? I think you already told me they exist. The laugh stopped. Magnus watched that realization arrive. The Shaltyr's expression darkened. There was the mistake. People imagined information was only surrendered through answers. Sometimes anger gave away more. Sometimes contempt did. Sometimes simply knowing which question frightened a man was enough. Magnus had learned that from Holt too. You'll find nothing, the priest said. No human hand will touch them. Maybe you will die before then. Maybe others will come. Magnus considered the elf. That one did not deserve maybe. He reached up and closed his gauntleted hand in the priest's hair. The Shaltyr stiffened. Magnus pulled him away from the tree. The elf stumbled because his legs were barely supporting him. Magnus kept him upright. Then he turned him toward the clearing. Bodies lay among the snow and burned grass. A high magus near the edge of the trees, the containment mage farther back. Priests where Magnus's axes had found them. 8 Shaltyr. The people who had crossed a war to kill one unknown human because an old command had survived longer than anyone who remembered why it had been spoken. Magnus held the priest's head high enough that he could see every one of them. Look, the elf tried to turn away. Magnus tightened his grip. I said look, the priest did. Magnus gave him several seconds. Then he spoke in the same plain voice he might have used to discuss a broken strap in the forge. Would you like to know what I'm going to do with them? The Shaltyr swallowed. His defiance returned by force. Desecrate them, then. Prove yourself the animal our ancestors named you. Magnus considered that. No. The elf turned his eyes toward him as far as Magnus's grip allowed. I'm going to make certain your order understands me. Something changed in the priest's face. Magnus continued. I'll go to every one of your dead. I'll take their heads one at a time and hang them from the trees around this clearing. The Shaltyr's breath caught. Your people will come searching. When they find this place, they'll know exactly what happened to the men and women who crossed Eldara hunting the Deathcaller. The priest's lips pulled back. You think corpses will frighten us? I think they'll save me the trouble of writing a letter. The elf made a wet, furious sound. More will come. Magnus believed him. That was the important part, not the threat, the certainty. There would always be another priest, another noble, another order. Another man with enough authority to decide Magnus's life belonged inside someone else's plans. The thought did not make him angrier. It made something settle. For most of his life in Eldara, trouble had arrived and Magnus had answered whatever part of it the world placed in front of him. A route no one understood. A first citizen's son, the legion, the wolves, a dungeon, an arena, a war. Orders had roads beneath them. Other people chose the destination and Magnus learned how to survive where they sent him. The Shaltyr had crossed those roads looking specifically for him. That changed the question. Magnus did not know what they would choose next. He knew what he would, then more will receive the same answer. The priest stared at him. Magnus drew the surviving bearded axe from the dead High Magus's side. Blood darkened the edge. You preserved your last mandate for thousands of years. He placed the axe against the Shaltyr's neck. Consider this mine. The priest's face went pale. Magnus tightened his fist in the elf's hair. I'll start with you. The axe struck. The few birds that had begun calling again beyond the clearing went silent. The Shaltyr's scream broke into a wet, gurgling rasp as blood filled his throat. Magnus raised the axe again. Chapter 12, Always Faithful. The last head came free with a wet snap. Magnus had already cut through most of the High Magus's neck. The remaining tissue resisted until he hooked the beard of the axe behind the spine, planted his bare foot against the dead elf's shoulder and pulled. Something gave and the head dropped into the snow. He stayed bent over the corpse for a moment while blood ran from the axe. Rage still crowded the inside of his skin. It was no longer the blind forward demand that had driven him through the pursuit, but enough remained to sharpen every sound in the clearing and leave a faint red coal burning behind his eyes. The place smelled of blood, opened earth, scorched wool, and winter. 9 Shaltyr had entered the forest. 9 had died in it. Magnus had searched them before beginning the work with their heads. Leaving coin, weapons, or magical equipment beneath the snow would have been stupid, and he had done enough stupid things tonight already. The loose coin came to a little over 20 gold between the 9, most of it carried by the 2 High Magi. along with enough silver that he stopped counting once his fingers became too slick to separate the smaller pieces cleanly. Their weapons followed the coin into the dimensional pack. 2 narrow swords, several daggers, the priest's sidearms, a silver-headed mace, and 3 fine magical instruments Magnus could not identify. The High Magi also carried a pair of nearly identical devices small enough to fit in his palm. Dark silver surrounded smooth, translucent crystal, and fine elven script circled each rim. He pressed his thumb against one crystal. Nothing happened. The second was equally impressed by him. Mana of fucking course. Whatever the devices did, 2 High Magi had considered them worth carrying through a war. That made them important, expensive, or both. Magnus put them away and finished the message. The work took longer than killing the Shaltir had. Each severed head received cord through the hair or beneath the jaw, depending upon what remained intact. Magnus chose branches high enough that scavengers would struggle to reach them and spaced the dead around the clearing rather than gathering them together. Anyone entering from any direction would understand before reaching the middle. The High Magus had been last. Magnus carried the head by the hair to a heavy branch overlooking the eastern approach, secured the cord, tested the knot, then dropped back into the snow. The head turned slowly beneath the branch. 9 warnings. The Thrak Shaltir had crossed a war to hunt the Deathcaller. Their people would eventually come hunting for them instead. Magnus wiped his axe on the dead High Magus's robe and opened the dimensional pack. His hand stopped halfway toward it. For the first time since the pursuit began, there was nothing directly in front of him that needed killing. The quiet left room for everything he had refused to think about while the Shaltir were still running. Alder crossing, the shield line, white-orange fire rolling across Imperial shields, fresh iron catching magelight 20 feet behind him. Dad, Magnus straightened. The distant battle sounded different now. Horns still carried through the trees when the wind shifted, but the continuous roar that had followed him into the forest was gone. That was good. It had to be good. Edric had served years in the Legion. He had been a man-at-arms before Magnus could properly hold a wooden spear. Bran and Pell were there. Holt had been near the breach. The line had been reforming when Magnus left, and the High Magi had been the greatest threat to it. Another clean spell might have killed dozens or broken the crossing entirely. Magnus had removed them. He had done the right thing. He started east at a quick walk. The clearing lay nearly 2 miles from Alder Crossing. His bare foot made the first stretch awkward. The sole had been cut open repeatedly during the pursuit and was still repairing itself, while deeper wounds pulled each time frozen ground struck them. Magnus ignored the pain and began jogging. The Shaltir dead marked his route in reverse. A priest beneath a cedar, the containment mage beside the boulder, another body where snow had collapsed beneath spell heat. He passed each without slowing. Dad was fine. Magnus disliked how often he needed to think that. His breathing had become too fast for the pace. He forced it slower, the way Holt had drilled into him when rage and panic tried to disguise themselves as the same problem. Edric was experienced. The line had held. Magnus had seen the new formation taking shape before he followed the elves. The argument worked for perhaps another quarter mile. Then he began running. By the time the palisade appeared between the trunks, Magnus was sprinting. The battle was over. Beastkin still moved beyond the cleared ground, but they were withdrawing into the forest instead of pressing the fort. A few isolated fights continued near the ruined western works where men had become trapped on the wrong side of a retreat. Horn calls passed along the road. Imperial soldiers were reforming by companies while hunters watched the tree line for another concentration. The attack had failed. Alder Crossing still belonged to Aurellion, although the ground looked as though both sides had argued the matter thoroughly. Human and beastkin bodies lay wherever the fighting had abandoned them. Healers worked beneath lanterns near the inner palisade. Men carried water, dragged wounded toward shelter, and sorted damaged shields into piles. A mage sat against a wagon with both hands shaking while another soldier tried to make him drink. Clerks were already moving among surviving officers with tablets and casualty sheets. The world had resumed its work. Magnus searched the wounded beside the palisade, then the western breach. Edric was at neither. A legionary from the company that had held the breach remembered an older man-at-arms with a repaired shield but had lost sight of him during the last withdrawal. Another soldier thought the survivors from that section had been gathered in the central yard. Magnus went there. Conversations thinned as he crossed the fort. He knew what they saw. One boot, almost no armor, a few warped rings of mail clinging to one side of his torso, damaged plates around one thigh, gauntlets, trousers stiff with dried blood and burns fading into new pink flesh, wherever regeneration had already begun its work. The faint red in his eyes still caught lantern light strangely. He found Holt and Bran near a row of bodies. The two men had spent part of the hours before the battle discovering how much they agreed about Magnus. Bran had apparently informed Holt that Magnus had been impossible since childhood. Holt had answered that Legion training had failed to improve the condition. Edric had finally told both of them to stop encouraging each other. Neither man looked amused now. Holt saw Magnus first. His attention reached Magnus's face, then dropped to the burned chest beneath it. Bran turned a moment later. Magnus had known him most of his life and had rarely seen the older man unable to hide grief beneath irritation or humor. There was nowhere for it to hide now. Magnus stopped in front of them. "The 9 elves are dead. They won't be harassing this crossing again." Neither man answered. The panic that had followed Magnus out of the forest tightened around his ribs. "Where's Dad?" Holt finally raised his eyes. "Magnus, your father held the western line after the men around him started going down. They were rebuilding behind him, and he stayed forward long enough for them to finish it." Bran swallowed before he could continue. "He bought them the time, lad. The new line held because Edric made certain it had time to become a line." Magnus heard the words. His mind refused their shape. "Where is he? What the fuck happened?" Holt moved half a step toward him. Magnus saw the shield behind him. He recognized the iron first. The reinforcing strip remained exactly where Magnus had put it. Every rivet held. The wood had split around the repair, running outward through the grain until nearly half the shield had torn away. Magnus could see his own hammer marks. No, behind the shield lay a rough stretcher beneath a white cloth. One boot protruded from the far end. Magnus knew that boot. The distance disappeared. He tore the cloth back. For several seconds his mind could not reconcile Edric's face with the body beneath it. His father was supposed to look tired after work, irritated when Bran drank too much, or resigned when Helena caught him calling a temporary repair permanent. He was supposed to have dirt beneath his nails and an old belt polished smooth from years of use. The man on the stretcher had Edric's face. Everything else had been broken. His mail had been cut away where healers tried to reach the wounds. Deep claw marks crossed his chest and side. One leg was wrapped so heavily Magnus could no longer tell where the injuries began. His left arm had been nearly removed and bound against the body rather than cut away. No regeneration closed any of it. No blood rage forced the body onward after blood loss made movement impossible. Edric had simply been a man. Magnus went to his knees. "Dad," he touched Edric's cheek, cold, not completely but cold enough. "Dad, come on." Magnus searched his throat even though he knew there would be no pulse. Nothing answered his fingers. Then he saw the pale tracks dried from the corners of Edric's eyes. Salt. His father had been crying. The sound that came out of Magnus's throat had no word in it. He bent over Edric, and for a while there was no legion, no battle, no Deathcaller, no Shaltir hanging from trees. There was only the man who had found him beneath wet branches and carried him home. The man who had taught him to hold a shield. The man who had sat across from him at supper. The man Magnus had hugged 3 days ago while Edric complained that his son had become too damned large to embrace comfortably. Dead, Magnus gripped the stretcher until the wood creaked beneath his gauntlet. Holt's hand settled on his shoulder and remained there until another thought forced its way through the grief. Why was Edric here at all? Magnus lifted his head. The red behind his eyes brightened. Holt felt the change through the hand on his shoulder. "Whatever you're thinking, lad, keep enough of yourself in it to know what answer you actually need." Magnus stood. Dad had an active son already serving. He had Helena at home and a working farm. He told me none of it made him exempt, but men in his position were supposed to fall lower on a normal recall. "I want the records that put his name back into the active pool." Bran's grief sharpened into understanding. Magnus turned toward the command tent. Holt went with him. The rest of the wolves noticed before he had crossed half the yard. Velithar, one forearm wrapped from wrist to elbow, started toward him and stopped after seeing where Magnus was headed. Pell did not. The old hunter caught Magnus near the command tent and put one hand against his chest. Magnus, I'm not going to insult you by telling you not to be angry, but Edric died buying people time to live. Don't make your first answer to that throw your own life away because you need somebody to hurt. Magnus stopped. Pell had taught him to shoot, walked the woods with him, and known Edric longer than Magnus had been alive in Eldara. Magnus caught the older man's wrist, removed the hand from his chest, and held it for a moment before letting go. I'm not throwing my life away, I'm finding out why his was spent. Pell stepped aside. Kasha stood directly in front of the command tent. She took in the blood, the ruined armor, and the red eyes, then glanced past Magnus toward Holt and the row of dead where Bran remained beside Edric. When her attention returned to Magnus, she moved out of the doorway. No blessing, no order, just room. The garrison commander was inside with 2 clerks and enough paperwork to prove Alder Crossing had survived long enough to begin counting what survival cost. A bandage circled his head and one sleeve had been cut away. He looked exhausted until Magnus entered. Then he became alert. Magnus closed the tent flap behind him. I need the recall records for Edric, former legionary, warrior to man-at-arms. He came north with the reinforcement column from the Brookshire district. The commander studied him. Personnel records are restricted, Magnus. I understand that your father died tonight, but grief does not give a soldier authority to search administrative files. My father was eligible for recall, but he wasn't supposed to be high on the list. He had an active son serving, a dependent wife, and a productive tax farm. None of that made him legally exempt. It did make him someone a normal review should have passed over until manpower needs became worse than they were in his district. I want to know who changed that review. The commander rubbed one hand down his face. You can submit a formal request through Captain Kasha after this position is stabilized. I'm not opening restricted personnel files because you've decided there must be a hidden reason your father died in battle. Rage moved inside Magnus. Holt's voice came from behind him, low and controlled. Keep the question, don't let the anger replace it. Magnus inhaled once. I'm not asking you to explain how he died. I'm asking you to show me the paperwork that put him here. I heard you the first time and the answer is still no. Magnus's feet settled beneath him, his diaphragm locked. Car rock, the true shout struck the tent like a physical blow. Canvas snapped outward, the lamp flame flattened. One clerk knocked his stool over, the other caught the desk with both hands and nearly took the ink pot with him. The commander hit the edge of the table. His face went white as his body understood before reason could reduce the sound to words. Attend, danger, death. A dark stain spread down the front of his trousers. Nobody laughed. Magnus stood 6 feet away with blood drying across half his body and red light smoldering behind his eyes. When the pressure of the shout ebbed, his next words came quietly. Show me the papers that put my father on that road. The commander swallowed and glanced toward Holt. Holt offered him nothing. Both of you get outside and give us the tent. The clerks left quickly. The commander opened a field chest and found the reinforcement roster. Your father's first review is here, read it yourself. Magnus did, prior service, warrior, man-at-arms, physically fit for reserve recall, wife in household. Productive taxed farm, 1 son under active legion obligation, defer unless manpower requirement increased or local pool exhausted. The commander placed a second sheet beside it. There was a supplemental review filed afterward. Existing household service consideration does not constitute statutory exemption. Veteran remains physically capable of line service. Prior man-at-arms experience considered valuable under current mobilization requirements. Restore to active recall pool. Clean language, proper language. The kind of language that could move a man from his kitchen table into a killing field without staining the hand that wrote it. Magnus reached the bottom. Supplemental review requested under petition submitted through House Corvell. Petitioning representative, Kalen Corvell, son of first citizen Maravan Corvell. The tent receded around the name. Kalen at the Harvest Festival, Abigail behind Magnus, chains afterward, the transport cart. The men who later tried to kill him. Magnus had suspected House Corvell and never proved it, so he had left Kalen alone. Holt had taught him that suspicion was not evidence. Magnus had listened. Kalen had not waited for Magnus to know. Magnus pressed one finger against the name. He murdered my father. The commander drew a slow breath. That document proves Kalen Corvel petitioned to have your father's deferment reconsidered. It does not prove he ordered anyone to kill Edric. He knew there was a war, he knew Dad had served, and he knew exactly what putting him back into the active pool meant. He didn't need to choose Alder Crossing or know which Beastkin would cut him down. He reached into my family, put my father somewhere men were dying, and waited for somebody else to do the killing. Magnus's voice remained level. He murdered him. Being too much of a coward to hold the blade himself does not change what he did. The commander had no answer that mattered. Magnus folded the supplemental review. That copy belongs to the Legion archive. Magnus put it into the dimensional pack. Then have your clerk make another one. He walked out. 3 hours later, the rage had fallen enough that Magnus's eyes no longer glowed. The anger remained, colder now and far more difficult to spend. He had washed most of the blood from his skin. Regeneration had sealed the shallow wounds and drawn the deeper ones tight enough that movement no longer reopened them immediately. Someone had found him a loose shirt that barely touched the rawest burns. Edric was still dead. That fact had refused to improve with time. Kasha had submitted the leave request herself. Magnus had asked for days, not release from service and not the end of his wolf assignment. Enough time to bury his father properly, reach Helena, and make certain his mother was safe. The answer came before midnight. Denied operational emergency, wolf pack strength required, leave deferred pending relief and theater stabilization. Magnus sat alone for a long while after hearing it, then he began packing. Most of what he owned already lived inside the dimensional pack, but he still had smithing tools at the field forge, books on the shelf, weapons laid out for immediate use, spare clothing, medicine, notes, and small pieces of a life built around returning to the same bunk after every mission. He put them away one by one. Semper Fidelis, the words surfaced from a life he almost never allowed into ordinary thought anymore, always faithful. Magnus sat on the edge of his cot with Edric's old whetstone in one hand. He had carried that idea across an ocean, through death, and into another world without ever deciding he had done so. Faithful to whom? The Marine Corps had once given him an answer. The men beside him had given him a better one. Ari, men whose names belonged to another life and another war. Then Eldara had given him Edric, Helena, Bran, Pell, Holt, and the Wolves. Magnus had never needed an emperor to make loyalty real. Edric had proven that tonight. He had not stayed in front of that broken line because Tiberius sat on a throne hundreds of miles away. He stayed because frightened men were trying to rebuild behind him. That was duty. Aurellion had taken men like Edric, stamped an imperial seal across their decency, and called the result service to the Empire. Then it had spent him. Magnus put the whetstone into the pack. Fuck Aurellion, the empty room did not argue. His father had died for an empire that kept other peoples in chains, gave first citizen families the power to reach into ordinary homes, and followed an emperor who called himself ruler of mankind as though being born human amounted to consent. Edric had endured all of it because he had a farm, a wife, taxes, obligations, neighbors, and land beneath a lord. When the Legion came with a seal, what was he supposed to do? Abandon Helena, abandon everything they owned. Cross half a continent on a farmer's purse. Edric had been trapped inside the life available to him. Magnus was not. Money, the dimensional pack, wolf training, weapons, fieldcraft, smithing, books, contacts, and reputation had given him options his father never possessed. Magnus had spent months building independence without fully admitting what independence was for. Now he knew. Edric's body returned to him. The ruined arm, the broken shield, the dried tracks beneath his eyes, the only father Magnus still had in either life was dead. Ari had been gone for years, now Edric was gone too, and there might be something worse beyond death. Magnus did not know, that distinction mattered. The ancient warrior could have lied or misunderstood what happened to human souls. Magnus had no proof that the Lord of Dragons consumed everyone who died beneath his system. But if the bastard was right, even in part, then Edric might not merely be dead. The Lord of fucking Lizards might have him. Maybe not. Magnus refused to turn fear into evidence just because the possibility hurt, but maybe was enough to investigate, and he was finished wasting years waiting for permission to do it. Helena was alive, still on the farm, alone now. Kalen Corvel already knew how to reach Magnus through his family. The Thrak-Shaltir had crossed an active war looking specifically for him. How long before somebody learned his mother's name? How long before the next enemy decided Magnus was too difficult and chose the softer target instead? No. Magnus stood and returned to the work. He was putting the last of his field tools into the dimensional pack when the door opened behind him. Holt came inside, took 3 steps, and stopped. His attention moved from the empty weapon rack to the bare shelf, then to the open pack. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Magnus closed the tool roll. "I'm leaving." Holt did not raise his voice. "No, lad, you're grieving. You've barely come down from enough rage to frighten half the fort, and now you're packing everything you own before the blood on the battlefield is cold. If there was ever a night to distrust the first decision that feels obvious, this is it." Magnus picked up another book and checked the cover before putting it away. "I already asked them for leave. They denied it." Holt's mouth pulled tight. "I know. Kasha is trying another route through Theater Command and she hasn't given up yet. For what, 3 days, 5? Then somebody decides the Empire needs me more than my mother does and I come running back here. For enough time to keep one disaster from becoming 2. I'm not asking you to forget what happened tonight, and I'm sure as hell not asking you to forgive Corvel. I'm telling you that deserting during a war gives the Legion a lawful reason to put your name on another list." Magnus stopped packing. "My father died fighting for an empire that didn't believe in half the things he believed in. Dad believed you took care of the people around you. He believed duty mattered because people mattered. If somebody depended on you, you stood there when things got bad and you didn't leave him to die." Holt's expression tightened. "Your father lived every word of that tonight. Exactly. He died for the men behind him. Don't tell me he died for Aurellion. I wasn't going to tell you that, lad." Magnus pushed a folded shirt into the pack harder than necessary. "Good, because Aurellion has slaves. It has first citizen families who can reach into a farmer's home because one of their spoiled sons got embarrassed years ago. It has an emperor who calls himself ruler of mankind like every human born owes him a piece of his life. Dad didn't believe in that shit. He served anyway because where the fuck else was he supposed to go?" Holt said nothing. Magnus touched the dimensional pack. "That's what I finally understand. Dad was stuck. He had the farm, Helena, taxes, the first citizen over the district, and a Legion clerk who could show up with a seal and tell him his life belonged somewhere else for a while. He couldn't put everything he owned in a pack and cross a border. He couldn't tell the Legion to go fuck itself when they came for him." Magnus met Holt's eyes. "I can leave because I'm not trapped the way he was." Holt rubbed one scarred hand over his beard. "You're not wrong about Aurellion merely because you're angry with it. I've served long enough to know exactly how ugly parts of this empire are, but there are people here who depend on you too. Kasha, Velithar, the pack, men who survived tonight because you drew those mages away from their line. Walking out does not erase any of them. I know it doesn't, that's why this hurts. I'm not leaving because I stopped caring about you or the wolves. I haven't, but caring about you doesn't mean the Legion gets to own the rest of my life." Holt absorbed that without interrupting. Magnus kept packing. "Kalen Corvel murdered my father. I left him alone after Valerius because I didn't have proof. I suspected his family, but suspicion wasn't evidence. You taught me that and you were right. While I was being careful, he murdered Dad anyway." Holt's gaze dropped briefly. "I won't insult you by pretending his hands are clean. An Imperial court may hide behind the fact that he petitioned a lawful recall instead of ordering a killing. I don't expect that distinction to mean much to you, and I can't say it means much to me tonight. It means nothing." He knew there was a war and what putting Dad back into the active pool meant. "Kalen is sleeping somewhere warm while my father is under a sheet because he wanted to hurt me without coming near me himself." Magnus forced his hands to loosen. "I'm done trusting the next person I love to assist him. He already proved he can reach into. I'm going home, getting Helena and taking her somewhere House Corvel can't touch her through a clerk and a seal." Holt studied him for several breaths. "And once your mother is safe, what happens then? You don't have to tell me every secret you've been collecting, but don't pretend this is only about getting her across a border. I have questions I need answered. I can't answer them while somebody else controls where I'm allowed to go and when I'm allowed to leave." Holt accepted the boundary. "Then understand the other side before you walk through that door. If you leave without authorization, Theater Command can call it desertion. They can issue a warrant and send Legion personnel after you. They may even decide the safest people to bring back a Berserker deserter are the soldiers who already know him. Magnus's expression hardened. They'll have company. The Thrak-Shaltir already came after me tonight. Holt's attention sharpened. You're telling me those elves with Blackmane were Shaltir? 5 healer priests, 2 containment mages, and 2 high magi. They crossed the war looking specifically for me. Holt's gaze passed over the new skin showing above Magnus's collar. I saw what they did to you. What happened after you followed them into the forest? Magnus answered plainly. I killed all 9. I kept the last one alive long enough to question him, then I cut their heads off and hung them from the trees around a clearing about 2 miles west of here. Their order will find them eventually. Holt became very still. You killed 9 elves and then arranged their heads around the clearing as a message. I wanted their people to understand exactly what it costs to come hunting the Deathcaller. Holt crossed the room slowly. I've seen heads taken after battle, I've seen worse, and I've done things I don't enjoy remembering. The blood isn't what bothers me. You weren't out of your head. You questioned the last one, decided what you wanted the dead to say, and then spent the time required to make certain anyone who found that clearing would hear you. Magnus held his gaze. I knew exactly what I was doing. Holt's mouth tightened. When I started training you, I was afraid of what would happen if you went too deep into rage and stopped thinking. I spent months teaching you to hold on to the objective, your friends, and yourself. I didn't spend nearly enough time wondering what would happen when you learned to think clearly while you were still that fucking angry. Magnus had no answer that made the statement smaller. Holt continued. And don't convince yourself those heads will necessarily frighten them away. Fanatics can look at dead comrades and become more determined. I know, I wasn't expecting 9 heads to end their religion. I wanted them to understand there is a price now. I'm done waiting for people to hurt me first before I decide I'm allowed to answer. Aurellion is not 9 elves in a forest clearing. I'm not declaring war on Aurellion, I'm leaving it. There's a difference. That difference disappears quickly if Aurellion decides you don't get to leave. Magnus straightened. Holt, I fought Varric Blackmane and the pack sent to hold me in place. Then I chased 2 high magi, 2 containment mages, and 5 healers through the forest and killed every one of them. I'm still standing after all of it. So if somebody from Aurellion thinks getting between me and my family is a good idea, I would fucking love to see them try. Holt's brows drew together. I've heard men talk like that after surviving something that should have killed them. Too many decided the lesson was that they could keep gambling. You're dangerous, Magnus. You're not immortal. I know damn well I can die. I spent the evening learning exactly what that means. The anger left Holt's face for a moment. Magnus continued more quietly. I'm not claiming I can beat the Empire and I don't want to fight it. I'm taking my mother somewhere safer. If somebody chooses to turn that into a fight, that choice belongs to them. Holt waited before asking the question that mattered. And if the order comes to us, if Kasha has your name on a warrant, Velithar is beside her and I'm standing in the road with them, what are you going to do? Magnus looked away. The thought hurt more than any threat from a stranger could have. I don't want to fight any of you. God damn it, Holt, I wish you'd come with me. The words left him before he could make them safer. Holt lowered his gaze. I can't, lad. Kasha has spent years trusting me to stand beside her when the work gets bad. The pack has people alive because they expect me to be where I said I'd be. I can't tell them loyalty only matters until somebody I love finds a better road. Magnus nodded slowly. I know, I'm leaving anyway, and that's why I'm not asking you to choose me over them. I just needed you to know I wanted you there. Holt gave a tired breath that almost became a laugh. You are making it very difficult to stay properly angry with you. Magnus reached for another bundle. I can say something stupid if it helps. Don't strain yourself, it usually happens naturally. For one heartbeat they found the old rhythm, losing it again hurt. Magnus reached into the dimensional pack and brought out the 2 elven devices. I found these on the High Magi. I figured they were magical and expensive enough to sell, but I have no idea what they do. Holt took one and turned it beneath the lamplight. Professional interest reached his face for the first time all night. I've seen the Imperial version of this principle. Never one built this finely. These 2 are paired. Magnus turned the matching device over in his palm. Show me what paired actually means. Holt fed a thread of mana into the dark silver rim. The crystal beneath his thumb brightened, and a heartbeat later the device in Magnus's hand answered with a soft silver glow. One side can wake the other. For an actual conversation, someone would need to feed mana into both ends, but the signal itself only needs power from the person making the call. Magnus considered the glowing crystal, then closed Holt's fingers around the device he held. "Keep that one, I mean it." Holt regarded the piece. "You were planning to sell these 5 breaths ago." "I changed my mind about selling them. If you ever change yours, make the fucking thing light up. I can't power mine, but I'll know you're trying to reach me. I'll find somebody with mana and figure out the rest." For several seconds Holt did not move, then his fist closed around the small elven device. "Just don't lose the other one, lad." "I won't lose it, not this one." Magnus finished closing the dimensional pack. The sound was small and final. Holt remained between him and the door, but there was no challenge left in his posture. "You understand that I can't give you permission to do this. If anyone asks me later, I won't lie about what happened here." Magnus shouldered the pack. "I know, I'm not asking you to lie for me, and I'm not asking for permission anymore." For a moment neither man moved. Magnus stepped close and put one hand on Holt's shoulder. Holt covered Magnus's forearm with one scarred hand. There were 1,000 things they could have said, and most would have made the moment worse. Magnus released him. Holt stepped away from the door. "Where do you think you're going first?" Magnus opened it. Cold night air entered the room. "Home, I'm going to get my mother."
This is the end of part 1. This was a Black Mountain Stories production. If you enjoy long-format content such as this, please consider giving this video a like and a subscribe, and stay tuned for the next part of the saga.